ठीक है, ये डायरेक्ट चालू हो जाएगा ना कमेंटेटर को, वीडियो मैं बाहर आ रहा हूँ। कुछ बोलना है? एक मिनट हेलो, फ्रेम में थोड़ा सा आप लेफ्ट हो जाओ। अच्छा, आपका ब्लैंक चल रहा है, थोड़ा सा आप लेफ्ट हो जाओ, आप थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट हो जाओ। How much? 620? हैं? अभी काउंसलर ने बोला नहीं कुछ, होल्ड हो यार।
HCL Cyclothon is the brand that has embossed itself in the hearts of all the cycling and fitness enthusiasts for the last 3 years. Seeking a pan-India presence since 2023 and after successful editions in Noida, Chennai and Hyderabad, HCL Cyclothon introduces its 4th destination on the map with the inaugural HCL Cyclothon Bengaluru 2026. HCL Cyclothon initiative, launched by the HCL Group, is one of the largest road cycling events in India, with over 10,000 cyclists from 25 states, and has the distinction of being the highest prize cycling event in Asia. Held with the support of state governments, HCL Cyclothon encourages enthusiastic participation from amateur cyclists and offers a competitive platform for Cycling Federation of India certified professionals. The HCL Cyclothon Bengaluru 2026 will be held in 4 different categories on the nice road, and it's now time to tune into the action.
But then I can hear a bitterness. All right, but then it was also Bangalore. Yes, that was in Bangalore. You all know that Bangalore is a widespread city, and some of you actually gave us a very good positive review as well. We explored even this part of the city, right? So for those people, staying positive is important because this is not an everyday game. This is one of that Sunday which you are spending along with everyone else. You all think alike. You all feel alike. The passion for riding on these 2 wheels. So my dear friends, get ready. Don't look at the camera person because he will be covering. You will also have the drone covering and moving across the places. So make sure you are staying fit. Drone is covering you, and when the drone comes closer to you, you raise your hands up and you wave a big or larger hand. You can make a lot of noise as well.
Alright, 1 minute to go. All set. Like I said, it's all neutral zone, just ride safe.
Alright, it's 6:19 and 25 seconds. Get ready. Finally the time has come. I request Neil Singh sir to please join us for the flag off. Director Administration CFI and Rajat Chandolia sir, ABP Associate Vice President and Head Brand Strategy at HCL Group. Come on guys, are you ready? Let's do the countdown together. Finally letting you go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Line line up, line up, line up. The female riders to only line up first, please.
Good morning.
Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. All my dear girls, please move back. Girls, move back. All the riders, female riders, पीछे हट जाइए. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. Move back, please.
Good morning, Bangalore. Hello, good morning, Bangalore. We are in, this is HCL Cyclothon, and we are in Bangalore after cities like Noida, Hyderabad, and Chennai. We finally made our way to Bangalore, representing.
Will try to overtake those who are slow. But we don't want you to overtake. Okay? Good luck. Let's start them.
We will do the flag off at 6:23. I request VN Singh sir. Let's do the countdown for all the female riders. Please make way. 10, 9, 8.
Okay, perfect. So we are here telling you about today's race. This is the amateur category, as you can see, and I have Mayur here with me. Mayur, a little bit about HCL and a little bit about today's race.
Hi, everyone. So this is a good moment for cycling in Bangalore after successful edition.
Thank you, sir. Could you please stay here and
So it's going to be a first race on
Amir sir,
9
second
roads
on stage.
without traffic for any riders. So what you see on your screen now is the amateur category. So we're going to do a total of 52 kilometers, 50 kilometers for the amateurs, and for the MTB riders it will be 32, followed by the pro race which will be 50 kilometers. So it's an early morning start and a lot of enthusiasm among the participants. So good to see the riders have already got going and approaching the first lap.
Yes, perfect, Mayur. I think a little bit about the course. Because of safety, the first 3 kilometers is a neutralized start. So, what's the significance of a neutralized start? Would you want to tell the viewers about it?
Yeah, so given the number of participants that are there in each race, so at the start you would not want any mishaps that generally happen in a race, and to ensure the safety of the riders so that once they are up and going and only once they've caught up with the speed, they are all moving in a group at a stable pace. That's when the start would be flagged from the race director, and post that it would be go for the kill and all of them put in their competitive best to get ahead in the race.
Right. I mean, I think there's a lot of marshals on the road from the safety aspect. A great job done by HCL as well as CFI. CFI is Cycling Federation of India. The event is in collaboration with them. That's the authorized Indian body for all cycling events. And they essentially set the standards for safety, as you can see. Roads are completely empty. This is on Nice Road in Bangalore. Can you tell us about Nice Road, Mayur?
Just to tell you about Nice Road, so Bangalore, be it bikers, cyclists, or people who are keen into driving, they associate themselves speed with Nice Road because the roads are wide enough and neatly asphalted so that you can have a good experience of riding or driving. So even the running events in Bangalore always happen in Nice Road because the Nice Road authorities have been very cooperative to let organizations host such events, and it's a very well-known circuit within the sports community to have such large scale events. So what you see on your screen now is the course. So one part of the highway is completely blocked for this race, and you see the animated rider going ahead. So that's how the course is. They would go straight ahead 8 kilometers, take a U-turn, come back towards the finish line, and as and when according to their category, if they are doing an MTB race, it would be 32 kilometers, and if for pro riders as well as amateurs, it would be 50 kilometers. So across the course, there'll be 3 support stations for the riders, as well as there'll be a bike checkpoint in case there are any mechanicals. So back to live action now. You see the amateurs are taking it really strong very early in the race. They are yet to approach the first U-turn, but we are trying to see different attacks from teams so that they get an early lead before the U-turn approaches. Because once the U-turn comes, there will be a lag in speed, and the one who crosses the U-turn first will definitely have an advantage over the riders behind them. Over to you, Shreya.
Right, that's definitely important, and you know the amateur category ends up being quite wide in terms of capabilities, in terms of strengths, and there are certain riders who like to ride at their own pace, whereas certain riders would really want to race. And what you could see here is that there's a group of riders that get formed, right? So most of the riders would be scattered, but anybody who understands racing and wants to go fast forms a group called a peloton. Mayur, a little bit about what a peloton is and how it helps riders.
Yeah, surely. So, peloton is probably the most used word in cycling history, because what a peloton does is, so when you're racing, because you're at a certain speed, unlike running, you take the wind on your whole body and on the bike. So, a peloton refers to riding in close knit group. So, during such races, even the riders of the opponents or your opponents, you team up with them until close to the finish line so that you break the wind together. And it's only when you're closer to the finish line that you would keep yourself away from the peloton. So staying ahead in the race is very important, and this can only be done by sticking to the peloton. Whichever is the leading group during such a race, you just stay in that bunch, and that really ensures when you are approaching the finish line, you are in a better position than what you could have been if you were riding solo.
Perfect. And for the amateur category today, we've got 532 participants. So that's a lot of riders, Mayur, for an early morning in Bangalore.
Yeah.
You know, it's I think credit goes to HCL and CFI. That as you can see on the screen, there are marshals telling people to stay on one side of the road, and you know, great place for people to start their racing journey in many ways. You know, sports. Specifically, cycling has been picking up a lot in India. We've seen great things happening from the Cycling Federation of India and even local racing situation here in Bangalore. I started racing here in Bangalore, Mayur. Do you have any memories of your first ride, first race in Bangalore?
Yeah, I do remember there was the local biggest name in Bangalore cycling community by name BBCH. So the Nandi Epic was my first race. But like you rightly mentioned, Shobha, this is a very good number for the race which is happening first time in Bangalore. Over 500 riders, and there are a lot of the biggest participation also is coming in the form of amateur riders. So you are seeing a lot of first time riders. So it's a good glimpse for them into what actual racing is. Definitely, the next time around, you would see some of them maybe in the amateur category who are doing a green ride category today, and they will have a better understanding of the race dynamics and how a mass event is happening. As you see on your screen, they are, as of now, riders are scattered across the course, but as and when the race progresses, you will see small bunches being formed, so that motivates them to, you know, go ahead together at a better pace than riding solo. Back to you, Shweta.
Right. In that sense, they've done a great job with the 8 kilometer loop that keeps the entire course manageable, but also makes it quite viewer friendly because, as you can see, this is lap first out of 3 laps. People will be taking a U-turn. They'll be heading up towards the start line back again. That gives the viewers who have come here live to watch this race a great spectacle. And we will be switching between the front of the race and the back of the race every once in a while. The front of the race in the amateur category, you'd see rides more like the pro category. A little bit about the categories, Mayur, specifically on the pro category, which will happen later in the day. Those are CFI's licensed riders. So looking forward to that event as well. I think there's going to be a lot of fireworks, a lot of big names in Indian cycling that have registered and are participating in this event. And I mean, a lot of these amateur riders who win from this make it to the pro category in the future. So great platform for riders who, you know, most of these amateurs are in some ways working athletes. They have full-time jobs and they're taking out time to follow their passion in cycling. and turning up on a Sunday morning for an event. Great management here by HCL as well as CFI. You can see barricading done along the entire 8-kilometer route, which is not an easy task.
Yeah, rightly, because considering Indian traffic conditions, manning the traffic is a big task. And regarding the pro race category, so that would be the biggest event which would happen later in the day. So request viewers to stay logged on for that, because that is where the state level champions and the national level riders would vie for the top three finishes on the podium. So these are riders who have not themselves nominated like it for the other categories and MTB and amateur, but these are riders chosen by their respective state. So definitely the pro race category later will be a sight to watch, because you have different riders having different profiles and they will bring their best, given Bangalore has such a big name in cycling, and this being the first edition of the Bangalore HCL Cyclothon, they would want to make a mark by getting the best bet on the podium.
Right. So we close to 14 minutes into the ride. Right now, most of the people are just making sure they've got a good line. As you can see, there's enough space on the road. People who want to race in the front have already formed a bunch. People who want to finish the race, for a lot of people, this is their first time event, have found their spot. There's no overcrowding, and I think that's really good for safety. That's going to play out in a really good way, specifically around the U-turn. We will soon see riders approaching the first U-turn, which means they would have finished the 8-kilometer mark. Mayur, what kind of speeds are you expecting? It's a fast course. There's some kickers in the middle, and a kicker is essentially a small gradient, because Bangalore is never flat. Bangalore is at a 900 meters elevation from sea level, and there's a lot of elevation on this course, but most of those kickers are short. So you see around 2 to 3% gradients, which will make the race quite interesting. But it's a fast course, irrespective. I'm guessing amateurs currently are going at 30 kilometers per hour. So they'd be finishing the first 8 kilometers in around 16 to 20 minutes. What do you say, Mayur? How's the front of the race looking?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the speed should vary a lot as per category, so in the amateur category. But with regards to how the course is designed, it's a straight line and back. The only technical section they would have is the U-turn that happens at around 8 kilometer mark. What you see right now is the front of the bunch. They are yet approaching the U-turn. So what you see on the bottom left of your screen, so first lap is yet to be completed. So once one of the rider passes, that's when it would cross into lap 2. So they are going at a pretty fast pace, I would say. Even amateurs, I'm sure they are holding like around 37 to 38 kilometers
Right.
per
So
hour.
that's the amateur bunch approaching 500 meters to the first U-turn. So at the U-turn, what's recommended is you get a good line. At the U-turn, you need to be braking and making sure you take a clean line for a clean U-turn. Usually around the U-turn, there is a battle for position. But because amateur riders right now seem to be going at a decent but not too fast pace, they will be taking it quite safely. This is the U-turn. You see the marshals on the road directing the riders for the U-turn.
So
And the amateur bunch right now looks like 30 to 40 riders. This is the first rider that comes out of the U-turn. And of course, right after the U-turn, you'd see some acceleration because the speed drops. That's a great place for actually ramping up the pace a bit. And you can see in the front of the rider, there's a small gap that gets created. There's almost like an accordion or a harmonium effect. The moment the riders in the back break the most and have to accelerate the most. So energy saving is the name of the game, specifically in cycling. You might not be the strongest rider, but you can be the smartest rider. Mayur, you can see most of these riders in the amateur bunch, as well in the front of the bunch. They've lined up right behind each other. So there's this thing called drafting that really, can you explain to the viewers what drafting really is?
yeah, definitely. So, drafting refers to staying behind a particular rider or a particular group of riders, so that you take less wind coming from the opposite side onto you, And drafting, realistically speaking, it saves at least a good 40 to 50% of your energy when you compare it to riding solo. So also the U-turn that Shaurya just mentioned, this might just be a U-turn, but it's a very important part of the race because that is where the pace drops and the riders need to be sure that they drop the gears in time and again the acceleration comes back as soon as possible. Looking at the front of the race, even though it's an amateur category, I see that many of them are pretty seasoned racers because the pace they are maintaining, because the front group is on the other side of the road where they have already completed first lap, and you still have riders who are yet to complete the first lap. So there are a lot of strong bunch of riders even in the amateur category. And yeah, as Shaurya said, they would just want to draft somehow until the 2.5 laps, so that the final 500 meters they would go for the kill. That's where drafting rules generally don't apply, and you just go with all the power you have.
Yeah, Mayur, I would think of this as matches in your matchbox, and you've only got limited matches to burn. So you can go hard only for a few number of times. So you've got to really time it, and that's where playing it smart really helps. This is the rest of the group. That's brilliant jerseys by HCL, by the way. The blue really is looking, represents the blue skies in Bangalore. I think that's the gift of the city in many ways, and also the leagues here. But what we are seeing right now is extreme caution to safety. Every rider is wearing helmets. Every rider is wearing shoes. There's that those are safety standards are maintained by getting Cycling Federation of India on board. That's extremely important, specifically when riders move towards a professional sport. Safety becomes utmost important. Uh,
Yeah, definitely a good point, Shaurya. Firstly, on the jerseys, as I walked into the event today, I did see the jersey that is being given. It's a pretty good material which will help them stay cooler in this weather. As the race progresses, their bodies warm up, it will be hot, it will get hotter for the riders. So, these jerseys definitely help in this kind of weather. And also, when it comes to helmets, as you rightly pointed out, this being mandatory races is a very positive sign because a slight injury or a slight mishap can go in the negative way. So what you see right now on the screen are the standings of the amateur riders. It's being leading is Vinay Goswami, and second followed by Jatin, and third by Naveen Rathi, fourth Basappa, fifth Paresha. So you're seeing on the right, bottom right, and you're seeing the average time taken by them, which is 1.36 per minute for a kilometer, which is a pretty good pace, I would say, for an amateur race category, given many of them would be still, first time racers. Yeah, back to you, Shaurya. What do you think of this timing by the amateur riders?
So I think the timing is decent. It's a fairly calm day today in Bangalore. There's not a lot of winds, which is unlike Bangalore.
Yep.
So you'd see winds of, and here we see, before I go on, here's some female riders. So women riders are part of the amateur bunch, which is again a great initiative. I feel a great equality in racing. Women, a lot of these women riders are going toe to toe with men riders, and that's how it should be, which is a great look for the sport as well. Now coming back to the wind conditions and the speeds, today is a fairly calm day, specifically around 10 to 15 kmph of winds with very minor gusts. So that also makes the route extremely fast. For the standings that we saw, I feel like that is the standing for the entire bunch. So the entire bunch right now has that timing, until and unless there is a breakaway or some riders go up ahead, much further ahead from the peloton. So the front of the peloton is a group of 30 riders. Mayur, a little bit about what a breakaway is and when would a rider try to attempt it?
Yeah, so breakaway is generally initiated by teams when you're riding with at least a team of 3 or 4 riders together. So what happens is when you're riding in a group and you want to try and upset the standings, or you want to try and tire your opponents or get a lead in the race when you're almost at the finishing line. So one rider from a team would just drift ahead, sprint as fast as possible, seated or standing sprint ahead of the group and try to get a lead. So what this does is, so far the group rides at a stable pace and they are all going together. So this makes you want to rethink your strategy. Okay, at one end you would think, okay, these many kilometers in the race, would the rider who's done the breakaway would sustain his power, his riding to carry it until the finish line, or do we want to realign our strategy to try and catch that rider? So any rider doing a breakaway has to be very well aware of what his strategy is and whether they have the required power to carry on that power for the finish line. Unless if they are doing it just to get their lead rider back in the front, then it's a different story. But if you're breaking away to win the race, it takes a huge amount of effort, and you need to know the course really, really well of how it works in your favor to finish ahead.
Right, Mayur, I think, but given the route, I would suspect this is more of a sprinting bunch.
Yeah.
But that's the bunch, that's the front bunch of the amateur group. As you can see, 20 to 30 riders, everybody's sipping on bottles, making sure they're hydrated. Bangalore's pretty cool this morning, but irrespective, the bottles also have glucose in them, which is extremely important. You need to make sure you fuel early into the race and not when the race gets extremely hard, because at that point in time it's very difficult to ingest any kind of energy in, right?
Yeah, important point actually, very important. This is for the viewers watching the race. So all these bottles that they carry, they don't have just normal water, but they have electrol tablets and electrol medicines which are put into these bottles. So what this ensures is they are well hydrated throughout the race, and it is very important that they drink water in a race like this. They drink water even before they are thirsty, because it's not about drinking water when after you're thirsty, but it's very important that you have your nutrition sorted before the race. And as they would approach the finish line, you would see riders probably having an energy gel so that they get the last minute boost to get to the finish line. So this is just for the understanding of the viewers and many of the amateurs who would have lined up today. I'm sure the next time they race, they would get a better understanding of the nutrition and what effect it has on their racing.
Right. Yeah, Mayur, you mentioned nutrition. One of the partners for the event, the nutrition partner for the event, is Whole Truth. And like you said, fueling isn't optional, and especially with great nutrition, you can actually push to your limits. So a shout out to Whole Truth, that's the nutrition partner for the event. And also, there's an organic refreshment partner, Akshay Kalpa Organic. They'll essentially be covering all the post-race replenishment. On a day like this, I'm guessing the riders in all categories would be burning around 1,000 to 1,200 calories at least in this race. Amir,
Yeah,
what do you reckon?
a lot. I mean, some would also go up more based on various factors like the bike weight and the rider weight. So, also on the other two partners that are supporting today is HCL Wellness Center and Apollo Hospitals. So, very important in race like this, and also we have Decathlon as the sports partner. So Decathlon, as part of the being a partner for this event, they provided free bike checkup for all the riders, as long as they provide a proof of their participation. And Apollo Hospitals, like I said, in a mass event like this or happening on an highway, it's very important to have an ambulance on your speed dial on SOS, so that in case, God forbid, anything happens, the race is covered and they are well equipped to take care of any emergencies if required. So back to you, Shaurya.
Right, you mentioned Decathlon. They are also sponsoring a world tour team, at the best level that exists in the world right now. And, they've really, they cater to all kinds of audiences from beginners to pros. So great shout out to them as well for partnering with HCL and CFI for this event.
Decathlon has played a very big part in Bangalore because of the presence across Bangalore. They do conduct local races, and their apparels are in the in the even the entry level range and the premium range. All of them fit very well within the budget of the cyclist, and it's great to have Decathlon as the sports partner, because all their bike mechs would understand what kind of a requirement is needed in case of any mechanical mishaps during the race. So yeah, great to have them as the sporting partner. Back to you, Shaurya. We see a change in the standings.
Yes, that's a time check which is provided to us. mostly the riders have approached the second U-turn or are about to approach the second U-turn. As you can see, UK Rao, Faraz Kumar, Basappa, Arun Lamani, and Siddharth are in the front of the bunch. And they're essentially, the bunch is, I suspect, still 20, 30 riders. As you can see, the bunch is right on your screen right now, and they're close to approaching the U-turn. Most of them look quite calm and composed. Good lines that are being followed by most of them, safe riding. And I would suspect the best riders in this group right now are either in the front or just saving energy, second to third wheels. Like I said, I suspect that this race is going to be a sprint finish. What you can see on the screen right now is a U-turn. Riders are approaching. The front of the amateur peloton is approaching the U-turn. This U-turn is going to be critical. At this U-turn, the riders are going to be finishing around 16 kilometers of the race. They've been going quite fast, 36 to 37 kmph, and you can see some riders are falling back. So this is a slight gradient that we were speaking about, Mayur. On this gradient, the front of the race has really pushed it, and that creates this gap, and most riders end up falling back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for any race, knowing the course is very important, because knowing where you will have ascents and where you'll have descents plays a huge part in deciding your strategy, because that is where you can take an advantage. As the teams that have climbers would definitely send their climbers in the front, and you see the pace has picked up. The last time we saw the time split, it was around 1.36 per kilometer. Now it's moved
Right.
to
The front of the
1.4.
race is
Wheel
Venki.
Sports,
Venki.
yeah,
Yes.
I did see that. Yeah,
Yes. So Wheel Sports, shout out to him as well. Wheel Sports has been a bike, your one stop for a lot. He's been supporting a lot of riders from Karnataka, and in India, he himself has been one of the largest names in cycling, specifically at the national and international levels. And he has a store, Wheel Sports, which is in Bangalore, and he's riding in the front. So it's a good sight, to see a good mix.
yeah. Wheel Sports, just for the viewers' understanding, is it has Wheel Sports as a bicycle store has played a huge part in the racing community in Bangalore, because they've been providing some nice high-end bikes to the racers. And Venki is definitely someone whose number is stored by many cyclists, because whenever they need something in urgent, see, he's the one they
Yeah,
call
I
out to.
remember my first bike
Yeah.
was given to me, by Venki before I got into racing. Gem of a guy, and really nice to see him here in the amateur bunch. Really cheering on the entire cycling scene.
Yeah, same with me, sure. I mean, when I was looking around for my first road bike, I did approach Wheel Sports, but me being a fan of darker colors, that time their stock, they just had a red color in store. So I wanted a black one, so that made me switch minds. But yeah, apart from the main bike, there are many accessories that I've purchased from them, and it's very good to see a cycling store owner racing, because that kind of shows the passion the city has for cycling. I mean, many in the participants have heard about HCL Cyclothon 2 3 years back, and they are waiting for this event. So
And you can
yeah.
see the riders taking the U-turn. The U-turn's quite smooth. You can see there's a lot of space for riders to take it. But the moment the U-turn gets taken, the front of the riders accelerate. You can see riders in the back struggling to catch up. The race gets really fast and accelerated right after U-turn. There are some riders who've gotten dropped from the main bunch or the main peloton, right? And the peloton's now starting to trim down riders based on their capabilities, based on their strengths. This is the front of the group again, now settling down into a downhill. Downhill is actually a great time to catch up. Yeah, Mayur, what do you
Yeah,
reckon?
great time to catch up. Also, sometimes it's a great time to get your breath back, because you are breathing much more relaxed way when compared to climbing. So the riders ensure that they take that little bit, few seconds on a downhill to probably have a sip of water or adjust their bars or anything minor things to be adjusted. But yeah, as you see on the course, a downhill is immediately followed by an uphill. So this is where they again need to make sure that the momentum they are coming into the climb is maintained by changing the gears at the right time, and also ensuring. So here I feel front of the bunch they are trying to control the pace, because it's still lap 2, but the final lap is the entire final lap. I'm sure there will be a lot of changing in the positions when it comes to the race. So back to you, Shaurya.
Right. I think the slowdown is also a slight gradual uphill. So,
Yeah.
on the screens, you might feel like it's a flat road, but riders, they're experiencing around 1%, 2% gradients, and heavier riders would want to go slower here. Mayur, power to weight is a big thing in cycling, specifically the advantage that lighter riders have on climbs. Let's discuss a little bit about power to weight and how does a big rider and a smaller rider, strategize their race.
Yeah, there are two factors here. One is the watts that you're generating. Now, for the understanding of the viewers, watts is something that you determine by using a power meter, which is attached to your cranks, and your FTP, which is functional threshold power. So, these two factors decide how much of power are you putting out in a race. So, most of these riders who would race today, they are into structured training plans where they observe a pattern in the races and their numbers, and they would try to bring their best numbers during this race. So I would say even in the amateur category, it's not that they are pretty well aware of the numbers that they want to put out on the race to be in the front. But yeah, I mean, in today's age, earlier it used to be the strongest riders wins, but these days it's the smartest rider who wins, and these numbers play a huge part in deciding strategy for your race.
Right. At the front, there seems to be a movement or at least an up in the pace. And how you can see that is because riders in the front are single lined. The moment you see that in the front of the race, that means the pace has been picked up. And that's essentially stretching out the peloton like a rubber band in some ways. I'm expecting this is the second lap. There should be some movement from the amateur bunch, from riders who essentially are much stronger than the rest. This would be a great time to make a movement. This is around 16 to 20 kilometers in the race now.
Yeah, I mean, a great time definitely, because once you take the final U-turn, and then you would know that the U-turn for the final lap, it's going to be just the last chance for you to take a lead. So definitely every U-turn in itself is a chance to either get ahead of your competitors, and for some it could be a point where they would get dropped, where when I say drop, they lag behind and they lose pace and they are trying to catch up with the bunch ahead. So definitely, as soon as we see the start of lap 3 for the amateur category, you would see a lot of shake up in the standings. Coming back with the live feed, so again there has been a change up in the standings. So now we see Bajrang Godara in the lead, followed by Rehan Sheikh, and followed by Manjunath. So pretty much the same pace even now, Shaurya. It's 1.40 minute per kilometer.
I would say, yeah, just gotten faster. We started with 150,
136, yeah.
around 136, and pretty much the same pace. I'm expecting the entire pace for the race to be around 36, 37 kmph at best. And that's the front of the race right now. You can see riders lined up one behind each other. There seems to be some movement, but we got switched to another screen. There seems to be some movement in the front of the race of the amateur peloton.
Yeah, that timing actually, what we just mentioned, it would actually come down as the race progresses, because they'll get faster and faster, and the time they would take per kilometer. So, what 136 became 140, so it means they've kind of relaxed a bit because it's the mid of the race and they know they have to preserve the energy for the final of the race. But I'm sure by the time the race finishes, the winners also might have their timing around 1.10 1 minute 10 seconds per kilometer, or 1.2 per kilometer. What's your prediction, Shaurya, for this?
Yes, I think the pace is going to be pretty steady, and this is the front of the bunch, right? So you can see riders are getting dropped on the elevation every time. Stronger riders in the front are pushing, and these are some women. These are some women at the front of the race. I expect you can see women riders also tucked one behind another. Around 4 5 riders who are riding together in the women's group. And they're approaching around the 16 to 20 kilometer mark roughly. But what's happening in the amateur bunch is that every time there is a climb, the riders are pushing harder and they're shedding off the weaker riders, finding the chips in their armor, so to say.
Yeah. Just to add on the women riders, so what you see for the viewers on the screen, although there are women riders now, although they are starting the race together because of organizational challenges, but there is a separate category of women, and the winners for women will be separate. So for the women, I would say it's even more difficult to complete the race because they are working with other women riders, and it's a smaller bunch compared to a male riders bunch. So women races actually they work hand in hand almost till the finish because their group isn't as big as the male riders, and they only go for the kill in the final 1 kilometer or so. But of course, it's encouraging to see a lot of women riders on the course. I'm sure we'll see many more in the other categories that are happening later.
Perfect. A little bit of a recap about the event. This event is happening in Bangalore. This is the HCL Cyclothon. The HCL Cyclothon journey essentially started in 2015 with the inaugural, which was held in Noida. And after that, they've essentially grown to many other cities from Noida to Chennai, Chennai to Hyderabad. And this is the first time they're here in Bangalore. Bangalore, I mean, this was much awaited. HCL being one of the largest bodies that are conducting such events from a corporate standpoint, and CFI helping them organize these in a much more structured as well as meeting international standards. And see, that's the front of the group. We see some movement. There is one rider that's trying to create a gap, but the peloton is slowly approaching. There's a bit of a chat in the peloton with respect to, is it the right time to chase this person back? He's created a gap, maybe 5 bike lengths. Mayur, I think he'll get caught. The front of the bunch looks quite steady and quite calm about it. Maybe not the right time to go all out, or maybe he's just testing the rest of the riders up.
Yeah, this is just a teaser. Probably, I'm sure the peloton won't be too worried because there's one more, a whole lap remaining. So I'm sure in the peloton they would have discussed that the rider who just broke away might not last until the finish. But like Shaurya said, this might just be probably to tease the other riders so that the other his teammates can get a place ahead. And we're back with the live standings now.
Right. What's happening is maybe the pace is dropping down, and some riders in the front of the amateur peloton are not liking that fact, and they're picking up the pace, and that can sometimes lead to some attack formations or some kind of a couple of riders going up ahead. I feel he'll probably get caught back because the amateur group still seems to be big enough. I can see some regular cyclists there who are strong enough. But right now we are seeing the rest of the bunch, as you can see, quite spread out, quite a safe racing venue. Cars are only allowed on one other side of the road. There's an entire divider and volunteers supporting this. So around 2.5, 3 lanes of roads for cyclists to race on, and quite spread out. I think the selection of the venue as well as the route was a great choice. Kudos to the NICE road authority, HCL, CFI, and the police. The local police has helped a lot with managing this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the support by the police and the nice toll plaza is very much required, especially for events that of such huge scale, and they pass through such important roads. Only with the support of the authorities can you make this a success. Like we recently saw the Pune Grand Tour, which happened, and what an effect it had when the authorities and the police were in sync to help conduct such an event, and you immediately saw the effect. I mean, how the crowds engage. So what's your view on the recent Pune Grand Tour, Shaurya, just to give the viewers an understanding?
I feel it was phenomenal, historic in many ways. A lot of time and effort had been put into it. Also, it kind of puts into perspective how cycling in India is growing, and not just in India. Indian cycling is becoming an international. It's gaining international traction, and the Grand Tour that happened in Pune was. A marker of years of effort that has been put. A lot of the riders we'd be seeing in the pro category are riders who've been competing at the international level, winning medals for India, and a great spectacle. I feel like cycling being one of the hardest endurance sports that one can get into. It's also probably the longest events that you can get into, right? So the Grand Tour was a 3 to 4 day event with different climbs and different formats of racing that was introduced. So I'd say kudos to the team of the CFI, as well as all of the riders that have put their heart and soul into making this happen. It's events like these that push the amateurs to start training hard, start thinking about cycling as a competitive sport, and maybe not always competing against other people, but sometimes most of these riders are competing against themselves. Most of these people have woken up on a Sunday morning and are here testing out their past selves, trying to do much better than before. And at the back of the race, you can see there is an ambulance as well. So, again, kudos to Apollo. The organizers have made sure that there is always an ambulance at the back of the race, just in case there is some mishap. But I feel like that might not happen on the course like this. It looks quite safe, and there's 500 riders on the road currently. Mayur looks quite spread out.
Yeah. I mean, uh, given the way the course has been designed and the barricades and the dividers put in place, I would say it's been very smooth as of now. And just to add on the Pune Grand Tour part, for the viewers, stay tuned because many of the Indian contingent riders who were part of the Pune Grand Tour will be part of this race later on. You'll have riders like Naveen John, Surya Thatu, Hashweer who would be part of this. And now we are seeing a live relay of the amateur
Right,
category.
exactly.
Another rider tries to break
Yes,
away.
exactly what we had thought when they're closing in on the U-turn. Now riders want to make the move. You can see right before getting into the U-turn, some of the riders are accelerating, getting up ahead so that they can create a faster U-turn. And that's going to be important. That's the front of the bunch heading towards the U-turn. At this point of time, they would have finished 24 kilometers. So I would say half of the race is done, Mayur. Uh, Till now, I think the winner is going to come from the 20-30 riders that's in the front. Very soon, we'll have names of these riders who are in the front along with their bib numbers.
Yeah, I think what strategy they would have is probably head into the U-turn and the last lap. They knowing it's the last lap, they want to put out all their energy into the last lap, and so all the riders, at least who are the top 20 in the bunch now, they would want very minimal, you know, riders in ahead of them so that they can give it their best and put out all their power and sprint towards the finish line. So we see they are very very close to starting the third lap. Almost they are coming back towards the u-turn, so it's still lap 2 in progress. As you see on the screen, the peloton, they are pretty much relaxed and no one is trying to
Yes,
upset the
I'm
rhythm
actually
of
quite
it.
impressed with the amateur peloton. Everybody seems to be riding. There's good riding etiquette. People are following their lines, and they're riding together as a bunch, understanding that most of the racing happens in certain segments and not. You've got to be respectful of other riders as well, and that's something we can see in the group as well. Everybody knows that they need to be riding safe, and may the best man win.
Yeah, I think definitely you have to attribute this to the local racing scene in Bangalore. You have races such as BBCH and the Bangalore amateur racing races that happen. So most of them whom you see on the screen, they would have definitely started there and got an understanding of how do a race works and what do we do, how do we control the pace, and when is the time you actually go for the kill. So even though they are amateurs, but those who haven't qualified for the state level, but they are pretty skilled to race at an amateur level. And I think these are the guys who are leading the peloton now. Guys like Sanjeev Kumar, Lavish Sharon, and Arun Lamani. So you see the average speed is around 36 kilometers per hour, but I'm sure by the end of the amateur race category, the winner would close in at least 38 to 39 kilometers per hour. So, and with the pro level races, it's definitely going to be like, around 45 to 48 kilometers. What's your take, Shaurya, for the pro level
I
races?
think the pro level race is going to be extremely exciting. It's going to be very fast, specifically because the race is small for them. So most of these pro riders are used to riding 100 kilometers
Yeah,
on
yeah.
a daily basis at a 40 kilometers per hour average. So, a 50-kilometer course, specifically the course that exists here, which has a long downhill and small punch climbs. I think it's going to be extremely exciting. So, a little bit about the prize money, Mayur.
Yeah, so this is a very big thing that you see on your screen. So this event has a total prize money of 23.2 lakhs, which is spread across various categories. So in India, cycling is still growing at a nascent stage, but events like this play a big part in pushing the best talent forward. So it's also because this event is in collaboration with CFI, you will have scout from CFI who will have an eye on the results that happen during these events. So yeah, it's a big win for the Indian cycling community.
Right, and some beautiful pictures coming on live from Bangalore Nice Road where this event is happening. You can see these riders. I mean, what a picturesque view, Mayur. I'm sure there's a bunch of lakes on the way as well.
Yeah, it slightly takes me back to a few days when I was glued onto the screen watching the Pune Grand Tour, because we've all watched World Tour races like the Tour de France, Giro d'Italia, and we do, say that even our country is capable of hosting such events. And Bangalore definitely has a topography which suits cycling because it's not full of hills, it's not fully coastal, but it has a very tropical weather. So definitely, this race, I'm sure next year will be much bigger than what you see today. Today also is a very big number, but with this being telecasted today and the word of mouth spreading post today, I'm sure many will be looking forward for the next event.
Right, Mayur, and you mentioned about the prize money as well. That goes a long way. Most of these riders have traveled overnight in trains, in buses, in flights, and come to Bangalore to participate in this event. A lot of effort goes in from them across the year, trying to put together two wheels on tarmac and just racing their heart out. So, a big up to everyone who's come and turned up for this. It's not easy. It takes a lot of effort, as you can see the rider on the screen, battling against himself. And that's what it really is about. You wake up in the morning and you do something that you haven't done previously. You try to beat yourself. You try to be better than yourself, and these are the small wins that takes you the long way.
Yeah, just to touch upon, for a cycling race, a rider, the preparation is goes much more than what it would be for a runner, as an example, because there are at least 10 to 12 things you need to make sure are ready before you race. It could be your nutrition, your tail lamps, your jersey, whether do you have a spare tools required, although during races they don't carry tools, but it's important to have it ready, because just before the race, if you need any mechanical help, these multi tools can help. So as a rider, you have to be very well prepared, and also it's very important, Shaurya, that they sleep well enough before a race, because the better you sleep, the better you will be able to race the next morning and stay alert.
Yeah, Mayur, but I feel like sleep is extremely
Yeah, the
hard. I've
butterflies
had the
came in. The
worst days
butterflies
with
came in.
sleep. So
Yeah.
it's mostly a sleepless night right before the race, and then you have a couple of coffees, and you just turn up on the race and do whatever you can,
Yeah.
because it is a big event for people who've been preparing for this for a day, for months actually, if not years.
So we see the standings now, and at number 5 is Vinayak, a familiar name in the last few years in the Bangalore cycling community, and who's become like a quite a well-known name of repeatedly climbing Nandi Hill, and apparently last year he climbed Nandi Hills 52 times, so that makes it once every week. So yeah, I am probably gunning for Vinayak to be in the top 5. Sure, yeah, that's my take in the amateur
Yes,
category.
Vinayak definitely is a lighter and a fast rider. I feel like the course might not suit him though,
Yeah.
given the course structure, and given that this is the front of the peloton again.
Yeah, yeah.
As you can see, amateur riders, you can see a lot of big guys in there who could really sprint. So I would suggest Vinayak's best move could be an early move instead of waiting for the last
Yeah,
moment.
I think he has to take the final climb just before the finish as his best bet, because, like you said, I see many sprinters in the amateur category. So we'll get to know we are almost, I think, about to complete lap two. But yeah, there you see Vinayak on the extreme left. He's just taking it easy as of now and letting the bunch do whatever they want. He's just gonna draft and stay with them till the finish line approaches. But definitely this last lap, awaiting the U-turn so that some fireworks happen in the amateur category.
Right. The riders in the front roughly are taking around, I would say, 10 to 11 minutes, um, um, 8 kilometers. So, that's roughly the pace that they're going at. So every 10 minutes they're finishing 8 kilometers. That puts them in a point where they're 60% into the race right now, the front of the race, with around 26 to 27 kilometers done. They'll be approaching the next U-turn, which is at the start line, taking them into the last lap. 60% of the race is done, and we see that rest of the riders that you see in blue, these are all HCL jerseys, brilliant jerseys, blue jerseys made for Bangalore specifically. And you see that most riders have settled into their own pace and lines. Everybody's riding quite comfortably.
Yeah. So for the amateur riders, as you see on your screen, some of them are on hybrid bikes, some of them are on MTBs, and majority of them being on road bikes. It will definitely be a very good uh, assessment of their overall race fitness as well as their personal goals. So post this race, there would be a lot of banter related to the race, how it happened, and what was the preparation that went in. So, just for the viewers, Shorya, do you want to share any early race banter stories in your cycling, or probably which was the first race that you participated in Bangalore?
My racing in Bangalore started with Bangalore Amateur Racing Bar,
Okay.
which is conducted by Bikey Venki. And, post race was always finding out what we had done wrong. They've been my first race, I carried one bottle of water, which was just plain water, no glucose, no salts in it. And very soon I realized right after the race that that was a bad strategy, because I bonked, and bonked is like it's like hitting a wall. You've depleted all of your resources and you can't go any further. And mostly it was early race discussions were around how you could fuel well, how you could survive the race, and we always have riders who are stronger than us. So very soon that changed into more strategic things like taking pulls. So when you say taking a pull, you essentially mean that you're riding up in the front and upping the pace a little. This is the amateur at 27 kilometers approximately. The pace is actually significantly reduced to 35 kmph. I think people are settling down, Mayur. The front of the race looks quite similar to what we had expected before. There's around 20 riders with Vinay, Arun, and Bupu in the front.
Yeah, as we say in cycling, it's the calm before the storm. So, right now we are experiencing a moment of calmness in the peloton, in the group that's riding ahead. But very soon, as soon as we are approaching towards the last lap, we will definitely see. Now, you see on the screen there's a
The
downhill
long
rider.
downhill, Mayur, yes.
Yep. So this downhill again will create, certain formations within the peloton, and
Right, and that looks like the front of the bunch. Four
yeah,
riders who
it
split
is.
themselves
You see Madan that's leading.
in black
Madan from
jersey.
Lightspeed, yeah, that's Madan from Lightspeed. Followed years Vinayak, and I think there will be other riders
So
from
the pace really has
Karnataka.
picked up now. I feel like a lot of riders made use of that downhill in a very smart way. And Mayur, how do you manage a long downhill like that? You need to have the right gearing specifically to be able to push power. Could you help the viewers understand how important gearing on a downhill is?
Yeah, it's as important as you're gearing in a uphill, because uh, in a downhill, like when you're just new momentum, you'll take a few minutes of breathe, to for a professional racer, even during a downhill, they come with their legs. So even during a downhill, you have to be at a gear which is slightly harder. I wouldn't say too hard, and they have to make the best use of getting the momentum. Of course, at the stage of the race, the downhill is, and that's when the rider will decide how much effort he wants to get out of the downhill. But yeah, like I said, downhill also is as equally important as an uphill. You have to continue pedaling to ensure your power numbers stay consistent and to stay with the group. Back with the live feed of the front of the race, we see riders closely knit together, and they're going at a pretty fast pace. I would say roughly at around 37 to 38 kilometers per hour. So we've seen a slight change of standings. I see earlier when we shared mother leading, and now it's been taken over by another.
Right. So as of now, standings are Vinay, Arun, Bupu, Faraz, Jatin. Certain names that keep popping up again and again are riders who've been riding in the front for a long time. I think Vinay Goswami, Arun, Bupu, Faraz. I've been seeing their names out in the front, and these are the guys who've been riding in the front. I feel like that would be a good strategy. I hope they're extremely strong, that they can take the wind and be riding in the front, because the riders in the front of the race will be taking around 30% to 20% more effort into making sure that they're at speed. A smarter rider who's waiting for the finish would be around the third or fourth wheel, and we can see riders approach the next U-turn. At this U-turn, they would have finished 36 kilometers. That's the front of the bunch. Again, we see that riders are making space. They're going faster into the U-turn, making sure that they have the right line. The first rider takes the U-turn and comes out quite nice and safely. You can see the U-turn is quite wide enough. Right after the U-turn, the front of the race accelerates, and we can see most of the riders. Extremely difficult. You've been burning matches after matches on U-turns, and that's where the race gets split.
Yeah, definitely. The most exciting part of the race coming up when it comes to the amateur category. So they are approaching towards their last U-turn, and post which it would just be a straight line to the finish. So you see, as now they've completed the U-turn and they are coming into a downhill and slightly going into an uphill. So this is probably the last time you would see them, probably slow down their gears a bit, because post this it would be a max power out till the finish line, because the last climb they wouldn't want to save energy because it's the last lap. And as you see the names again, Karthik Rajan, another familiar name in the Bangalore racing scene, he's also in the front now. Arun Lamani has been consistently in the front throughout the race. So definitely now you see riders talking between themselves. So at least riders who come along with their teammates are deciding the strategy as to who wants to be in the front and try to save the lead rider. But as I see on screen, most of them have come in the amateur at least as solo riders. So Madan is for light speed, Vinayak just moved to Spectrum Racing, and there are other riders who are there from other parts of Karnataka. So I don't see many teams as such within this amateur category, but most of them have come on their own. But definitely there are big names enough to see a very, like a photo finish kind of a sprint. Sure. Yeah. So,
Mayur, so what I've seen is in HCL, there's never teams. A lot of riders end up riding, for personal positions. So, a team strategy, I've never seen it play out as well in HCL. There could be internal handshakes about who's going to work for who, but mostly, HCL is quite of an individualistic race where there's every rider for himself or herself. And the front of the bunch, like I said, I expected it to slow down around this time, and I hope it's going to pick up pace within the next 4-5 kilometers. Specifically, riders with a larger functional threshold power who can hold on to a higher number, can do a lot of accelerations as well. should be making in moves. I'm expecting lighter guys to be making that move right now, maybe on the next climb. You,
Yeah, I mean, immediately after the last U-turn is taken by this bunch, they are heading towards their last U-turn. So each rider, based on their regular training, they would know what their FTP is. So they would, benchmark themselves against those numbers, and then decide, okay, can I sustain power for this much time, and also the number of kilometers. And given they've done a loop of the same course already two times now, they would probably almost know where the elevation starts and where it ends, and they will know the profile of the course. So this is a very important few minutes in the race, where because we will see some fireworks happening after the last U-turn, but definitely, sure, as you said, FTP definitely plays a very important part, and the riders would be well aware not only of their FTP, but the amount of research riders do these days. They also look at FTP of other riders to know what is their competition and how much more power can their competition bring in. So this would play a part in terms of how the final sprint for the amateur is decided.
Yeah, another thing you can notice is more all the riders in the entire group have bib numbers. So other than recognizing riders from their jersey color or their helmet colors, you could look at the back of the cyclist, and these have numbers displayed of them. These are their registration rider numbers, and that's another sign of how the Cycling Federation of India has brought in standardization on where the bib needs to be placed so that it's visible. Largely, it's on one on the leg and one on the back. And that works out because the front of the rider, when the rider tucks in into an aero position, that gets covered. And you can see most of these amateur riders that are riding in the front will have numbers on their bike and two on their body, with one being on the leg. That makes it extremely easy for people to on at the finish line to recognize who the finishers are, because I'm really expecting a very close finish on this one.
Yeah, the numbers definitely play a part to record the results. Also, like we earlier said, God forbid, in case there is a mishap, a fall, the riders are identified by that number, and the feed is given to the ambulance behind as to which rider needs assistance. So, CFI has been pretty organized and pretty effective, and to ensure that this bib numbers are displayed, and no rider would be allowed to start or end the race unless both the bib numbers are displayed accurately.
Right, and we see some female riders as well who are in the front of the bunch. The female peloton seems to be a female peloton for the amateur ride seems to be scattered, but we do see some riders who are making their way. Is very difficult to because the female peloton is not a lot. We're guessing around 30 to 40 participants from women in amateur category, and given that they're scattered all over the road, there's not specifically a larger bunch, but we'll see some big surprises today.
Yeah, the women riders have a race of their own, not exactly as you see on your screen, but they would have definitely marked, like you said, Shoria, with the bib numbers and the bikes. So there will be state level, national level riders, and who would be there vying for the top three places. So in the women category, I would expect Shoria probably a breakaway ride and a breakaway win by maybe one of the riders, because the bunch is much smaller when compared to the amateur men riders. But yeah, it would be very, very exciting to see how the women's amateur ride would end up, and who would take the top three positions.
So we're back on screen. We can see the amateur peloton which is going on. So this is HCL Cyclothon. This is the amateur category. It's a 50-kilometer race that's being done. The HCL Cyclothon this year has four different categories. The amateur category, followed by the MTB, which is the mountain biking category, followed by the professional category, and then a green ride. A green ride would essentially only be 16 kilometers, which is one lap, and that's going to invite people from all walks of life who are not on racing bikes specifically to ride and use cycling, promoting cycling and use of bicycles for commuting, and that's extremely important. Mayur, I remember the first 2 years I was in Bangalore, I used to commute on a bicycle. Extremely important when helps with keeping the city clean and green, as well as you can get faster to work.
Yeah, yeah, make no mistake. Most of the riders that you see on the screen are who have started from commuter bikes, and those who would be racing later in the MTB rides. I mean, kudos to them because it requires a lot more effort than to race on those bikes than a high-end road bike. So, I mean, providing infrastructure for entry-level racing plays a big part in shaping the sport for any country. So, the more and more you encourage the entry level category and the mid level category of races, that's when you'll see more people who are interested to race at the top at the professional category.
So, Mayur, we are close to riders getting to around the 38-kilometer mark. After they take the U-turn, the next U-turn, they will be left with the last finishing stretch ranging around 8 kilometers. And that's where the real fireworks in the amateur peloton's front is going to start. The rest of the bunch that you see on the screen right now is just going steady at their own pace. These are some of the statistics from the amateur race front. We have Arun Lamani, Vinay Goswami, and Rehan Sheikh. The entire group consists of 20 to 30 riders riding at around 34 to 35 kmph. They've finished close to 37, 38 kilometers by now. The screen gives you the reading for 35.2. That's where the timing mats are. So most of the race is being recorded in timing mats, Mayur. Uh, you know, uh, it's extremely hard when you've got so many riders to manually write down numbers, and good thing from the organizers that they have timing mats for this, so that most of these things get done digitally. I think the running community has seen this happen many a times, and good to see that that's also flown into cycling.
Yeah, very important because stats such as these give us an idea as to what's happening in a race and to understand the race better. Of course, the commentators would explain the nitty-gritties of a race, but to understand the dynamics, what numbers, how much speed are they holding, you see a lot of these statistics, which helps a lot.
And that's a female rider on screen. I reckon that's the rider in the front of the women's group, riding with the boys at par, pushing down on the pedals. Great to see this kind of effort, and you can see the men riders also riding with her. Brilliant, brilliant spectacle. Right here, seeing these riders towards the last 10 kilometers of their racing. Making that effort, pushing on the gears, making sure they can earn their breakfast today in many ways.
Yeah, like I said earlier, women's race is a race of their own, which unlike you see on the screen. But as we saw just now, that was a big effort by one of the women riders and almost dropped four of the men amateur riders and taking a lead to head into the downhill post the climb. So now you see the amateur category. This is very much in the front. A lot of chatting going around. Vinayak, Madan, and other writers, Arun Lamani, Sheikh, and also Venki Wheel Sports, Shaurya still managing to stay ahead in the bunch. So this is good. I see a very very close finish for the amateur bunch.
Yes, and given the ramps that are going to happen, which are essentially small kickers, I do suspect that the race is going to split up. The race in the front will be split by lighter riders. So if I was a heavier rider or a sprinter at this point in time, I would just position myself so that I can survive the punches that these light guys will provide, will hit you with, specifically on the climbs. That's where the gradient gets slightly steep, and that's the beauty of racing in Bangalore. There are no flat roads. That makes racing quite interesting. People just don't wait for the last moment. There are many ways in which the race can play out. Bangalore is also extremely windy, which makes it extra important to be in a peloton. Um, Wind plays a big role. Riders who are sitting, you can see riders lined up here on the screen. So the rider on the fourth wheel, fourth from the front, is doing the least amount of effort to stay at that pace. And that's how drafting works. Mayur had explained it previously. But that's extremely crucial to be able to position yourself in a way that you're in the race winning move.
Yeah, as I see on the screen with the riders passing by, I could see some movement in their jersey, which indicates when you're heading towards the finish line on this course, there's going to be a bit of a headwind. Also, there'll be a bit of a crosswinds given there are no, commercial establishments around the course. So definitely, wind will play a factor. 2 kilometers, and as you see on the screen now, again there's a repeat of how the course is and the number of laps each category would take. So currently we are at lap number 3 of the amateur race category, and the group in the front probably has around 6 to 6.5 kilometers left. We are awaiting live feed of the action once as soon as we finish this graphic. So what's your bet, Shaurya? Arun Lamani, Vinayak, Rahim Sheikh, any early calls?
And this is way too early. I'm still waiting for the last moves to be made, but I definitely see this as a very close finish and a sprint finish nonetheless. Before we get into the last 8 to 10 kilometers of the race, okay, before we do that, this is the riders taking the last U-turn. The front of the amateur peloton has taken the last U-turn and has only 8 kilometers of racing to do. Uh, this is them forming a group. The group is still intact at 20 to 30 people, and they're waiting for the last. There will be no more U-turns that will be taken. This is the front of the bunch that's now preparing themselves. The front of the riders calling out on some of the riders, saying they're not working or the speed might be slow. And like I said, Mayur, the sprinters at this point of time are just conserving energy. Last sips on the bottle before the race gets really hot, hot in pace. And, that's the point of time where you can't really drink or think. You just have to follow what's happening in the front of the race. So we see that the pace has slowed down and everybody is measuring each other's efforts before the big moves fly off.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, you would see many hands going into their pockets, wondering whether it's the right time to take gel or not. And they would probably, even riders who've carried maybe 2 bottles of water, they would want to get away with one of the bottles to reduce the weight so that they can get the maximum weight advantage. But I definitely see this as a sprinter's finish, mainly because the finish line itself is like not on a climb, and you're coming down from a downhill and entering into the finish line. So yeah, it's all to take for the sprinters unless a climber breaks away really really early. And as you see now, by now most of the riders, for most of them the race is like almost decided except the group in the front. The rest are riding towards the finish and trying to get a better standing, because the results displayed at the end of the race would be overall standing not only of the top 15 20 riders, but where you as a rider would stand amongst all the participants that have come in the amateur category. As you see the rider second in the screen now, there's a lot of headwind when they are riding back. So it, it takes more effort from a cyclist to maintain momentum when you have headwinds. But yeah, the good thing is the finish line is not on an uphill and it's on a downhill.
Well, even there seems to be a slight bit of a kicker at the finish line, Mayur, but that's followed by a long downhill, and I feel like most of the sprinters will carry speed into it. So the place to make a move right now would be in the next 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes for the amateur pelotons front of the race, specifically for lighter riders, because once the downhill kicks in, it's very hard to make separation. Mayur, a little bit about why it's really hard on a downhill to create a separation.
Because one, the momentum is with every rider, and when you have required amount of weight, you have lighter carbon wheels, you have an aerodynamic frame. The advantage is pretty much there with everyone on a downhill. Whereas when you compare it with an uphill, it's usually the lighter riders, the one who have a better cadence, that go ahead. But with the downhill, it's all about power and positioning. So we've seen this at many World Tour races. When it's a slightly a finish, which is almost at a downhill, although here there is slight of a climb, which they will manage to finish with the momentum. So It's there for the sprinters. I mean, I'm only remembering names like Peter Sagan, Caleb Evans, who usually thrive at such races. So let's see who our local heroes would be to take replicate something of such names.
Right, another view of the front of the amateur peloton, and now you can see the gears really moving in, and very visibly you can see that the pace is picking up, even though it's still comfortable. People are still in a group, not lined up in a single string. Uh, Before we get into the final moments of the race, a shout out to all the partners and sponsors who've gone into this. Decathlon, which is the official sports partner, Apollo Hospitals, the medical partner, taking care of all the medical requirements as well as ambulances here. HCL Healthcare, which is the corporate wellness partner. Whole Truth is the nutrition partner. Hyperice is the recovery partner. Recovery being an important part.
Yes.
A lot of these riders, once they go back home, are going to be sore after the effort this morning. Akshay Kalpa Organics, which is the refreshment partner. So they will be giving some organic refreshments for people to recover, right after the race, a post race replenishment. And KBDA, which is the cycling partner, have helped a lot with renting out cycles and organizing this.
So KBDA being the Karnataka Bicycle Dealers Association, so they've also played a part because unless you have such bikes being available provided locally, it's difficult for riders. Some of them I'm sure would have also rented bikes just for today to take part in this race. So once again, a shout out to all these sponsors that have just been mentioned because it takes a lot of encouragement, support, as well as visibility to bring out events like these. And the fact that this is the fifth or probably sixth edition of Cyclathon within India and the fourth city to be covered, definitely this event is growing and getting bigger year by year. So I see definitely next year HCL Cyclothon being much bigger than what you see today. And as you see on the screen, some of the amateur riders are trying to finish the race and they know that it's the final few laps. So looking forward very soon to the feed of the amateur bunch in the front. So the peloton definitely, as of now, would have many strategies in mind, and also not only having one strategy, you need to have at least two, three strategies in place. That what if this rider doesn't let me get ahead? What if that rider tries to block me? So a bit on that, Shorya, you've been a part of that. How do a rider's mind works when it's the final 3 kilometers? I would say during a race.
So, for the lack of a better word, it's almost like you're playing chess on two wheels at 40, 50 kilometers an hour. And, that's what goes in your head. At this point in time, most of the riders who are confident about their victory are making sure they're on the right side of the road. As you can see, being in the center for a sprint is not the best place to be because you get overtaken quite easily. So, if you're a sprinter, you'd want to stick to one of the sides so that that's closer to barricade or towards the shoulder of the road, so that you know that riders are not overtaking you from both sides. And it's really a game of how aware you are, and not specifically how strong you are. The more aware you are, and you're able to assess the riders around you, who's looking good, who's struggling, these small signs that you see, who's stretching their backs, who's probably massaging a muscle. Those would be riders not to be around because they'll probably fall back. So at this point in time, if you're in the front of the amateur peloton, you'd be looking at who's the strongest rider, who's the biggest rider I can stick with or stick behind, and that's the wheel to take. The moment you've decided that, and you're on the right side of the course, choosing a certain line that you can sprint in, that's the kind of decision making that goes into your hand. And that's the women's peloton at the bottom of the screen. We can see 5 to 6 riders from the women's peloton in the amateur category also cruising in towards their final U-turn, and then they'll be finishing probably around 10 to 12 minutes after the men amateur have finished.
It's an exciting start. This is just the first category that we are seeing, and as you see on the screen, it's still not quite sunny. It's the typical Bangalore weather, which we would like to race in or ride in. So it's slightly overcast, so the sun is out, but it's not beating down on the riders. So you can still, finish your race, and there's good amount of breeze. So a good, exciting stage finish lining up for the amateur category. And let's see
Yeah,
what
Mayur
happens.
rightly pointed out Bangalore. I keep emphasizing on this. Bangalore is probably one of the best places in terms of weather and air quality for hosting sporting events. We've seen that across the board, and we see that now in cycling as well. You could step out at 9 a.m. and have a comfortable ride with some sun on you at this point in time and a nice cool breeze, to keep your temperature down. Unlike racing at 40, 50 degrees Celsius, where then it becomes extremely important for you to rehydrate yourself, make sure you don't get a heat stroke. But Bangalore is quite comfortable like that. So that's, I keep emphasizing on this. The strongest riders in India, they train in Bangalore, come from Bangalore or Karnataka specifically. That's something that we've been seeing over the years, and a major part of that has to go to the comfort in training, because most of these riders, when they'd be training, they'd be going out for 100 200 kilometer rides, and that takes around 4.5 5 6 hours. That's the amount of hours you've got to be out on the road when you're training for these events. That's where your endurance really kicks in, and good weather always helps you uh, to finish those distances comfortably and recover faster.
Yeah, I kind of relate to what you say. Like if a rider from Chennai would come down to Bangalore, they would find this much cooler. But in terms of terrain, it would be more challenging. Vis-a-vis, if a Bangalore rider goes to another city, they would definitely miss the weather of this city, because the weather here, it pushes you to do longer endurance rides, given the temperature doesn't change drastically. And we see this live standings coming on a screen. Again, there's a shake-up. Arun Lamani comes back into top five, and currently the peloton is being headed by Navneet Shenoy.
And looks like the peloton's now approaching the last 5 kilometers of the race, Mayur. Now, this is the point of time. Again, 25 riders in the bunch.
Yeah, it's the exciting part coming here, because after the rocks that you see on the left, this is where exactly the climb ends, and post this, there's a downhill which starts. So the riders would have kept this rock formations on your left, which you just saw, as a marker. Post this point, they would go for the kill and accelerate. So now you would see on the left of on the screen, riders
Yes.
are going. The cadence is full with full power, and there is no one freewheeling. So definitely this is the time that we've been waiting for, and it's go time for the race for
Right,
the
that's the last final kicker, and after this is going to be a long downhill, Mayur, as you pointed out. And positioning here is going to be extremely important for the riders. Most probably, this is the bunch that is going to go towards the finish. Uh, you rightly pointed out there are no big teams that you can see. There are close to 20 riders. Mostly all riders will be working for themselves. So just making sure they're positioned rightly at this point in time. They can get onto the right wheel, have the right draft in place, and then get close to the finish line. Mayur, given the finish here, what do you expect? At what point of time should you start sprinting if you were in the front of the bunch?
I would say probably in the last under 1,000 meters, under 1 kilometer, primarily because there's enough time. If you start very early, most of the riders in the amateur category, being, as I look at them, they look like sprinters, and they would catch up anyway. So you want to play the waiting game, because if you go in too early and you're trying to look back, even that takes a few seconds off your timing. So if you break away, you do not look back. But in case you do, you can play the waiting game to see, because towards the finish line, sometimes unless you have someone holding your wheel, you really don't know how far ahead are you. So I think the last under 1 kilometer is my bet, Shoria, to go for the sprint.
Right. I agree with you, Mayur. I think at this point in time, the lighter riders in the front are making sure they can up the pace. This is probably the last kicker that there exists before they go into the long downhill and then into the finish. All riders marking themselves, seeing who's around them. At this point in time, it's very wise to stay in the third, fourth wheel, because that's where you can actually make space and go ahead. If you are stuck in the back, you should position yourself to the front. This race is going to be fast as of now. We see some of the riders swaying on to the other side of the road because there's lack of space, or the pace has actually been picked up. And we see that swaying happening from both ends. Riders trying to make space, trying to find out where they can, really start their sprint from. And I guess this is close to the sprint. We're waiting from visuals from closer to the finish line. Fast riders coming in, and that's the front of the race. Rider in red jersey, and there's a rider in white jersey coming into the finish line. And it's a long drag. I can see them grind.
I see. That was the finish, Shaurya. I think the rider with the white jersey.
The red jersey, right? The guy in the red jersey is the
there
guy
was
who
another
finished
one on the
first.
left.
Right.
So
We'll be getting in their bib numbers and names very shortly, and that's the end of the amateur race that essentially is being here done at HCL Cyclothon. Most of the riders are still finishing, but the front of the bunch has finished. The men's category.
it was a very, very fast finish. We'll await for the repeat of the sprint finish in a few seconds from now. But overall, it has been a very, very fast ride from the amateurs. I'm sure the average would have been around 38 kilometers per hour. So it has been a close finish, close to 7 to 8 riders. Almost any one of them could have picked up the top finish, and we'll await for the results because the timing needs to be checked. They'll go through the footage at the cameras, they'll go through the camera footage at the finish line. So as you see, the effort has paid off for all the amateur riders. They're crossing the finish line and coming congratulating or giving a thumbs up to all of the fellow riders who've helped them. So Shaurya,
Yeah,
can we
I mean, you
expect?
can see great sportsmanship. All of these riders racing against each other, but meeting after the race, and a good handshake to show a gesture of, good job, well done. And that's the results.
There we are.
So we have Basappa Teradal, who's essentially finished first. He's the rider in the red jersey. We're still waiting for the final results. We'll have them on the screen very soon for you.
This was quite a shake-up in the top five, Shaurya, because what we saw almost till the 80-85% of the race, the top five was different. And here we see now second is Harsha Pawar.
And let's get you the standings. Basappa has finished first. Harsh Pawar is second. Mohammad Taha Sharaf is third. Fourth is Sohail. Fifth is Madan. Sixth, Jai Prakash. Seventh, Naveen Rathi. Eighth, Rahul. And ninth, Rehan.
and-
10th, Rahul Sajanar.
Yeah,
so
this-
you can see the standings towards the end. Mayur, over to you.
Yeah, just look at the time gap on the right hand side. These riders are divided within a second. So this probably shows you for the viewers how close a race this was. So the average speed was around 35.3, but they are divided, top 10, 15 riders divided less than few seconds.
Right, the
So,
gaps are going to be
very close
milliseconds,
finish.
and Mayur rightly said that's when it's extremely important that you've got timing chips. And people have recorded the finish in a brilliant way. Good to see that the riders have finished. Congratulations to all the winners for this race. We still have the women's category, and they'll essentially front ahead as we go. On the right hand of the screen, we can see Baiki Venki, Vinayak, Madan, all Bangalore cyclists, people who turn up on weekends almost every day to race. A lot of all winners, and like we said, there was a bit of a shake-up at the end. Riders who were conserving energy, they essentially went for the win at the end. It was a sprint finish. Mayur, what do you predict this? How will this change for the upcoming categories?
Yeah, they'll pretty much look at the speeds, and the pro riders will definitely look to up the ante by at least 8 to 10. Riders have finished at 35. I'm guessing pro riders would close in at least 45 to 47. And I'm sure what you just saw a few minutes back on the screen, there was a discussion with the race director by Kivenki and some of his teammates. So they would have discussed how was the race, what went, how it went, and pro riders would take the feedback from the amateur riders, at least few of them, just to understand how the course is, so that they can also take the inputs and utilize it well.
Yes, maybe most importantly, because Nice Road, the place where this event is happening, is closed to cyclists on a daily basis. But this is especially an exception where now today Nice Road is open only for cyclists, and that's the beauty of organizations and authorities coming together to make something like this happen. Really appreciate it as a former rider myself. An event like this is extremely important. You can see there's all amenities from bathrooms to tents to different stalls being put up, making sure riders can also have a good time. This is people getting ready for the next category, Mayur. So I'll be taking an off, and for the next category we'll have Nandini Sharma, who's a female cyclist, who's a national level cyclist herself, is also the medical director for Ironman, is an Ironman herself. So making sure that we have a good participation in MTB as well. MTB. So the race that is followed is going to be completely different. How it's going to play out is going to be completely different, specifically because MTB riders are riding these bikes called mountain bikes and not road bikes. Mountain bikes are made differently. They're made for terrain, but most of these riders, like you said, would have got was saving up their energy. It was a fast ride, 35 to 36 kilometers per hour for the entire group, with the top 10 finishes, which will display on the screen. Previous congratulations.
Would happen. So next, MTB race category. So we are awaiting for that to start. For now, we'll just take a few minutes before we get back to the live feed. And as we see, amateur riders are still completing the race. So most of them are at the last few kilometer mark where they are heading for the finish. And I'm sure many of them would be having their personal best timings today in terms of the time taken to complete the, you know, 32 kilometers, 50 kilometers. So many of them would go back fulfilled, because each of this race is an experience in itself. It's not only racing. As Shaurya earlier mentioned, you race along with seasoned riders, you have a different experience. And Nice Road being a road where generally cyclists are not allowed, so it's a new track where we, you know, we are not aware of. So anything that's new route for a rider, it excites them even more. And as we await for the final amateur riders to complete. In the meanwhile, let me introduce you to my co-commentator for today. That would be Nandini Sharma, who is a well-known name in the cycling fraternity in the Indian cycling. So over to you, Nandini. A bit about yourself and the upcoming category.
Good morning, Bangalore. Thank you so much for having me here today. Before I start talking about myself or how my cycling experience has been so far, I'm keen on waiting on how the amateur women's peloton result is going to look like. Mayur, what do you guess? Like, do you think it's going to be a bunch sprint, or do you think the riders are going to be widespread and just roll down to the finish?
I think they'll be spread a little bit by at least few seconds, like 20-30 seconds, mainly because the group itself was not as big as the male riders. But when it comes to timing, I'm sure some of them will be very close to the men amateur riders, because we didn't get end-to-end footage from the feeds. But I'm sure here you see on your screen a repeat of the finish of the men's amateur category. But yeah, Nandini, we will also see the women's category finish right away, and I predict it will be three riders, staying ahead of the rest of the women riders.
Right. Okay, guys. So if you have just missed on what the results look like for the men amateur peloton, they are right on the screen. While we still wait for the women's to finish. Well, it's I have been racing for last 5 years. I would love to say, and it's been such a struggle that we always want to increase the participation of women. But I love how a lot of women still come out and ride there. But we always me and my competitors, whenever we race, we always wish how we have more women to ride with or race with. But I on this lovely day, I'm still super proud of the women who have come out and raced today. A few names to say that are friends with that who I'm friends with and have been racing with. I definitely saw Swati racing there. I hope she comes first. That's just coming from a personal friend's perspective. Let's see and let's wait for the results.
I mean, yeah, rightly pointed out, Nandini. I mean, it's thanks to riders like you who show up for races, because only when you see the presence of women riders increasing, more and more women riders will take out. So, just a quick catch up on what's coming up next. At 8:30, there would be a flag off the MTB road race that would be for 22 kilometers. But before that, we would want to see the finish results of the women's amateur rider, and definitely like catching up on what Nandini was mentioning. I'm sure with the Pune Grand Tour that happened this year, there'll be a bigger, awareness about cycling, and cycling being as a interesting sport for women riders. So, Nandini, do you think next year the turnout will be a bit more for the women riders and more encouraging?
I'm always hoping for the best. Given that this was the first edition in Bangalore and
Yeah.
a lot of speculation around it, definitely I'm expecting more women participation in the amateur category next edition. But also said that the elite category or the professional CFI category is yet to happen, and you will see a humongous turnover of women riders there because they all compete at the national level. They also go for all the Asian selections and international races. A few names myself that I read today morning. I'm super excited to spectate their race happening. There is Anjali who has come down from Pune. There is Jasmeet and multiple other national riders who have come down. So I'm super excited for that race as well. While we still wait for the MTB to flag off, a couple of interesting facts about the amateur category. Definitely, there are top three who will be staged on the podium. There is a big prize money, but also to encourage participation. The HCL people have introduced age-wise categories. So the categories are divided from 16 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and so on. And all these age categories will also have first, second, third podium. And I think it's a really, really interesting way to bring in more participation, to make it all inclusive racing, and show that cycling is just not about racing at a national level or state level. Even amateurs, even working class people can come and participate and win prizes. I think that gives them a lot of motivation to keep pursuing their dreams even while working.
Sure. I mean, definitely this being the first edition in Bangalore, but I was just going through the list of participants in the previous editions, and there, as you said, there were a lot of women riders in the previous editions that happened in Hyderabad and Chennai. So next year, definitely we would see a lot more number of riders, and you never know. Even this year has just started. You may have another event even before the year closes if they feel the city has the potential for such a mass event. So hoping
I
for
think,
that.
yeah, rightly said, Mayur, because from all the cities that HCL has been hosting cyclothon, Bangalore is the most cycling friendly, or the cycling cultural is really vast. Said that Chennai, Delhi have, I think, already hosted two HCL editions so far, and the turnover of women participants specifically in the second edition was much more larger compared to the first one. So always hoping for the best. And I also somewhere feel as much as supportive the nice road authorities have been, it's still a little far away from the city, and the commute in the morning must have been struggle for how much ever we talk about gender equality for women to drive alone. because a lot of riders stay like far away from nice road, right? They stay within the city, so that could have been one hindrance according to me, given the early start, because I think Bangalore people are used to riding later in the day. The start was at 6, which is quite early to come and assemble and get ready. Could have been one reason, but yeah, we are always looking forward and hoping for the best.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely in a city like Bangalore, getting up early and reaching the venue on time is challenging because we don't have end-to-end metro connectivity like other cities, as well as nice road being a bit, away from where a public transport can take you. But definitely, many women riders who turned up today would have probably come with their families, would have carpooled along with other known riders. And yeah, probably, as you rightly mentioned, Nandini, at least for the women riders, if the start is later in the day, say like after 8, 8:30 or 10 o'clock, then definitely that could also play a part, which I'm hoping happens in the future editions.
While we talk about all those things, I would like to appreciate the logistic arrangement that today's race has hosted. Considering Bangalore, considering the number of turnover, I think we have around 1,800 participants across all the categories. The parking facility, I think, which is one of the biggest hurdle out there, is really good. The arrangements from parking to coming to all the way to the start line have been managed really well. Kudos to all the volunteer kids, college students who have been here managing the athletes, all the other logistics since morning. I wonder since when. I wonder like if they have been here through night, just wrecking and doing their jobs. So kudos to all the volunteers out there. Yes.
Yeah, I was just speaking to Baiki Venki, who was the race director, and yesterday we had a chat, and he told that he would be at here at 3 in the morning. So you can imagine. I mean, for an event like this, of course, at the end of it, you would see like probably 12 to 15 podium winners on stage, but the actual effort has gone in thousands and hundreds and thousands of people who have played a part, the broadcasting, the logistics, putting up the advertisement banners, and making sure the course is marked, and working hand in hand with the police is really important and critical to host an event like this.
Exactly, Mayur. Exactly. When a race like this, which is a traffic-free race, when the road has been barricaded with strict timings, permissions coming from the cops, it becomes a very, very big task for the organizers to, pull the race through or pull the whole event through. Kudos to the police department for helping us, which encourages a lot of athletes to keep practicing and keep training. Finally, a car-free, bike-free zone to race, to ride. I think it's a dream. It's for people who are in the green category. It's just a dream to ride on Bangalore roads, which is free of cars and bikes, and feel how actually the roads are that beautiful with kickers and greenery and lakes around.
I mean, not only the grain ride, Nandini, I'm sure guys like us who have raced locally in Bangalore in the local club races that we have, and also PVC and bar racing, we do get to see, sometimes the heavy vehicles come very close to us and they would honk, and it definitely adds a lot of pressure on us to maintain the pace. So, a race like this, where the traffic has been taken out of the consideration for you, definitely plays a very big part, and it opens up as an amateur rider's vision that okay, this is how actual racing looks like. Because when you see club races, you have traffic going hand in hand in India, but the logistics here have been pretty good to keep the traffic out.
Very well said, Mayu. That's true. But I think more than it's India, it's a worldwide problem. I think it's just a civic sense thing, because we see pro riders like Vingegaard, Pogacar also getting having a crash because of some stupid driver out there, and then their whole season goes off. But I also said that it's just a part of sport. That's how you train, and that's how you come back. And we always say comebacks are much more stronger. Said that we eagerly await this year's Tour de France and Giro d'Italia editions as well. And this is none that's not lesser than any of those international events, because I think pre-COVID, imagining that India will be hosting a series of events like HCL or Pune Grand Tour would have been a dream. But today we are able to achieve that. Maybe in the future we will be also hosting a lot of international races as well.
Yeah, definitely. Last 5 to 7 years, like you said, post COVID, we've seen a big shift in terms of the cycling related spotlight India has got and the talent that is coming out of the country. We see younger riders joining as development riders for some continental Asian level teams, and also to add to the fact that it's very important that we see these riders getting the exposure that we get from such events. So also traffic being manned is very very important. As you see on your screen just now, there is a mechanical problem with one of the riders, but because there is no traffic currently, he's able to just stand by the side and look after his bike. Whereas if this wasn't the case, but yeah, for cyclists, it's very important even during races or even not during races. They deserve the space because even they are riding a vehicle or a commutable a medium to commute, which is a basic right of everyone. It's someone's family member, someone's close friend. So yes, it is very important that cyclists get the space they deserve on the roads, and with such events, it's more and more possible.
Right. And as now we are speaking and discussing about how the cycling life is and how cycling in India is, we definitely see on screen that a couple of female riders have rolled down the finish line. Not sure of their standings in podium because I think the MTB riders are also getting ready and the camera shift is on multiple places. So I'll wait for the screen to show me some lead on the female riders as to what their placings were or how many of them have finished. Uh, but yes, on the other side of the podium, the MTB riders are getting ready. The pool is getting filled in. The waiting area is all filling up with the MTB riders. The race is supposed to flag off at around 8:30 a.m. and there are around like 359 MTB riders, I think, which is humongous for the category. Karnataka being a really, really strong hub of MTB riders, if I'm not wrong, Mayur.
Yeah, I mean, in the last 10 years, the Karnataka MTB cycling riders have dominated when it comes to the annual National MTB Cycling Championship. So there are many riders coming in from Bijapur, Hubli, Mysore, Bangalore, and MTB as a discipline in itself has, grown a lot in India. So as you see on the screen, just a bit of news and that the HCL Cyclothon, with it being conducted in Bangalore, this is the fourth destination, fourth venue. Earlier ones being Noida, Chennai, and Hyderabad. So yeah, coming back to the MTB scene. So you might see on screen they are doing 32 kilometers, but believe me, those two loops are as good as doing four loops
Yeah.
of the venue of the course, because it's a heavier bike and it's a different gearing ratios they have, and it's not easy to maintain pace with heavier bikes. Although they might be heavy by 3 to 4 kgs, it makes a huge difference to complete this course on an MTB bike.
Rightly said, Mayur, because I think the MTB riders have been training at a different level. Their punches, their anaerobic power, or what you call, their short bursts are much more stronger. So I'm just going to eagerly wait and see how a 50-kilometer distance on a flat tarmac without any trail or any very steep climbs, how it's going to turn out. And I'm also equally eager to see if there are any state level or national level representatives of MTB racing in HCL Cyclothon MTB category.
I think this category, it's going to be more about the legs, Nandini, because you don't even have an aerodynamic frame.
Yeah.
And
No aerodynamic
neither are-
advantage on nice
yeah.
road is going to be a big challenge.
Yeah, and neither would you be allowed, like the old school or the dangerous way that some MTV riders hold the forks in the front and ride.
No
That's
praying
it.
mantis
Yeah.
position,
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
Remco
So-
position, to be
So,
precise. Yeah.
So no Froome aerotuck, nothing. So it's definitely going to be a very interesting race but yeah, the advantage lies, I would say, the ones with the better, stronger legs and a better strategy to conserve energy and making sure the energy goes out at the right time towards the finish.
Correct. As the race progresses, we will be taking you through what race strategies probably the MTB riders could be planning. What finish 32 kilometers on an MTB bike. But how the screen is glued on is where we see a lot of volunteers ready to manage the crowd of almost 400 MTB riders across various age categories. When I say age categories, I have to specify the race is only for 16 plus, and it goes beyond and above 50 and 60. I wouldn't be surprised if we have like 70 plus year old riders as well in the big peloton. Everybody is just super eager, cannot wait to start the race. I understand there has been a little bit of delay from the start, so the riders must be anticipating to start anytime soon. Wishing them a very, very, very good luck and a safe ride. I think riding on the MTB, the best part would be it's going to be much more safer than riding road bikes, just because the bike dimension is as such. Wider handlebars, wider tires, which gives them much more hold on the ground, rather than, like, 28 or 30 tires that generally a road bike rider rides on.
Yeah, definitely. Not to forget, the wide handlebars will help them maneuver the U-turn better than a road bike, because with a wider handlebar, that's what you're mostly used to holding while riding a bike or a scooter. Whereas road bikes, they are very nimble and agile, so you have to be very precise when you turn your handlebar. So with MTBs, and as the science is progressing, thicker the tires, better the rolling resistance. So, and these being concrete roads, definitely they'll have a lot more grip in the events of sudden braking. Company, even I have two road bikes, and both of them being
The rim brake
brakes.
bikes,
And
yeah.
yeah, I'm part of another group that tries to say, but the name is a bit absurd. I'll probably tell you later. So yeah, I mean, I just stick with rim brakes because I know I'm not going to ride it.
So please give way to all the blue color bibs 32-kilometer riders to line up. I request Rajat sir, VN Singh sir, Sundar sir to please join me on stage for the flag off. I will also request Mr. Ramir, Ms. Shruti and Shreyam sir to please join me for the flag off on stage. In a short while from now, we will be also briefing you regarding your route. So all the dear friends, just a few minutes before you are going to be flagged off. The first time ever happening here at Bengaluru, the HCL Cyclothon will bring a lot of memories that will be cherished. So remember, whenever you see any photographer, videographer looking at you, just smile and strike a pose. For the best of memories, HCL Enterprise YouTube channel records the live telecast of today's event. So for all your families and friends standing here, cheering for you, thank them for coming for you all the way. VN Singh sir, I request you also to please join us. So as the dhol is being played, bhai aap bahut acha baja rahe hai. Tum bachana marte idhar hi. However, I want my friends also to dance. So all the people who can hear the dhol music, I want you to enjoy and dance before you actually start moving. So let's play the dhol with 3, 2, 1. Everyone, hands up, boys and girls. When the drone comes near you, make sure you give a good pose, you smile, you make noise. It is your day, it is your track. All that you thought before registering, it's that moment. So ride well. Let your race be one of those memorable ones, and we shall see you very soon in the next cities as well. Let this race today mark a great beginning for you to travel across the country and outside as well for your passion. I call out for Mr. Venki sir from CFI. I request you to please join me close to the stage. Venki sir, if you can hear me, please reach out to us near the flag off stage.
First, they all are on the timing chip. Because there's a humongous pool of riders out there. So as in the timing chip, that's how their timings are calculated, and based upon when they have started and then when they have finished, that's how the timings of first, second, third are going to be announced, and not just merely by who has rolled down the finish line first. So that's something that we have to take in consideration while accounting for the finishes as well. But yes, I would love to. This is my first expectation of a MTB race. So I would love to see how the pool plays by, if it's going to be a peloton race, or if the riders are just going to get staggered across the whole of 8 kilometers. Let's just wait and watch. I'm eagerly excited as you are, Mayur.
You're going to see probably the bunch of big-hearted riders now, because getting on an MTB and telling that you're going to race on an MTB on a flat road on a highway, it takes guts, because you're not riding in trails where MTB gives you an advantage. So it's all about riding with the passion that they carry in MTB cycling, and with the belief. Of course, 29-inch wheels, they do provide good grip and advantage, as
But
good
they're
as
also
road
a big weight to carry with
Yeah.
themselves. Exactly. Yeah. So that's the thing,
Check. I
when we talk
request the
about
riders
MTBs, we
to
always
now
think
move
of
towards the
trails,
flag off
technical
point.
courses,
From the
or
holding
climbs.
area,
But to
the
hit that sweet
riders
spot
can
where
now
they are able to
slowly
sustain
move
a
towards the
sub
flag off
threshold
point.
effort for 32
Here.
kilometers,
Please be
that's
careful with your
going to
speed.
decide the
The
winner.
volunteers are
Be a man
walking
or a
right
woman
in
at sea.
front of
That's
you.
definitely going to decide who cruises through
So
2
be
laps
slow,
and is
be
able to
steady,
finish the race.
be good.
So we're
Yes.
seeing a start, a
This nice-
slow start, a neutralized start for the MTB
So
riders.
have
They
a
will
good
be
ride on the way, friends.
guarded until a
Yes,
certain
yes. Hold
section,
brakes,
post
brakes,
which the
brakes. Stay
flag
here,
will be
stay here.
raised so that they can get competitive. So they're just
Everyone,
being
make sure that you have a good
directed
space
towards
around
the
you to
start line.
move. Don't
So
strike.
if you see this bunch, Nandini looks
Until
much
3
bigger than the
kilometers
amateur
from here,
rider.
you all know
Yes,
is your
definitely. I do
neutral
definitely
zone.
see a lot of
And how many
faces
loops are you
which
going to
are
take?
from all across
2.
India.
Very good. So everyone
And
is
when we talk
aware of
about
this. And
a slow
again and
movement in
again,
the
this
HCL
instruction
Cyclothon MTB
might keep
category
coming to
bunch,
you just to make sure that
just a
we
revision
all
for
are
the
well versed
viewers,
with the
there is
route.
going to be a
So whether
neutral
it is
zone,
running or
which
whether
is
it is cycling,
approximately
important
around
for you
3
to understand
kilometers,
is the route.
post
Otherwise, you'll end up
which
following
the
somebody
race
else.
will start.
Isn't it? So
Some
we
people might
have
wonder
already
why
seen
a
a
neutral zone
great
that
race in the
long,
beginning, around
because
50
the
kilometer
riders
riders
are plenty.
completing
There are
their
around
3
approximately
loops.
400
And
riders.
it's now
So
time
to
for
give
you
them a
all.
staggered start to
The
avoid
sun
overcrowding
is
at
already
the
touching
junctions,
us.
or avoiding
So
any kind
still the
of
weather is good.
mishaps at the
Are
start
you
point,
going to
we are trying
enjoy
to create a
the
neutral zone
race?
where the riders flow easy
With this
breezy
energy,
behind
I'm
a
sorry, I cannot let
marshal
you
car. And
go.
once the neutral zone ends, every
I
rider
want
can
to
push it
hear
through at
that
their own pace
passionate
and start the race.
riders
I think
who
that's a very
are
smart
here
choice,
today from
Mayur, to
Bangalore
manage
and
such a
from
big crowd.
outside
Yeah,
places.
definitely. I mean,
From
at least at the
who have
start of
traveled
a
from other
race,
cities and
you
countries.
wouldn't want riders going across
Is it
the
a hard
course
HCL
and
Thai?
that
Race it
causing
well?
any
Is it jersey too
mishaps, which is
tight?
difficult to manage.
Fantastic. All
So,
right.
given
So this
nothing's going to
way
be
marks
decided in
that
the
you're
first 3 kilometers
representing
of the
your
race, because
place,
there's a
your
lot more
friends and
racing
families.
material left for the
Likewise, I
remaining
want all my
28,
friends also to
29
participate in
kilometers.
next time in
So
other cities as well.
always,
Will
I mean, we see this
you?
even at the World Tour level. Some of the
Yes, all my
races
boys
have
are like with
neutralized
oh
starts, some
buddy.
of them
Come on,
don't.
louder, are you
But yeah, it's a safer call when you have a large audience and an event like this where some of them are first time riders and some of them are experienced riders. When you have a mix of both these categories, it's always a safer bet to have a neutralized start.
Are you excited?
Right. Looking at this category, I'm just reminiscing my starting days where the rides or the races, to be a part of a race was just about, super excited, like a child in a candy store coming out there and being excited about being on cameras, knowing that there'll be a lot of pictures clicked, and you just want to be out there having fun before it turns out to be a serious training or race strategy and everything. I think those are the golden days every rider should enjoy and like reminisce before they become a serious athlete. Before everything becomes about, oh, I have to go for a race, I have to plan a race strategy, and so on and so forth. Looking all the happy faces on the camera, people waving to the camera, just reminds me of early days of cycling.
I mean, each of these races are a milestone for many riders. I mean, as they say, it's where they start matters rather than where you are. Like as you mentioned about your race, I remember my first race. I was in the non-road category for Nandi Epic, and I still carried, always used to carry a bag during my training rides. And just before the start line, I handed over a bag to my friend. I didn't even realize I'm going to start a race, and in a race I'm not supposed to carry a bag. And one of the riders after the race told me, you rode the entire race with a side stand on your bike. Next race, probably remove the side stand, you'll lose some weight. So by next race, I was all prepared. Like, I didn't even carry a full saddle bag. There was no extra stuff in the jersey. All I had to carry, because I had no choice to carry my car key in my jersey. But weight matters so much, and each gram matters so much. So yeah, events like HCL Cyclothon and are big landmarks for many riders, not only in their cycling journey but also for the city. Like this will open up, probably
One
other
instruction is
possibilities of cycling events
of you
happening in
around road
Bangalore,
bike.
around
Let me
Bangalore.
be clear.
Definitely, Bangalore has
Those who
the
are riding
potential
on road
to
bike
have like a
here,
2 day,
they are not
3 day
competing
stage
for podium.
races
Yeah.
because
Definitely, the
Yeah,
routes are
note
there.
your numbers.
Given the
Those
vastity
on
of the
road
terrain
bike.
in
Only
Bangalore and the
MTB
climate, a good
bikes are
potential.
allowed
Let's
for
see
this
if
race.
CFI
So the
would
road
in future
bikers, please
probably
be
want to
behind
host a 2 or 3
yeah,
days tour.
for the
While we speak
podium.
about that, I do remember in the past
Mountain
where
bikes are
multiple
only
camps
for
were
the race
organized
and for
in and
prize
around
money.
Nandi, which used
Okay?
to be like
Please
a base camp
ride
training
safe.
just prior to
Anybody
the
riding
nationals. So
dangerously
hoping to see
on the
something
road,
similar in
our
future
officials
as
are
well.
there. They will
yeah.
note
I
down your
mean,
number
there are
and they
some
will be
interesting workshops that are
relegated
being
from the
conducted.
race.
I remember
So
Kishore,
please ride
who's
safely.
a national level MTB rider,
On the
he used
finish
to conduct some of these
line,
workshops
when
in
you are
Aglavali
approaching for the finish
last
or
year.
U-turn,
So currently,
be
but
at your
if
left
you
side because
are
any
being
bunch
coached by
crossing
an
you,
MTB
they
cycling
they
coach
should get
like
sufficient
Firo
place to
or by
overtake from
Naveen
your
Raj,
right.
who also trains
Thank
multiple
you.
disciplines,
Have a safe
you
ride.
will definitely get a much more
Thank you, sir. That
detailed
is VN Singh, sir, from
guidance under
CFI.
them,
Thank
which
you
is
for
more
that final
realistic in
note of
terms of
safety.
trail, and the
Over to
inputs
you.
they give you in terms of race
5
strategies
minutes to
are
go.
some things you wouldn't even get on
All
YouTube,
right. All
easily,
excited?
because this is local cycling knowledge,
Exactly,
and
exactly.
it's
Yes.
not yet out in the media. So
Sir,
yeah,
the Josh is high,
I
sir.
mean,
All right.
having
So before
your
we sign
coach
you off, also
and
would want to make sure that
knowing
we thank all our
the
partners,
discipline is
our
very,
recovery
very
partner
important in every
Hyperrise, our
category.
bicycle partners
Rightly said,
KBGA,
Manu, while we
nutrition
still wait
partners The
for
Whole Truth,
the
organic
flag
refreshment
off of
partners
MTB
Akshay Kalpa
category, I would
Organic,
like to take a
sports
couple of
partner
minutes
Decathlon,
to
medical
just,
partners Apollo Hospitals,
have a
and corporate
wholehearted
wellness partner
thanks to HCL
HCL Healthcare,
Cyclothon,
and a huge
because
shout
I
out
will tell
for
you
Team
why. It is
CFI
actually,
for always
giving
being
a
a
lot
great
of
support,
professional
and
riders a
not to
big
forget to
platform to be
mention
a
our
part of
bicycle
private
partners
races. It
They've
just
come a
shows
long
the
way.
potential
Already they
when
are
CFI
right
and
now
a
having the
private
target of 2 crore
entity like
cycles. The
HCL can come
wish
along
to
to
move
host
to
sports
5
event.
crore cycles, that
This
means
event
5 crore
was
individuals
inaugurated in
riding. So
2023 and
it's
has been
us, it's
hosting
individuals as
multiple,
us who can promote
I would say
cycling.
multiple editions in 4 cities as of now, which is Noida, Hyderabad,
MTB family
Chennai,
will
and now Bangalore, said that when is the next edition in Gurgaon? I think it's happening on 15th March.
It's 15th of March, and yeah, the registrations close back
See, you
at
are
20.
riding
I
anyways, you're not going
already
to talk while
saw
riding,
some
right? So
discussions
at least
in
here
some
you can make a
WhatsApp
big
groups
shout
and
out
part
for
of
yourself,
riders
not
who
for me,
couldn't
not for HCL
register
team,
for
but
Bangalore
for
are
you guys.
very keen to take part in Noida, and for people
Fantastic.
staying
And
in the
right now,
northern
all I
part
want
of
to do is look
India,
at my
Noida being
photography team,
closer to them.
videography team. They're
So
capturing
yeah,
your best smiles.
hoping it
Okay,
will be
and
an
if the
even
drone
bigger
is flying by,
spectacle
just
there,
wave,
because the road
smile.
cycling
Just
culture is pretty big
3
in
minutes to go
northern
before
part
we
of
flag
India
you
when
off.
compared to the MTB cycling
So
culture, which
enjoy
is
this
more
3 minutes because
big in
once you're
Karnataka
moving,
and
nobody's
Northeast.
controlling you.
So
It's you
yeah, I
yourselves
mean,
doing
once
it, right?
again,
So my dear
thanks
friends,
to
get ready to
HCL
witness the
Cyclothon
first
for
ever
having
HCL
its first
Cyclothon
edition here,
here at
and
Bengaluru.
Huge
we
thanks
are
to CFI as well, the Cycling
yeah,
Federation of
yes,
India.
yes, yes.
Alright,
They bring,
so
along with themselves,
the
they bring
gentleman
their
operating the
experience, their
drone, let's
expertise,
take this
and
forward. Let's have
they
a
make
good
sure that
waving of
everything
the
happens by
drone
the
shot,
book.
and
The
our
rules
friends would
and
raise their
everything
hands
are
and make
followed
noise.
very well, so that every rider has a fair chance
Alright,
of
so
showing their
Dolba,
talent,
ready?
and may the best win.
Ready, then you. Okay, very nice. So 3. No, we are not off. The flag is at 8:30, so don't start moving. Stay there. All the Bahubalis, Tangabalis, everyone get ready. Female riders, I request you to please stay towards the corner. If you have already joined this lane, please be towards the corners. We'll have a separate flag off for you in next 3 minutes after their flag off.
How will you get sure?
And on stage for flag off, we have Mr. Rajat Chandolia, AVP Associate Vice President and Head Brand Strategy at HCL Group. We have VN Singh, Sir, Director Administration, CFI. And very shortly joining us, Mr. Sundar Mahalinga, HCL Group, along with Mr. Amir, Mr. Shreyam, Shruti. Dear friends, once when you come back, we want to hear from you. So please be around, give your bites to all of us. We shall put them on our social media handles, that is HCL Cyclothon. And if you are posting anything from your stories, don't forget to tag HCL for Sports and HCL Cyclothon. So boys, just a few seconds left to flag you off. Let that excitement build. Hands on. Yes, ready. Come on, ready. Selfies what time ho gaya hai. And now get ready to ride on. You know that 3 kilometers is a neutral zone, right? So welcoming on stage Mr. Sundar Mahalingam, Strategy HCL Group for flying kilometers category. So we shall be doing the 40 seconds to go. Take a deep breath. Get and smile. Yes, smile everyone. Come. Is that most race? We will do the countdown sharp. At 8:30 we will flag off. All set? Fantastic. So let's do the countdown. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, along with me, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Woo! A fantastic flag off of the MTB Road Race Riders, 32 kilometers male. Wishing you all the very best, dear riders. See you! Careful, careful! Saukasha hogbeku, go slow, go aram se. All the female riders, just hold on for another minute before we let you go. all the best to all the riders. I request all the dignitaries on stage to please look at the opposite stage. Our photography team wants to have a picture of all the dignitaries on stage. Everyone can please look at the opposite stage. Hold the flags in your hands and be ready. So let's strike a pose for moments to be captured.
And they are going ahead where very soon they'll be given a green signal by the marshals and they can get into the racing mode. So this is at the front of the race, the visuals that you see. And they're crossing the toll now, getting onto the nice road in the cordon section, which is meant for today's race.
Exactly, Mayur. A strong but yet very controlled start by the MTB riders. Just to mention again, approximately 400 riders on course on MTB bikes cruising through on the nice road today. I'm just gonna sit here and wait eagerly as to how the whole race plans out. Is it gonna be a big peloton that's gonna be cruising across the U-turns, going into the straight 8 kilometers, or it's just gonna be staggered riders all across the course today?
Not yet started moving.
It's going to be a bit of both, I would say. Probably the initial part of the race, we would see a group riding bunch together, but as we head towards the finish, at the end of lap 1, so as soon as lap 2 starts, or maybe once half of the second lap is completed, you'll definitely see riders being distributed, the stronger riders to try and get ahead in the front so that they can be as close to the finish line and get a chance to sprint.
Right, but this is so much different from a usual MTB race, which are very technical and explosive. Like generally, as far as I have been following MTB races at national and state levels, they do need to have a very, very explosive start and a good annual capacity. But here, given there is a neutral zone of approximately 3 kilometers, hoping that a smooth transient of 3 kilometers is going to give them a strong push to have a very, very consistent, I would like to say, ITT paced race throughout the next 32 kilometers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of difference in the way the power numbers are distributed, like you rightly said, for an MTB rider and compared to a road cycling rider. So they'll definitely try to, utilize the power in a sufficient way. And one thing with this bunch is that they wouldn't find obstacles much of a challenge because they are more used to handling real kind of a dangerous obstacles like big rocks and
So can we say that it's going to be a cakewalk for them today?
In terms of the course, yes, it's a cakewalk for them. But in terms of distance, it's going to be a bit of a challenge because normally when you ride in a trail, you would probably cover 7 to 15 or 20 kilometers. But this being 32 kilometers is slightly more than what their normal trail riding would be in terms of kilometers. But in terms of effort, as we discussed earlier, the bikes being heavier and you're not in an aerodynamic position. So these are large-hearted riders. To remind the viewers again, it's going to take a lot to come in the top 3 of this category.
It's definitely going to be a true test of both. I think a rider who is able to fit in both a good speed throughout and a sustainable effort is going to be uh, in the top 10 at the finish line today. Said that, as we were discussing earlier today morning, MTB race is very different from any other road bike race because the positioning or the geometry of the bikes are so much different. The handlebars are much wider, the tires are much wider, which definitely gives them a good grip over the road. But again, that's so much extra weight that these riders are carrying along with them. So the power output or the power to speed variation is much more different than if you are a rider who is on a road bike and putting the same power out. So I'm just speculating that the average speed of the group is going to be slower compared to our previous category, which was the amateur one. But yet, some really good talents are out there in the MTB category as well. Just going to sit here and wait for the first lap to finish to see how the race is molded and what kind of expectations can we have for the end of the race today.
Yeah, as we wait, for the action to gather up in the MTB scenario. I would also like to tell that even in MTB, there will be different types of bikes. Like there'll be bikes with suspension, without suspension, and so of late, because of some nice high-end bikes being available with the dealers in Bangalore, we've seen like top end carbon MTB bikes being raced in such races. So I mean that plays a very critical part. So normally you would see hardtail bikes the at the top end for such races, and brands such as Polygon, Merida, Trek, Specialized. So these are the bikes and the brands that you would associate bikes like uh, the Specialized Epic and such bikes that would have an advantage. But having said that, uh, it's more to do with the strongest rider who would walk away with the laurels.
Right. As we see the MTB riders going towards the first U-turn, I am also seeing couple of amateur category riders who are just near the finish and they're finishing the race. A long one, but yet they didn't give up and they're still just about to cross the finish line. So kudos to them. While we are talking about this, Mayu, do you have an experience of riding MTB yourself?
MTV very limited, I would say. I just borrowed a friend's bike once, and it was tough because he generally doesn't let me touch his bike. So I probably rode around till Hesargata and back. But yeah, it's a different ball game altogether. When you ride a road bike and when you ride an MTV, it's very different because also when you need the immediate shift in power, that is something where in a road bike you would get it much faster when compared to an MTV. But yeah, when it comes to tackling obstacles, an MTV can save you, whereas with the same obstacle with a road bike, you might have a challenging experience.
So, will you agree when I say MTB is a much more better option compared to a road bike for Bangalore traffic?
For commuting, yes. For racing, I would say I'll still go with road bikes.
Yes,
For
yes.
commuting, I would still say MTB is the best because for the wider potholes that we have. But or else hybrids are the best actually for commutes. Ideally, hybrids are the best because they are low maintenance. With MTBs, the suspension requires a regular maintenance, which the riders have to be careful about because if they don't service the suspension regularly, it can incur some, a big cost. But if you're sticking to only commutes, hybrids also can do the job pretty well.
I am seeing on the screen now, and I just feel that aerodynamic is a myth. It doesn't exist anymore with all these MTB riders. I think it's just the positioning. They have to counter the wind, so a little bit of bent elbow out there will do the job because given the physics that's applied for riding an MTB, trying to be too aerodynamics can cause them a lot of physical fatigue to till like towards the end of the race. It's all about cruising at that sub threshold power and being able to constantly sustain the race distance. While we say it's still 32 kilometers for the MTB riders, it's not at all any lesser than road bikes competing for a 50-kilometer race. I think the effort put is equally the same for MTB riders for 32 kilometers and 50 for the road bike categories.
Definitely. I mean, the amount of the gear ratios being completely different for an MTB rider, and even the lightest MTB bike would be like 8.5, 9 kgs, but not all of them would be riding such a bike for today's race. So, most of them will be having bikes that are in the plus 10 category between 10 to 12, 10 to 12 kgs. So, definitely, MTB riding takes a lot of heart and effort, and to ride against the wind with your hands wide apart on a handlebar, so you can imagine there's a lot of air passing in between your hands and your body. So that,
Creating quite a
yeah,
few resistant
yeah,
out
there's a
there.
lot of drag which you need to fight. So yeah, definitely this is a
As we
tougher
speak,
category.
Mayur, looking at the screen, I see some hustle and bustle amongst the volunteers. I think they were not ready for the peloton to come so soon. As we can see, the riders have grouped them into a big peloton. Are we closing to the U-turn yet, or there is some distance?
I think this being the first lap, there is some more time until we get to the U-turn, but clearly there is a separation already. So the initial batch of riders, 20 to 25, have taken up the pace, and the rest have to catch up with them. We also see all of them trying different ways to get aerodynamic by bending forward and resting their hands on the handlebar. So this is the initial standings we have from the MTB race. Uday Charan leads, and Santosh
Santosh
Kumar.
being
So
on the second place. Third is Achal, and fourth Ved Prakash, and fifth being Janmay Jay Tomar. I think this is the standings from second kilometer mark. And I believe all of these riders are in the front 20 wheel peloton.
yeah, and interesting to see that Nandini is on the right hand side. The timing that you see, 1.38 minute per kilometer, which is kind of close to what the
Road
amateur
bike,
riders
yes.
road bikes had. Of course, this is just the first 2 kilometers. We'll get a much clearer picture once they are done with at least 16 kilometers. But yeah, it has split into different groups, and the riders trying their best to make sure they up their pace and get a very good average on this course to head towards the finish line.
I'll take a moment now, Mayur, to thank all the partners of the event who have made it possible for Bangalore HCL Cyclothon to happen. Our first sponsor, our official sponsor being Decathlon, having mass accessibility to all the cycling gears. We course hospitals, they are our medical care partner. HCL Healthcare, corporate wellness partner. The Whole Truth being our nutrition partner providing us with protein and energy bars. High Price is our recovery partner. Akshay Kalpa Organic is our organic refreshment partner. And obviously KBDA being our bicycle partner.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, without each of these sponsors, it's difficult to pull off an event of this grand scale, because it's not only the riders, because for the riders to take part in races, you need a platform to bring out your best. And for any sport to grow, you need such events so that it becomes an annual affair. And year on year, you see that event, getting a lot more focus. And there will be talent scouts from CFI who would have eye on such events so that they can identify budding riders. So yeah, a big up to HCL Cyclothon and all the sponsors mentioned by Nandini, which have been grateful in having this event today.
As we have a look on the screen, the sun is up, sun is shining bright, and I think it's also causing a bit of discomfort to the riders compared to the earlier category where it was a really pleasant weather. Given Bangalore is still having some colder mornings, I hope the air is very breezy and cold, and it's not really hard for the riders to be racing through. I'm just wondering how the weather is going to be like when the elite or the professional category starts racing in.
Yeah, I think the professional racers, they would have definitely looked at their individual start time for their category, and it being 12 p.m., they would have prepared for a much warmer start. By now, I'm sure they wouldn't have even they wouldn't even be thinking of doing their warm up laps because it's way too early. They wanna warm up their bodies like around 11:30, 12. They wanna do some sprints and some interval small training.
Looks such a happy rider
Yeah.
out there on the
Yeah,
screen.
first race for sure, and I think he spotted a camera, and he wants to make sure he gets
A good
that's
footage.
that's the thing we were telling about. The first race is more of an experience, and you might not remember your fifth or sixth race, but your first race is definitely
Yes,
you'll
yes.
never forget. So yeah, coming back to the start for the pro peloton, although it will be hot, Nandini, but these riders who ride for their respective states and some of them who ride for the country, they are well accustomed to heat, given most of the recent national events have happened in Orissa, Haryana, in much hotter climate conditions when compared to Bangalore. So yeah, although it's not so sunny here, but yeah, it does play a part in how you time the race.
When we talk about the weather and the climate, I would also like to extend my thanks to the organizers because they have planned the hydration points so accurately. I think we have about 4 hydration points on course and also a bike support station managed by Crankmeister. So in terms of logistics and arrangements, I think that's a huge success out there. even though it's a race, even though there are multiple categories across and it's a competitive race, we still have extended our supports to hydration and any kind of bike mech support that's needed on course.
Yeah, Decathlon is also a sponsor and they are the bike partners. So they, in fact, the riders, all those who participated few days before the race, they were given a chance to take their bikes and show the participation coupon and get a free bike checkup done. So this is where having a sponsor from the cycling fraternity goes a long way because they exactly know what the racers need and the riders need before the race.
When we talk about Decathlon as our official sports partner, you remember, I think pre-COVID or till like even after COVID, the kind of variety that they had for cycling, like let's say helmet jerseys, they have completely changed their game. Like today, I think the accessibility in India of their kits or their aero kits have changed so much that they are at par with any other so-called luxury biking brand out there. Like you can compare their kits to Rafa, you can compare their kits to MAF, the fit, the quality, or even the designing that they have been producing. They have started producing everything that's required by a competitive cyclist, and I think that's very fair because they are sponsors of one of the bike team out there in the Grand Tours as well.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, I remember my first competitive cycling race in Bangalore. I didn't see anyone wearing like a skin suit type of a jersey, but now it's become quite a common sight when it comes to Bangalore. And it's so important. And there are many Indian brands that have made leaps and bounds of progress in terms of the material they provide. We are seeing brands being launched by ex riders and this plays an important part in terms of not only establishing Bangalore or India as a cycling destination, but also it helps a lot because if you get the same materials from abroad, there's customs involved and it would cost on the higher side. So definitely, as you said, brands also anything the companies that provide accessories also help a lot in having such races like for example, the jersey which is being worn by the riders today. So I'm sure it would be from probably a brand like Tricolor or Heine, and they would provide pretty
Definitely
good
sourced
value.
and produced in India. Like yes, and like I think we from at least the visuals, I can say the quality is really good,
Yeah,
and like for all the riders to wear and come out for the race itself is a huge success.
yeah. I saw one of the jerseys in the morning, and I'm like, man, why haven't I racing? At least I would have got one of the jerseys because the jersey actually looks really good.
I
It's
think the blue shines are there,
yeah,
as
yeah,
previously
yeah,
Shaurya was saying, it matches with the sky and the lakes of Bangalore.
yeah,
And this time they did something really cool, I think, at the expo where you can get your own name printed
yeah,
behind your
yeah. I saw
HCL
that. Yeah.
Cyclothon jersey. And that's like a really, really cool personalization tactic because that's something that they carry forward, right? Like even on your daily rides or next
Yeah.
race that you want to go race in, a name on your back is something that makes you immediately proud of yourself.
Also, it helps you identify riders during a race. So, if one of your mates has, a bit ahead in the bunch, you know where he is, or you might just met a stranger and you would want to connect with them later. So, remembering the name on the jersey, it helps, and yeah, it's a good initiative by the organizers.
And here we have the spread at around 6.3 kilometers. Mayur, could you just name the first top five as of now?
Yeah, so first is Prashant Bish. Second would be Ashutosh Shukla, followed by Om Meena at third, followed by Rahil Bhatia and Rahul Nadik. So there has been a bit of a shake-up when it comes to the earlier positioning we saw. So, and
Totally different names from what we saw at 2 kilometer mark.
yep.
So that's a lot of drama happening at the MTB race right now. Just waiting for the U-turn to see if the race is stabilized and there's some constant names out there on the screen.
So riders approaching the first U-turn now. So it's very important that they remember to take the U-turn exactly at that point because that's the designated area, and if they pass that and go ahead, they lose a lot of time because they're not allowed to come back on the same way.
Oh, I definitely see a woman rider at least in the top 20 out there. I'm just excited whenever I see a woman rider in the men's peloton.
Yeah, you should be surely, because definitely even in the MTV scene, like the big names in Indian cycling, like Joyasna Nazari, and or lately there's been Kiara Barua, who's doing
Yeah.
good progress in the MTV scene. So they are catching up definitely with a lot of riders. So I won't be surprised if in the top 15 riders we have a couple of women MTB riders also.
Exactly, and you know how we were discussing that Karnataka has produced some of the best MTB riders after Himachal, Jyotsna, Star. They have done so much, they have achieved so much, and they have brought so much laurels to their state. Star being in the camp right now in Patiala and training and racing at national level. So yeah, I would definitely not be surprised if there are MTB women riders, matching the pace and like racing against men towards the finish as well.
Yeah, Karnataka and northeast part of India is where majority of the pool of the MTB riders
You're
talent
forgetting
comes
Himachal.
from. Yeah,
Shivain.
Himachal also. Shivain, yeah, the big name who's associated with Trek. So Shivain. So, and also when it comes to MTB, this is for the viewers on YouTube, Instagram. You should check out this rider sponsored by Scott. His name is Yavar Ali, and if you see some of his insane skills he does on downhill bikes, so this is at a level like Red Bull recently had a competition, downhill competition in India, and he was in the top three and on the podium. So the skill level of MTV riders has has been ahead, and it's continuing to grow, not only at an Indian level but at a nation and global level also.
Yes, Mayur, and I think social media platforms, if you used in the right way, have given so much of scope for all these young, talented riders and athletes to showcase their talent. And I feel like all the scouting from federations do their bit of research, and they do definitely check out their social media handles to get a feel of how the athletes are actually doing. So having some good content out there on social media, having some of their skill sets being shown on the social media gives them a edge over the other athletes as well.
Yeah, I mean, scouting plays such an important part in the development of any cycling team of any country, because if you do not have competitions like these or the state level cycling, you wouldn't be able to decide who's going to be your number A team, the best team to send across for competitions abroad. So it's such events. I mean, this is for the viewers to know that so there's an app called Strava on which cyclists record, and across the world there have been many cyclists who have been discovered through this app. So
As we talk, Mayur, I think that's the leading bunch out
yeah,
there. I see Karnataka jersey and a couple of other riders wearing the same jersey. Who I hope they are from the same team and working together towards the win. Not more of a peloton, but stretched out elastic band effect right here. Still gauging and understanding who to draft behind or what tactics to use, because there's not much of a drafting that you can have in a MTB. Honestly, either you're riding on your own or either you're riding in a pace line, because of the size of the bike. I'm not sure. Definitely on the climbs there could be some advantage that you can have, but descents you're not as fast as compared to the road bikes on the descent.
yeah, I mean, MTBs generally they are not used to drafting because the way the actual MTB races happen, they are not riding together. It's more like a closed circuit within trails. But yeah, in races like this, they will ensure that they ride together, and just to conserve the energy and tackle the effect the headwinds is having on them. So, as we speak, we had another glimpse of the top five, but it's still pretty much the
At
same.
the
And
same standing. Now that like we are approximately at around 9 o'clock in the morning, do you think the winds have changed since the morning amateur category took place?
post 8:30, definitely the winds change. I would say even on an overcast morning in Bangalore, By around 8:15 it still stays the same, but post 8:15, 8:30 definitely it changes. And this being a course where there are not much commercial establishments on either sides, definitely wind will play a factor on climbs, and even downhills they'll get a good tailwind also.
Right. As we can see on the screen, there is a layout of how today's race is looking like. There is a map of the course. And I repeat myself for the MTB category of HCL Cyclothon that's taking place right now. The riders have to do 2 laps, which makes it to 32 kilometers. And the first peloton has just crossed the first U-turn of their first lap, making it for more than, a third of the race to go.
Yeah, thanks, Nandini. And as we see, this is the riders finishing up from the amateur category. They are probably heading back towards the start line, or they'll park their cars and come back and have breakfast and have refreshments. But the MTB race is closing towards the halfway mark, so it's gonna get interesting. This would be followed by the green ride, that is just a single loop of the entire course. So MTB riders, although the situation looks quite calmer now, but definitely things are gonna get intense in a few minutes.
And that's the standing from the 10.3 kilometer mark. We have Prashant Bist leading the race as of now, followed by Rahul Bhatia, Om Meena, and Vaibhav Sharma. The pace has gone down a little bit, but I think the standings remain the same from our previous mark of 6 kilometer. And those are the rider I think who are holding steady in the front and cruising their way through. Do you think these riders will be able to maintain the same stand till the finish, and they are going to stand on the podium today?
I think they'll up the ante a bit after they complete, say, like around 22, 23 kilometers. Once they have under 10 kilometers remaining, they'll definitely go all out, because that's when they know that they can get the best out of themselves. But at this point, everyone is riding to conserve, and the course is such that the strategy is, almost decided at least 60%. So the remaining 40% is what you need to discuss with your teammates or with yourself. So I don't see any major movement in these standings, at least until they complete 20 kilometers.
So let's just sit and wait and watch for all the drama or all the tactics to be planned at approximately last 8 kilometers of the race. And here we see the leading bunch coming for another U-turn. The placements are same. Meena and the rest of the riders are still in front. Uh, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming Meena is one of the national riders in the MTB peloton. I've heard that name before, but let's just, if I'm able to see the bib number, I'll have a better clarity. But for now, just wait and watch on how the placings are gonna be.
Also, there was a rider from Team Cyclopedia from Mysore. So, I have to see which rider is that, because there are now the bunch size has reduced. Earlier, it was around 20 riders who were leading the bunch. Now it's come down to 12 riders. So this is clearly showing, a lot of variation in the style of riders and the competition, the riders who participate regularly at the competitive level. But yeah, I mean, it's getting to a stage where the riders are now almost completed. Most of them have completed 1 lap, so they know next lap how do they strategize and which part of the lap do they put in effort. There you see on the left one rider keeping his hands on the handlebar just to get aerodynamic, or probably relax his hands a bit. But yeah, you also see motor support right in front of them. So it's a interesting stage, and it's an interesting stage, and we'll soon get to know who makes the first move.
I think it's a beautiful morning and a beautiful course for MTB riders to experience a no traffic ride. Said that there are approximately around 350 riders on the boat today. I'm sure a lot of riders have taken this opportunity and have come out to just experience what it feels like to be riding on a traffic free road. I would like to repeat myself, given the categories are different, but there is no age limit. On the upper side, the riders have a definitely starting age limit, which is of 16. And the awards or the prize money is distributed among the different age categories. Starting from 16 to 30 being one age category, 30 to 40 being another, 40 to 50, and then 50 and upwards. There's no upper age limit here.
Are we seeing these three riders in the lead, or are they like trailing behind the group?
I think they are trailing behind and trying to somehow, catch a momentum and join the leading peloton. But when when the distances are high in these kinds of races, when you have been broken down from the leading peloton and you are anywhere around 700 to a kilometer or so behind, then it's always better to steadily hold on to your FTP and keep cruising rather than trying to sprint and gas out and just burn your matches out there, because there are only so many matches that you have. So I would say a rather steady effort to go and catch hold of, though it may take a little longer time, is more effective than just trying to sprint, relax, and sprint again, because then you will not have any matches left to sprint your heart out towards the finish line.
So this was the lead bunch completing, the
First lap.
first lap, and those three riders we saw were probably from the chasing group. So they'll be doing their best to close in the gap with the lead bunch. So with one lap being completed, you can expect now that the pace ups, and you can see that this is the position now. We have Mithil Govias, who was not earlier seen. It's a familiar name, Mithil. He also does some local rides in Bangalore. I've seen his name on the Saturday rides that we do. And Prashant Bishop holds on in the top five, also Rahil Bhatia. So you can see, even though it's an MTB Nandini, you feel that's a pretty good pace, 35
Yes.
average for 14 kilometers.
As we were discussing, that I wouldn't be surprised if the pace is high, because given the quality of MTB riders that we have in our country. Said that they are in the leading peloton is, or the bunch rather, is in their final lap. Once they take the U-turn on the other side, they'll be just racing their way to home, to trophies and to wins. I see some signalings and turning backs, and maybe it's a call for change in the front, or take leads. Two team riders riding side by side. I am not sure if that's a good strategy, because ideally, if two riders from the same team are there, they should be spread across the peloton and save their energy and work very efficiently and smartly, rather than just racing side by side.
Yeah, I think maybe they are just those two from that team, and they would want to work together until the final 5 to 6 kilometers. And I think post that they will decide who's going to go in the front and who's going to hold the bunch back. Definitely, at this point, they are riding together, but I'm sure they'll have a different strategy towards the end of the race.
Right, and we are having a standings from 14.6 kilometer. Little Govias taking the first. Om Meena back in the peloton at second position now. Rahul being third, Achal being fourth, and Prashant Best being fifth. I'm gonna bet on if the winner is gonna be from these five now that they are so close to the finish. I think there's just approximately around 8 to 9 kilometers more to go for them. Um, yeah, let's see at the screen the last rider in the blue jersey taking full advantage of draft, hands in praying mantis position. Oh, I think they're trying to create a gap out there, taking support of the bike marshal. I see some gap behind the fourth wheel. The rider in the front pushing really hard, can see it from his little bouncy pedaling style over there.
And also, if you notice, Nandini, they are riding in a single file. I think the wind speed, there is definitely crosswinds now as we get later in the day. So they've made a note of that, and they've decided to ride in a single file rather than side by side. So there's definitely change in strategy when it come to the earlier category we saw, and by the time it's 12 in the afternoon when the pro riders start racing, I'm sure the headwinds and the crosswinds will play a much bigger part than now.
Right. When if we are thinking that the course is having crosswinds, then I'm sure all the senior riders or the seasoned riders are not wanting to be on the wrong side of the wind, because then it just creates a Killian's effect, which means you just have to, like, drafting in a single file behind one another is not going to be of any productivity. They have to, if it's a huge bunch, then they have to create a pyramid effect, or just be on, like, the left side of the right side of the rear wheel, depending upon which side the crosswind is coming from. But as said, all the seasoned riders are out there, they know the best for them. Seeing some momentum being slowed down, the front rider trying to push really hard. I think the top 10 riders have split and they have created a gap. Six riders in the front, followed by four riders out there. Some really, really risky riding seen by the front rider, which I think is really dangerous for the riders riding behind him. Is he holding on to the suspensions, or what is he holding?
He's holding on to the suspension forks. Now, in the road cycling, definitely this position is not allowed as per USI, but UCI, and as per MTB rules, also I do not think this is a safe way to race. But I think the race marshals and the commissioners would definitely have an eye on that. Yeah, I mean, hands on the handlebar is definitely the way you want to finish a race.
Right, right. I think he might be just taking a breather, and as you rightly said, the commissaires would be having a watch on him, given the official bike is right there with the leading peloton. Talking about all the leading riders there, Mayur, let's also have a look at all the happy faces who have come out there in, like, mass numbers and just enjoying the ride. Um, I think a 32-kilometer race is a very sweet spot for anybody who has been cycling for few months to a year now, because it's not that hard, and with a bit of riding and training or even commuting, that's a distance you can, like, very sweetly achieve and be a part of such a big event and race.
Yeah, as you see on your screen now, some of the riders that just went by, and for an MTB, they were holding a pretty good pace when it comes to a race. And having a race like this actually opens up many more possibilities for them to take part in such races further. And it could be also, their friends, their family members. It's an encouragement for them to take up the sport, because if you get more events like these, you can definitely think of including cycling in your daily lifestyle. I think that's where India needs a push, including cycling as a lifestyle rather than a sport.
Exactly. I'm not very sure of Bangalore, though I do know some riders personally who commute to work every day. But in Chennai, there is a group called Cycle to Work, which is called C2W, and a lot of riders who are also, like, racing and everything, and have made it a choice that they cycle to work. Their distances could be anywhere from 10 to 20 kilometers, and they have been for years and years now commuting to work by cycle, setting an example. I definitely know of one of a friend who has been cycling to work for almost 12 years now, and he has been a leading example and have, like, initiated this, and a couple of his colleagues have started cycling to work, and given their dedication and given the grit they had of making a change in the environment, the office space did some upgrade and gave them a separate changing room and shower, and I think that those are the smaller changes that matter.
Definitely, I mean, this goes out to all the viewers. I mean, especially Bangaloreans, because we face the traffic every day. If you stay in a distance under 15 kilometers from your office, try cycling. I'm sure I can bet on it. Your stress levels will decrease. I myself have commuted, like, from Sakanagar to Bengaluru, like, for 4 years, and I used to do it like thrice a week. And it just defines your day. I mean, commuting, not only you save money on fuel, but you
You're
plan your day
definitely
better.
faster in most of the cases.
Yeah, you plan your day better, and it sets up your day in the most positive way it can. So, yeah, it's definitely a good way to encourage cycling.
And now we have a standing from almost 19 kilometers of the race, 18.6 to be precise. Not much has changed, it's just shuffling of the same names. Achal takes the first position as of now, followed by Kutbuddin Sheikh and Mithil Goes coming down to third. Omina holding his position of fourth, and Rahul being the fifth. Um, again, not anywhere close to the finish line, but these have been few consistent names out there from first lap that has been showing up in the top five. I'm just wondering if there is a way to request and have a similar chart done for the female cyclist out there racing in the same category as well.
Yeah, and also I'm awaiting the results of the women riders and amateurs so that we can have their results shared with the audience who are watching.
Yes, and
this,
announce their names.
right?
But I think the podium ceremony will soon begin for the amateur category as well. So that would be a sight to see if we are not able to find out who is taking first, second, third in the women category.
Yeah, by 12 o'clock, post 12 o'clock, we would have the podium ceremony for all the categories, which would give out the timeouts, and of course, the results will be shared on the HCL Cyclothon website later, which would be a collated result and the timing for all the riders. So, as you now see on the screen, the pace for the lead peloton has slightly dropped by around 1 kilometer per hour, and we are like above the halfway mark now. So the action is gonna get only busier from now on. So you can expect some serious changings in the positions of riders.
um, the peloton or the lead cyclists have their own ways of knowing where they stand and what their competition is like. But for the riders who have been staggered across and who are having a race against themselves trying to get their PBs, let me tell the viewers that there are multiple ways of knowing if they're doing their best. Obviously everybody has a computer on the bike, and they can like measure it through different metrics of speed, power, maintaining their HR. They would have always done they would have a previous PB of theirs which they would have been trying to crack in this race, given this is a traffic free a straight stretch of 8 kilometers and then U-turn. So let's see how many people are able to crack their PBs today and get new PBs and have happy smiles going back home.
Yeah, I'm sure post the race it will be a lot of banter of sharing of stats, cycling computers, and okay, this was your best, this was my best, and many would go home very feeling very satisfied because it's been a good day to have a ride, and they put in their efforts. The weather's been great. I'm sure many of them will come back to this race, and many might come back as road cyclists, and many might still stick to the MTB,
MTBs.
and they look forward to the races that the local MTB races that happen. So yeah, overall, this category is something a category where always there's been a lot of participation, given the number of MTB cycles sold across India are more than road cycles.
Said that we know that HCL Cyclothon is hosting a different category of MTB, specifically for the MTB riders, but also to tell our viewers that Bangalore BBCH Racing has a really strong scene of MTB racing. They have their annual calendar, which they have panned out different MTB races across the years. It is a mixture of different, I would like to say, terrains and tactics. There are a couple of trails that are in and across Bangalore, which the BBCH uses as a platform for all the MTB riders to come and showcase their talent. And I think those grounds are also used by a lot of MTB riders who train for nationals and state championship.
Yeah, I think riders across India look forward for events in Bangalore, be it road cycling or MTV, because they do see that the the pool of riders they compete with when a race happens in Bangalore is much. There's a mix of riders from Tamil Nadu, from Kerala, from Bangalore, and when you have national level events in Bangalore, like the recent state championship of MTB sometime back was held in Karnataka, and there was a lot of enthusiasm amongst the participants because they see a lot of technical sections, and MTB as a discipline has MTB Shimla, which gained a lot of attention over the viewership and what kind of events India can have. So yeah, we need at least many such events, like 5 to 6 such of this scale, 5 to 6 events to take cycling ahead.
Truly said, Mayur. Coming back to our current event, I see the chase has been pretty organized now. Everybody has settled in their own rhythm. The leading peloton of 6 riders is steady. I just feel if they are, I'm just trying to, reason if they are going to hold this pace and finish towards the finish as a sprint, or they are trying to stay as far from the chasing peloton that was there of 3 riders. And if they need to create a bigger gap, I think the leading peloton should start taking rotation. The riders need to take pull off anywhere around 30 seconds to 45 seconds to make the race faster, because as we saw in our last timings that the pace had come down a bit. Just trying to understand if it's a strategy to ease off a bit before they go for the final sprint, or if actually the riders are tired and exhausted.
I think at the last 4 kilometer mark, the leading bunch might want to look back. If they are well ahead of the chasing bunch, they'll stick to their pace. But if the chasing bunch is too close to them, then they might, go even more harder towards the finish line. So what we just saw a few minutes back with the leading bunch, I think it will stick to 6 to 8 riders. Beyond 8 riders, I don't see the positions changing, at least the way this race has shaped up now.
Right. I think these are, the rest of the MTB riders taking their U-turns into the second lap. Um, all the riders from different walks of life. They could be just, the new riders, some experienced riders, or riders just riding for the fun. The mass crowd of today's MTB race is entering into the second lap.
Yeah, under 10 kilometers to go now for the lead bunch. So we can expect that they'll definitely almost double the power they have been riding at now, because the first half they don't want to stress their muscles and lose out a lot of energy, but now they are approaching the 23rd kilometer, post which they might have probably 2 more climbs, and after which it is downhill to the finish line, followed by a small climb at the finish line. So yeah, the, the race is very very busy for the top 10 riders as of now, and for the rest it's about finishing without bonking and finishing with a good average. So the top 10 is where most of the action is happening now.
Right. Oh, look at that happy face posing for the
Exactly.
camera. While the MTB race goes on and there is still another 9 to 10 kilometers to the finish, let me also say the next race is going to be the professional category, where the where the riders from across the nation are going to come and participate.
So we see a few more So we still see riders completing. So there has been almost the same positioning since we saw at the 15 kilometer mark. So Prashant Bishop has been there right from the start in the top five, and you have Achal, Rahul. So what you see now on your screen is at the back end of the race, riders who are trying their best to catch up with the leading bunch, but the leading bunch is way ahead. At the probably by now they should be at the 25-26 kilometer mark. And as you see on the left of your screen is what post a U-turn they have an uphill. So although on TV it appears much of a flat road, but on a highway with the headwinds coming onto you and climbing on MTB cycles is definitely a task which takes some doing. And this is the U-turn point, which most of the riders are yet to complete in the MTB category. So a lot of them still trying to catch up. You have some of the motor support just patrolling along the race course to ensure that if anyone needs any assistance, they get the required assistance. We will soon be having another feed of what are the standings when it comes to the lead bunch.
I think last 5 kilometers is when the actual race is gonna start. Given the lead bunch and the chasing bunch have been pushing their limits for the last 5 kilometers, so it's going to be an almost 10 kilometers of suffering, or like race pace effort for all the 10 to 12 riders that are in the leading bunch and the chasing bunch. Um, Given that they have already been pushing their limits and almost riding in a peloton at high race pace, I'm just gonna see if they do still have something in their tank to sprint and finish, or they're just gonna try their max and power up from the last 1 kilometer and see who touches the finish line first.
You're definitely waiting for that, and in the meanwhile, we see the riders of the category green ride are lined up. So this is the shortest race category, 16 kilometers. Cyclists who are just want to get a feel of the race track and get a hang of the course and see how a race looks like. But apart from the MTB and the pro and the amateur race, a green ride is open to all across all age categories. And here you see one of the riders trying to relax, probably the best way just by getting his handle low. But yeah, you need to have good trust on your balance until you do this. So a lot of them probably looking at the wristwatches, trying to see the time and how much, what's their heart rate and how much power are they maintaining. But it's getting to the ends at the ending stages. So this is what you're seeing now is lap two of the MTB race, and very soon we'll have the flag off for the green ride. And this is for the viewers. So and also who've been tuned in earlier, just stay back. By 12 we would have the pro race. So before that you can probably order your snacks and have watch in front of the laptop or your TV so that you get the best view possible for the action. So you'll have all the top riders of India trying to compete for this first edition of HCL Cyclothon.
While we still await the results of the MTB, we await the finish of the MTB. Let me just tell the viewers that the green ride or of the HCL Cyclothon is almost 700 riders. Can you believe that, Mayur? 700 riders out
That's
there.
a big number. That's a big number for a first edition.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's it's, and I'm sure all these riders who are out there for the green ride category, which is just one lap of 16 kilometers. Uh, I'm just wondering how many of them are out here riding for the first time, right? There could be a lot of people who might have ridden bikes in their school days or college days, or would have formed a group of friends from a society who know to bike and have a bike, would have just dusted out their bikes and said, "Oh, this event is happening. Let's just go and ride. It's just 16 kilometer. We can do it." So I think a lot of freshers and people from all walks of life would have registered for the green ride.
So the green ride will definitely be like a benchmark kind of a ride for many of them. So post this, they would be confident that they would go ahead and participate in other races that happen across Bangalore that were with standard being around 33 kilometers, 30 kilometers for races. So I mean, to take the sport forward, we have to have more and more riders in this category also, because who would be in the green ride today, by next year they would try to participate in the MTB or the amateur category. But this, what you see in the screen, definitely a turnout for the green ride. And like the earlier two categories, hoping for a safe finish for all, so that before we move on to the pro category, all the riders have completed safely.
Yes, and kudos to the organizers, HCL Cyclothon. Kudos to Bikey Venky, I would love to say, for creating such a wonderful route out there. Not a lot of commercial private races happening across the world give a platform to, these, I would like to say, amateur riders who are not a part of any competitive league yet. To give them a platform to be able to come enjoy what a race feels like, to give them an experience on its own. It's a big measure. It takes a lot of logistics, a lot of planning, and first of all, a lot of willpower to even do something like that. Most of the races out there are just keen on hosting races for the competitive segments, and that's about it. So, huge kudos to the HCL Cyclothon, CFI for giving it full support, and Bikey Venky for creating such a good ambience and good making sure that the roads are at a professional level with the help of cops and hosting this, bringing the whole event all together.
Yeah, so the flags are being raised and waved for the green ride to start in a few seconds from now. So many riders, this would be their first ever experience of
A
a
start
track,
line,
a
a flag
start
off.
line, a timer. So yeah, there will be many butterflies in the stomach of many riders who are, probably doing this for the first time. So yeah, a good moment for the Bangalore cycling fraternity.
I would also like to add that it could be an emotional moment to a lot of people out there. I'm sure there are, men and women in that big bunch of 700 riders who could have last raced in college and must be 50 or 40 plus now and would be taking out their bikes after so long. Getting a timed distance or certificate or a timing post their this ride would be very emotional to them. And there they go, a big bunch of blue wave of 700 riders for one lap on HCL Cyclothon.
And here
Look
they
at that
go.
coverage, Mayu.
Yeah, yeah.
All I see is blue. All I see is blue.
It reminds me of the huge group we saw during the Pune Grand Tour. So it's a good sight to see that on Bangalore roads we are seeing with the normal traffic going above your head, and you're on a track which is, cordoned off from normal traffic. And I'm sure many of them must be like, even parents or relatives of the other riders who are there in the amateur or MTB category. So they've just come to cheer on them, and as well they wait for the results. They would participate in the green ride to show their support. So, and it's a good start for the
Exactly.
green
Yeah, I
ride.
wouldn't be surprised if there is a family of two or three or four riding all together in the green ride. Just for our viewers, the green ride is a non-competitive ride. There are no podiums for the green ride. It's just for the fun of it. One lap of 16 kilometer that they'll be riding today. It also acts as a filler from in between the MTB ride that has taken place to the elite professional racing that's going to take place next. I'm just assuming that such a big number of 700 riders completing 16 kilometer is going to take them. This is going to be approximately an hour of riding for all the green riders. All right, so all of us are going for a quick coffee break while all the viewers enjoy the spectrum of the green ride and the finishes of the MTB riders. See you all during the professional crit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HCL Cyclothon Bangalore edition. I'm Shaurya, and we are back. Currently, we are looking at the green ride. We've had two events happen before, the amateur race and the MTB race. And this currently is the green ride, which is a 16-kilometer fun ride. It's non competitive, and there are close to 700 to 800 registrations for this event, riders from all walks of life. Uh, it's open to everyone as the eligibility criteria. You can see all of these riders wearing green bibs representing that they are part of the green ride. And most of these riders have either got their own bikes they've also rented bikes, which has been facilitated by the organizers. This event is happening on Nice Road. Nice Road is usually closed for bicycles, but specifically for this event, they've opened up Nice Road, thanks to HCL as well as CFI for making this happen, and the authorities. And these are some visuals of riders who are essentially currently riding on Nice Road. Close to 700 to 800 participants. Um, Important things to note is safety is priority for all of these riders. So helmet is a compulsion, which is extremely important. So a little bit about the event. HCL Cyclothon has been a long-standing event which started in Noida, and over the years it's been moving to different cities, from Noida to Chennai, Chennai to Hyderabad, and for the first time, the HCL Cyclothon is being organized in Bangalore. We've had four categories total in this event. The first category is the amateur racing category. The second category is the mountain biking racing category. The third is the fun green ride. And the fourth category is the professional category, which will happen right after this race. So right after the green light gets over, we see the professional riders on course who will be racing. What a spectacle! As you can see, the entire road is full of cyclists. it's it kind of shows you how many cyclists exist, and it's events like this give you an idea that roads are also meant for cyclists and not just for four-wheelers and motorized vehicles. Look at these folks having fun on the fun ride, making sure that they can get every single moment um, of their Sunday on the camera. So the green ride is 16 kilometers long. That's one entire loop. Currently, the race is happening on Nice Road. There's 8 kilometer straight stretches, which these riders will be taking a single U-turn and then finishing back. It's a nice and pleasant day in Bangalore with 20-25 degrees Celsius as temperatures, a nice morning sun which is out.
As the Green Riders are making their way towards a U-turn, I also see few of the last leftover MTB riders going towards the finish line. Surely, when we talk about the green ride, right, we see waves of blues all across. Does that remind you of how the initial days of cycling was like? Have you ever participated in an event of this mass capacity?
So, unfortunately, when I was riding, there weren't big events like this. We would only race in smaller community organized events. But now, with the help of corporate sponsorships and the Cycling Federation of India growing, we can see more events of this sort. This is the amateur MTB race results, and we can see Rahil Bhatia has made it to the podium as top first position. Achal is second. Kutbuddin is third. Fourth is Om Meena. Fifth, Prashant. Sixth is Sharanya. Seventh, Mithil. Eighth, Rahul. Ninth, Rinku. And tenth, Krishna Vendra. So, congratulations to all of these winners. HCL is also as part of HCL Cyclothon. There's close to a 23 to 25 lakh rupee award for all the winners together, which will be given on the podium. So congratulations to all the winners.
While Shaurya is announcing the MTB winners, the top 10 winners, I would take a couple of moments and also announce the winners from the women category of amateur ride. Then number 5154, Arpita Ketan Pandya has gotten the first place, followed by 5048, Nagashri. 5470 Vishu Dhama has gotten third place, followed by Swati Gaur, which is 5523. And the fifth place is received by 5117 Seema Rekha. Congratulations to these ladies as well. I think the hydration points that have been strategically placed on course of the 16-kilometer lap are best in use with the green ride, because most of the riders are newcomers, freshers, and it's really important for themselves to keep themselves hydrated and nourished throughout. As you know, it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun is out there. That's where all our nutrition partners and the hydration supports that are there on the route will be utilized to the most.
Yes, Nandini, I think it's a fun ride. So people are just riding for fun. If the moment they stop having fun, they're walking and then they're talking to each other, probably getting back on the bike. A lot of first time riders from the looks of it, but a great place, a more traffic free and rider friendly place. As you can see on screen, a lot of people have decided they can relax for a minute, wait for some water, get some hydration in, and then continue the rest of the ride. There's no pressure of finishing fast or early.
I just wish, like looking at the races telecast today, that if we could have at least one Sunday every month in Bangalore, which is the traffic free zone, a stretch of, let's say, 10 kilometer or 15 kilometer for all the runners and cyclists, that would be a paradise, I would like to say.
But you point out something extremely important. Owning up space on public roads for cyclists is extremely important. And an event may not be necessarily the only channel through which this can be done. Communities can come together and ride together, and then prepare for events like this, which can happen once a quarter or maybe once a year in places like Bangalore. Um, this is the first of many such events at this scale that we are looking at, and I'm sure there's many to follow.
By the looks of it, I think a lot of riders in this big group are riding on rental bikes. I can make out that with the helmets. But, I think all that matters is the will to come and ride. Bike and everything is secondary. Or look at that bike with the cute basket in the front. I just hope after this ride that they go back home and they really want to buy a bike and start riding regularly.
Yes, it's more of an experience as well. There are very few times that the authorities and a community gets together for you to have an experience where you experience traffic-free roads. You shake off all the fears you have. You ride with the community. You see how much two wheels can change. Two wheels can change your life in many ways, and we're seeing most of these people go through that journey internally while they pedal off in as part of this fun green ride, which is a 16-kilometer ride.
Emphasizing on the fact that this 16-kilometer being a fun ride is still a timed ride. All the riders will be getting their timings as well. You will see a mix of different types of bike because it's a non-competitive ride. You would see a mix of road bikes, hybrids, MTBs, fat boys, and everything from a very, very common BSA commuting bike as well.
For viewers who've just logged in, this is HCL Cyclothon Bangalore edition. And right now we're looking at the green ride, 16 kilometers long. And right after this ride, we'll have the professional racers who are certified by the Cycling Federation of India would be taking up the course for a 50-kilometer race. Also, the results for the previous category, which was a 32-kilometer amateur MTB race, is out. The first position has been taken by Rahil Bhatia, bib number 3419. The second position has been taken by 3536 Achal, and the third position is Kutbuddin 3401. Fourth position is Om Meena, and fifth is Prashant Bish. So, congratulations to all the winners in the men's category for the 32-kilometer MTB cycle race. Currently, what we are witnessing is the green ride. a short course, but a course in which anybody and everybody can take part in. It's supposed to be a fun time on two wheels on a piece of road that has been blocked out for traffic, a big initiative by the authorities, including HCL Cyclothon, Nice Road Authorities, and Cycling Federation of India.
Taking a couple of moments thanking CFI and HCL Cyclothon for hosting this event in Bengaluru while we wait for our professional category to line up. And a big shout out to all the sponsors that have made today's event possible. Starting from Decathlon, which is our official sports partner, Apollo Hospitals, which is our medical partner. They have a huge medical tent post the finish line. Hyperize, our physio partners, they also have made their own recovery tent post the finish line where all the riders can come and get their muscles mended too. The whole truth, our nutrition partner, because fueling is just an option, it is really, really necessary for a good performance. And finally, Akshay Kalpa Organic, our organic refreshments partner for all the post race replenishments and the post race recovery food provided. Just for our viewers to refresh our memory, today's race consists of four different categories. It started with amateur category 50-kilometer race, which was 3 laps, 50 kilometer altogether, followed by MTB category, which was a 32-kilometer race of 2 laps. Currently, we are running a green ride of 1 lap, which is 16 kilometers, followed by the most exciting event of the day, the professional race uh, for both where both men and women races will be held separately with approximately 100 riders in the professional men category and almost 40 riders in the professional women category.
And we're back. We're back with glimpses of the Green Ride. It's a 16-kilometer ride that's happening in Bangalore on Nice Road. It's an open ride. It's a non-competitive category. There's riders from all walks of life pedaling away, and across the entire course there are refreshments, there are bike support stations as well as hydration stations. It's an 8-kilometer loop on Nice Road. uh, this entire group of people will be doing one loop, which accounts to 16 kilometers. The green ride category has seen uh, a large participation of 700 to 800 people, which accounts for majority of the 1,800 people who've signed up for this event, and that's a huge number, uh, showing how important cycling has become as part of everybody's daily life and culture, and how organizations and authorities are taking note of that and making sure they can close out roads for cyclists to enjoy. On this side, I'm Shaurya. I was a professional cyclist in some capacity at the national level, and I'm here commentating today for the HCL Cyclothon, covering all events. There are four categories that we've covered till now. We started with the amateur category, which was the first race category that started at 6:20 in the morning, followed by the MTB category, which was next. And right now we're in the green ride or the fun ride category, followed by the professional category, which would be the most exciting part of the race.
Okay, so getting back to the green ride, which the riders are almost completing, we see that most of them have completed the first U-turn, which would be the only U-turn that they have to do. This, as mentioned earlier, this is a non-competitive segment, but the riders will still have the timings given, the timing as per the timing chip. And post the green ride, we are awaiting for the bigger race to start. That is the pro race that is expected to start by 12 a.m., 12 p.m. So please do tune in by that time so that you get to see the best of the riders from India vying for the first edition of HCL Cyclothon. And as we finish with the green ride, uh, Shaurya, are there some names that you want to discuss among the pro race which
Oh
you're
yes,
looking?
that's something that we can definitely do. Let's have an internal bet on who we think is going to win. But before that, for the viewers, I would like to say that the it's live on YouTube. If you've got your friends, if you've got family members who are watching this race, forward the link to the YouTube channel of HCL Cyclothon. That's where this is being streamed live, and you can catch up all the action with both Mayur, myself, and Nandini here, who are going to be commentating on all the races to follow. Now, Mayur, taking bets, professional ride. How many participants are we looking at in total?
We're looking at over.
We could check that.
Yeah.
Let's take that out. Let's see how many riders are there from the CFI side, which is most of these riders who signed up with the Cycling Federation of India have taken
110
part.
men riders.
Yes, so we have the number. Yeah, it's 110 riders.
Oh, that's great news. So it's almost like a mini national championships or games here.
Yeah. Taking like coming back to the bets, I mean, going by the recent Pune Grand Tour, we did see quite a bit of shake up in the blue jersey across the days. So I don't know. It's not that I'm being a pro Bangalorean, but I'm betting again on Naveen John because he's ridden the most in Bangalore, and this being a sprint finish, unlike a hill climb, where I would have. I mean, Harshveer also definitely is a close competition, but just a gut feeling. I think it has to be Naveen John or Harshveer.
Right, interesting take, Mayur. I would point out that the Pune tour was a much longer race as opposed to the event that's happening today. Statistically, all HCL cyclothon races have had similar formats. Now, previously these events have been in Noida, Chennai, Hyderabad, and then now in Bangalore. And previous races have seen many different winners,
Yeah.
and we've seen that the course really matters. So, in the Hyderabad edition that happened a few months back, we saw Harshveer, coming first, and Naveen John following. Both of them were in a break. Great movement.
Yeah.
There was a great move that was built out, and the strongest riders prevailed. But there's with the professional category, there's too much bunch dynamics. There are too many things happening with the bunch, so it's very hard to tell. But I would put my bets on Krishna Naikodi. Krishna Naikodi is a services rider. He rides, and he was a Karnataka rider before. Um, he is the sprinter for services, and I can see that a lot of riders from services have also lined up in great numbers. Now, we mentioned that in the previous categories we didn't see a lot of teamwork really play out, but in the professional category we're going to see a lot of teamwork play out. A lot of riders from the same teams, people who live together, train together, and they're going to be working for each other. So more organized race, and my bets are on Krishna Naikodi for the sprint.
He also reminds me of other names like Dinesh Kumar, Manjeet Singh. So there are Surya Thatu who also did very well in the Pune Grand Tour. So as you rightly pointed out that unlike the other categories here, the strategies will be laid out with few kilometers where we would see a change in strategies based on if there is a breakaway or not. But overall, you can expect a very fast-paced ride. I'm saying the winner would at least close at 48 plus average.
Yeah, that's extremely fast. Temperatures also picking up now. We started in the morning at a nice 17, 18 degrees morning with riders lining up at 6:20 a.m. But now, even with the temperatures being high, it's not that hot. I would still feel, especially riders from the professional category, are very used to really hot temperatures. We've seen national championships happen at 40 to 45 degrees, where tarmacs are melting, and these riders really, built out strong. So I don't think the professionals are going to have a problem with the weather per se. And the route looks brilliant. I would say this is one of the best routes that these folks could ask for. Very similar to the kind of routes we have at the national championships. So CFI coming in with the organization has made sure that certain protocols are followed, specifically around U-turn safety, as well as governance of the entire ride, with marshals on bikes making sure that all rules are followed during the race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes without saying that for the pros, they would be much familiar with the weather conditions, and they would have their nutrition on point, as well as in terms of what they've eaten the previous day, so that they are fueled enough to sustain the high power efforts. So yeah, we'll await for the action to start, and we'll
Meanwhile,
keep you updated with the results of the other categories.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we are while we are looking at the fun ride and talking about how most of these people, like Nandini pointed out, have picked up their bikes from their garages, wiped them off, dusted them off, and are here ready to restart a journey. Mayur, do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, actually, bit of a sad story. My first bike wasn't a new bike. It was given to me by my cousin, which was a second-hand one. There used to be a bike called Hero Generation X, a single-speed bike, pretty heavy. Yeah, like used it just to commute to school, 8 to 10 standard, and then as I got into college, so I wanted a scooter or a motorbike. But yeah, but then yeah, first taste of competitive cycling was pretty late for me. Actually, I was well into my early 30s when I started competitive cycling in Bangalore. But yeah, such events, especially now, given post pandemic, how the people have become health conscious, such events is a reminder that it's important to be fit even more than before.
Yeah, first bikes are always something to remember. I remember my first bike was a BMX when I was growing up, uh, and I didn't do any stunts on it. So it was there because it was short, small in size, and back then the availability of bikes was um, a big thing. There were very limited brands that you'd get access to. And right on time is the bike tech zone. On the screen that you see right now is a brilliant, nice bike by look. And a lot of these professional riders who are getting together. So all of these folks that you see who are speaking to each other near the bike tech zone and the hydration zone are professional riders getting together so that they're lined up. All of their bikes are checked, their brakes check, tire pressures filled up. There's a lot that goes into making a race bike work perfectly, and these guys don't want to leave any stone unturned when it comes to it.
So important for bike tech zones to be available at the start line, because if any rider forgets something minor, and that not being fixed will be on their mind throughout the ride, lesser air pressure, or maybe your brakes not being stiff enough, and you'll think of it like every corner, every time you brake. But with bike tech zones, I mean, there are many local bicycle shops in Bangalore that provide the start line support, and this helps a great way.
Hi guys, welcome back. So I just think that the green ride has turned into a really beautiful selfie video, Instagram reels content ride, which is a good way to start. I mean, like obviously happiness and entertainment throughout the ride is more important for people who have just come out for fun. While I talk about fun, it is also important to know the benefits of cycling in your lifestyle, right? As a healthcare personnel myself, I always tell this to my patients and athletes as well that how important any low impact exercise is on an everyday basis. Um, According to a recent study in Europe, it was stated that cycling is one of the topmost sport which increases your mortality. Mortality is basically you live longer, right? So it helps you live longer. So it reduces the risk of low mortality rate, and also any given activity on bike. It could be just riding easy or riding for an hour easily burns to approximately 400 to 600 calories. Which, if I have to say in terms of food intake, that's um, simply a couple of slices of pizza or a whole burger or a can of a Coke and donut. That's how impactful cycling is. Given the work-life balance, given how the conditions are, and you know how the lifestyle is in metropolitan cities, I think taking an hour off to just ride a bike it also helps you, relax and releases your anxiety, makes you just an happier person. It helps you reduce stress. So these are some of the most beautiful benefits of cycling on an everyday basis. People who live in cities where the traffic is really bad, or in general, like the road condition is really high, can always opt for indoor biking as well. Either you can do your own indoor setup, or you can go to any nearby gym and just spin your legs for an hour or so on a static bike. When I start mentioning about the benefits of cycling, viewers be ready and bring in your friends and family, because now the professional race I think is going to start really soon because the lineup has started happening, and you see the professional men's CFI rider lining up at the start line. I see Tamil Nadu jerseys. I see uh, uh, the forces jersey, I see the railway jerseys, and I will be not surprised if I see all the other state jerseys as well from Karnataka, Andhra, and all the rest of the states. Today, in the professional ride, it's going to be a big game of almost 100 to 110 top guns, where either they'll be riding for their teammates or they'll be riding for their own solo victory. All the teams are coming with a plan A, plan B, plan C. And in most of the professional races, as you see there's always a lead rider and there is a team that supports them through the whole course of whatever the race distance is. And soon enough, my co-speakers will be coming in, Shaurya and Mayur, to help you guys understand what a professional 50-kilometer crit in HCL Cyclothon today is going to look like.
All right, it's show time, and the moment what we've all been waiting for, the pro racers or the CFI licensed riders to start the race. So they are lining up to do a race for a distance of 50 kilometers. So you have representations from various states. So unlike the earlier categories that we saw, these riders are being chosen by their states to represent their particular states in this competition. It could be also states as well as other bodies such as railways, Indian Air Force. So you have the best of the talent of Indian cycling fraternity here, and you have riders not only from The southern part across India, you have from Orissa, Haryana, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. So there are a total of 110 professional riders with around 30 to 20 to 25 women riders and rest being male riders. So it's a big bunch. So what you can expect is blistering pace when the race starts, and also acceleration at various points, because as soon as they cross the 25-kilometer 30-kilometer mark, they will each team will start, each state racers or individually as racers, they would start calling their cards. So Shorya, what's your initial observations of the pro race today?
So initial observations with respect to the composition, the Karnataka team looks extremely strong. So the Karnataka team right now has close to 15 to 20 riders, which is seconded by the Tamil Nadu team, just power in numbers, which is then followed by a lot of riders from the railways as well as Air Force. So that's the composition of the elite bunch. This is for the men's category. The women's category also sees a similar signature. We've got some big names out here, big names in international cycling as well as cycling. We will be pointing out as we go ahead. Right now, the riders are lining up. They're waiting for riders to finish up and given riding a good time at the start. Is one loop. These riders riding for three loops, which accounts to around 48 to 50 kilometers. One important part here is that the first 3 kilometers are the neutral zone, so that lets all of these riders, get into the flow, make sure all their gears are shifting, all of their brakes are working, and when it gets to the real race, we'll see blistering paces. This is a really fast course. It's a very rolling course, I would say, and we'll see that really light up.
Yeah, talking of some big names that you're going to see today. First up, you would have Naveen John, who's a local Bangalore boy, and he's been the one of the most experienced participant in the bunch, and all in the cycling fraternity know of his achievements in terms of individual time trial. You would have Srinath, who's a great climber and also in all-round races. So he mostly lives in the hills, but climbing is pretty easy to him. He's also looking to have a spot on the podium. You would have riders such as Manav Sarda, Akshat Tyagi, Surya Tatu, who were all part of the recently concluded Pune Grand Tour. They represented India against the athletes of other levels. And when it comes to female riders, we have Jasmeet Kaur Sekhon. Now, let me tell you, she's a rider who's part of an international cycling team as a development rider. So these are giant strides that these riders have made to represent India, not only at Indian level, but to try and represent India outside India as well. So there's a big bunch of cyclists, and there are other names who are very well known in cycling circuit, such as Saurabh Singh, and you have other riders who are also trying their best to get a podium finish here. So Shaurya, when it comes to gradient, whatever we have today, like, 2%, how do you think riders
In a 1 minute for this course, all I can say is it's going to be a really fast course. But with respect to gradients, the pro riders are not going to feel the slightest of it. Now, when we spoke about most of the men and women riders. So how the race is scheduled is the men riders are going to start in first, and immediately followed by a separate start for the women riders, and that's going to make sure that there is no mixing between because the dynamic on how the men's race and the women's race plays out is quite different. We have Nandini here who's raced with the women in this exact peloton. Nandini, would you want to step in and explain what's your prediction on how the women's elite race goes?
Well, let me just talk about the HCL Cyclothon women spread. I had raced in the Chennai edition, and the peloton mostly consists of a lot of sprinters. Swasti Singh taking the win for most of the editions now. I'm not sure if she's here today, but yes, I've been given a thumbs up, so definitely she's here. My bet would be on her. These athletes are staying at the national camp that's happening in Patiala and training there. When I talk about the camps, the quality of training, the quality of nutrition, overall by the support of CFI has improved so much over the past years. They get the top world class training, world class coaches, and even for their nutrition requirements, the products used are world class. So I would say the athletes who are racing at national level or are part of the national team are nowhere lesser than the athletes who are training at international level right now. The women peloton majorly is the same, which comes for the nationals as well, the road race peloton. Very popular names being in their own age categories being Anjali, Jasmeet, Swasti, uh, Gagoi, Meenakshi, and a lot of other riders from Rajasthan as well. My apologies, I don't remember everybody's name. Um, Most of the rider work for their lead rider, as I said earlier, and they all have a very strong team emotions. They all like ride for their own teams. Most of the races definitely start with trying to have a breakaway or like at least create a gap. But given the conditions of the roads that we host a nationals on, which is mostly highways and national highways blocked for the race, it's really hard to create a separation, and they mostly end up in bunch finish, taking off a sprint. We do have a lot of strong sprinters here, but I will not give away a lot of story until and unless the race begins. Back to Shravya.
Okay, thank you, Nandini. A bit about the riders that you can see on the screen. The leftmost rider in the white jersey is Surya Tatu. He represents Maharashtra. He's a sprinter for Maharashtra, a multiple time national medalist for the criterium as well as road races. He's now also turned out to be a good individual time trialist. The gentleman in the center right, in the white jersey, wearing Karnataka colors, is Naveen John. You can spot him with the white helmet, and a lot of other riders, very well-known riders. But as we point out, we're going to uh, make you aware of their jersey colors so that it's easier for you to follow. Very soon it's going to be a lot of colors on the screen. So Mayur, I think the best thing to do is spot people from their jerseys so that it's easy to track them through the course of the race.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, given not all of them are wearing the same jerseys, it makes easier to identify. And speaking of some other names that people will be closely looking at is like Joel Sundaram, Kavish, and other riders from Tamil Nadu and Karnataka who are trying to get a spot. Also Srinidhi Urala, who's a strong rider from Karnataka. So we would be keeping our eyes on them to see who would try to make the first move. And I'm sure each of them by now would have got some feedback from the amateur category riders that how this race looks, and from riders like Madan and Vinayak. So they would have passed on the information. So all in all, a super clear weather day for a race like this. And although criteriums usually happen in the city, this is a criterium a bit on the outskirts, but you can expect the pace to be blistering fast, much more than what even a four-wheeler would do within Bangalore traffic. So you can expect that for sure.
Yeah, when these folks start, they'll be going fast. And a good way to see how fast they're going is comparing with the speeds of the cars on the left hand side. They'd be matching those speeds, and that's a spectacle to watch. How the course has been planned is that for people who are at the start and finish, can watch that spectacle at least 3-4 times throughout the course of the race. Most of these riders will be going so fast that it's really difficult to capture. Right now, we're waiting for the fun ride people to finish their fun rides. It's been a great time having these folks in. They've all stepped out on a Sunday morning, and they've enjoyed the entire course that was laid out, as well as controlled for traffic for them to come out, take their bikes, and have fun. Right after they finish, we're going to start with the professional category that started lining up at the start line. There's a big prize money, Mayur, going into this, so I'm sure most of these professional riders are also eyeing that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are hardly a few races that you can count upon in India which would give out prize money as much as the HCL Cyclothon. So it could be probably a worthy investment in cycling gadgets, or it could be into their coaching and nutrition plans, or also it could be buying their favorite kit from the prize money. So I'm sure apart from the recognition, the money also is a very important factor to pull in the best riders across the country.
No, definitely. If you're doing this professionally, it really helps. Cycling is an expensive sport, specifically if you want to keep up with world standards. And this could be with your equipment, with your nutrition, with your recovery, and your training. And events like this really support the best in the country to then become the best in the world. We've seen signatures of that in the women's peloton as well as in the men's peloton. There are some brilliant track cyclists. Harshveer Sekon is here, who's a multiple time winner on the track itself, and represented India in many different competitions, and now is in road racing. We've got Akshar, we've got Joel. These people have represented India at the Asians level as well. So great riders who are lined up, and it really helps. Prize money is definitely a boost. These guys work really hard all year long for this one opportunity to showcase their talent, and that's all that this is about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the only way to go forward because cycling as a sport, you need to spend a lot of time outside. There's a lot of expenditure involved to train yourself as a cyclist, and this is the only way. I mean, any other sport which has made it big in India, it is because there's enough recognition and financial support that the sport gives back to them. So, with events like this is what even the cyclists, the top cyclists of our country, need to regularly turn up and show up for these events, and they can further train with other cyclists abroad. So yeah, a big positive coming out.
Right. A few other riders to look out for is the team Polygon Karnataka, which will be wearing the Polygon jerseys, which are blue in color. They're supported by Venki Wheel Sports in a lot of ways, and the Karnataka state as well. So those would be the riders who will essentially be playing a very important role given the numbers. Then we have a few names: Srinath Lakshminath, who's representing Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu team is going to be wearing yellow, orangish color jersey. You'll very clearly see them across the course. Srinath recently won the nationals in the criterium as well. So a race which suits him, I would say the format of the race suits him. But we still have a long time to see how the race will play out, because in a lot of ways the strongest riders decide on how the race will be played out. We've seen HCL cyclothons become sprint finishes. We've seen them become breakaway finishes as well. So it all depends on how maybe a Harshveer or a Naveen and teams like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu decide to play it out.
Yeah, and as we discuss these big names, let's not also forget some of the riders from this team are also state level, national level riders. There's a team called Cycling Train Racing, which has been doing pretty well in the Bangalore circuit. So you will see some. You may expect an upset by one of these riders, but yeah, they have been regularly participating in the HCL Cyclothon in all the editions since it has started. So yeah, here you have it, like the best riders that we can think of in India at this moment, and all of them in the elite category. So just can't wait for the action to begin, Shorya.
Right. So, Mayur, there's also another race coming up for these folks. HCL Cyclothon has been on a streak. The next race is on 15th of March in Noida this year. So, brilliant time to be around NCR. The air quality becomes better, and it's just getting into spring season, so the weather is really good as well. A good planning by HCL Cyclothon and just CFI as well in making this happen all year round across India.
Yeah, definitely. March being still pretty much with a good weather, and the summer has not really kicked in, and it's a good opportunity for those who couldn't make it today.
So right now we see CFI officials instructing the riders about what the route looks like. Most of these riders know each other. They've been racing with each other for close to 10 years. So, really good experience. Most of these riders respect each other, know their riding styles as well. So that's quite interesting. It's like, Right now we see CFI officials instructing the riders about.
So here we see a flag off by race director Mikey Wenke for the pro racers. So they're going to start off any minute now. So the best of the cyclists of India have lined up, all raring to go and prove a point to themselves, as well as to make sure that their team gets on the podium. So the countdown has begun. We are less than 10 seconds to go, and here we go. The start of the pro race category. All the riders just settling into the.
Okay, good luck to all of them. And what you immediately notice is people don't start racing immediately. They're gonna roll up till the neutralize zone for 3 kilometers and just get everything together, and that's when the racing begins. A great thing that the organizers have done. And we see the women lineup now. While the men are settling in, we have the women lineup. The women lineup looks extremely strong. We have already mentioned, Swasti Singh being one of the top sprinters. Jasmeet Kaur, again, a great rider who's transitioned from under 18 to now elite category. And we see a lot of riders from Karnataka as well. So looking forward to how that race plays out.
So the men's team are now almost heading towards the zone where the neutralized zone would end and the competitive segment would start. They are just getting fast to goal. You can already see the pace, that the difference in pace between the pro riders and the amateur riders, where I feel they are already at a pace where a normal car would be in Bangalore during daylight traffic.
Right. This is when they haven't started racing, though. I mean, it looks like they've been asked to slow
Stop,
down
yeah.
just a bit, and that makes sure that there are bikes that will be covering the video. If you haven't tuned in till now, we are at HCL Cyclothon, right about to start the elite men's category, which is the pro riders from Cycling Federation of India, who would be putting up a show for you. If you haven't started watching it, make sure this is the time that to tune in. It'll be a fast race. It's 50 kilometers. We're expecting it to get over within 1.5 hours at max, much faster actually. Share the video link for the YouTube channel with your friends and just get glued on. Bring yourself a snack, maybe some hydration, and sink in and get ready to watch some really good racing.
Yeah, hydration for the riders and popcorn for the viewers. So you can probably set this race as a benchmark that if you start cycling and commuting to work, how faster can you get from point A to B, just as a medium to encourage more and more people to take up cycling as we await for the pro riders to start. They probably have been stopped again before whole of the race course has been cleared in case any riders from the previous category have not finished yet. So the briefing is being done, and as you see, the riders themselves are pretty eager to start off.
Yeah, I think everybody's just taking a quick leak, just making sure they can lighten themselves up, because once the racing starts, there's not going to be any scope for a break. Um,
So the
so,
men,
quick bets, Mayur, your bets on Naveen?
yeah, just a gut feeling. Although I'll be equally happy even if someone like a Surya Tatu or actually like a
Okay, let's take
an
top three
underdog.
bets in
If
this.
anyone from the cycling brain racing team takes up, I'll be more than
Lovely,
happy.
It's always good to have underdogs winning. But what's your top three?
My top three would be Surya Tatu, Naveen John, and Harshweed.
Okay, brilliant. Nandini, you want to step in with top three for women?
Top three for women, it's going to be a hard task. But yeah, I think the first to go with would be Swasti, Jasmeek, or any of the, RSPB riders.
Okay, so we've got our predictions in. You can, for viewers, you can type in your predictions in the comment section
Yeah.
for the video as well. It'll be nice for us
Yeah.
to see who you think is going to win today's HCL Cyclothon Elite Men's and Women's Race.
Yeah, we can have the banter going on, and this is also a way you can support your state's riders or your cycling mates as to whom you are cheering for to win the race. So, as we see, the women riders have also just been stopped a little behind the men's riders. I suspect there are some last minute clearances being confirmed by the CFI officials before they give a green signal.
Right. I mean, making sure the road is completely empty. There have been so many volunteers from the organizers' side that have made this such a smooth event. So, last minute preparations, because that's what real racing is. Organizers put in the effort, and you'll see the riders really, putting in their blood and sweat in many ways to be able to, win this race.
Yeah, we've all been here since like 5:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and all the events, all the categories have gone on smoothly. Now we are awaiting for the final spectacle of the day, but the biggest spectacle, which would provide the icing on the cake when it comes to the event. And here you see is the course which the racers would ride on. So a total of 50 kilometers, which would be divided in three parts, three loops to be completed for the course, and in total they would take a U-turn 5 times, and the last U-turn won't be taken because they'll sprint towards the finish line. So you'll see them go all out in the final few kilometers. But yeah, it would be interesting to see Shaurya if at least the first lap will they be conservative or it would be all guns blazing straight away.
Mayur, it's an extremely short race for these folks and the kind of fitness they have. So there's never going to be an easy period, specifically because of the length of the race and the fitness that these folks have. So it's going to be extremely hard from the start. We could see people break away from the beginning itself. And the winds have picked up, so that's quite interesting as well. There's a slight bit of wind from the morning, and this is usually what happens in Bangalore. By the time you reach the 10 a.m. mark, the winds pick up and they become brutal.
Yeah, the crosswinds will definitely play a part, and hopefully, not many riders are above 50 carbon wheels, which can make them tremble a bit. But I'm sure they would have done their homework and most of them would probably be in the 35 to 50 range.
Mayur, I've ridden with these folks at least 3 times in road races, and the depth of your wheel doesn't matter. The skill sets that most of these riders have with them, they can bunny hop at 50 kilometers an hour and just be safe. It's tremendous to see how much 10 plus years of racing can really. It's almost like they never have to think. Even before their brain works, their hands and legs correct for the motion.
Yeah, what would be really interesting to see is how closely they ride to each other, because that's the difference between professionals and amateurs, right? How close they get to the wheel of the rider in the front, and how much of a gap they maintain. Also, the technical sections where they take a U turn, the way they take a U turn and the speed, it would almost be like poetry in motion, which I'm waiting to see. So, definitely, it's going to be a good thing to watch.
Yeah, what you'll notice is the gaps are going to be very little, and a majority of that goes to having trust in each other. Most of these riders have raced with each other and have been around to the point that they trust each other's wheel. They know which wheel to follow,
Yeah.
how much distance to have, and nobody really does jerky, sudden motions, which would make it unsafe. Most of these riders are extremely safe because they understand what an athlete's journey is, and this is essentially a great spectacle to be watching right now.
Yeah, I think by and far in cycling, we've seen that cycling safe is better than, cycling for the kill, because one mistake by a rider can bring down a lot of riders around you who put in years of hard and sweat to participate in a particular race. So, yeah, I mean, it goes without saying that these riders know what they are doing in, be it the technical sections. Just one more thing, Shorya, as we await for the race to start, how do you think they'll deal with working in the front when it comes to when they need support from other teams?
I think there are going to be certain riders that are going to be workhorses, and those are essentially called domestiques.
Yeah.
So, domestiques are the riders which will work for a team leader. And when we say work, they will essentially be at the front of the race and they'll be taking in all the wind so that their lead racer has to do less work. And that's crucial, irrespective of the distance of the race. Every rider has their own capabilities. Given the course, I think every team is going to try for their best sprinter to be the most protected rider.
Definitely. I mean, each team would have identified who, and I'm sure to some extent they would also have a plan B ready as to in case of a mechanical, what would happen, who would take the lead. But yeah, they would have made their pre-race strategies well in advance and ensured that there is no last minute change of plans, so that they can stick to their plans, and whatever happens on the course, only that should change their pre-race strategies.
Right. What I suspect is riders who don't have a strong team, or there are certain riders who've come alone, will not be making big moves because they'll be looking at other teams that will, chase them back, and that's always a disadvantage if you're less on numbers. And So, if you're a rider who has a two-member team, one-person team, those riders will mostly be sitting in the back, waiting for action and waiting for that one moment where they could really put the nail in the coffin.
So we're just few seconds away from the flag off for the men's pro race, and here we go. This is the start of the HCL Cyclothon Pro Race category men's race, 50 kilometers, and they'll be immediately followed by the women. Over to you, Shorya.
Yes, as we see, the race has started. The lead vehicle, which is the two wheelers in the front, have also started. Most of the riders started lining up against and right behind each other so that they're well placed. So the first 2 kilometers is just settling in. We won't see too much action, but you never know. Like I said, the race gets governed by the strongest riders. Right now on screen are the women riders that are waiting for their start to happen, and this will happen a few seconds after the men have left.
Yeah, a big race for the women riders also, because as we were discussing throughout the commentary, we need to ensure that the women rider participation increases, and races as such would do this. And as we see the action, it has been intense from the start. There is high action, and riders are going at a blistering pace, probably to dictate how the race is going to shape up.
Right. The initial plan is just to keep the pace high so that people can move. So when the group of people or the peloton is extremely slow, it gets slightly sketchy. So good riders, fast riders would want to keep this pace to be slightly high so that people settle in at a comfortable pace, which is going to be most of the pace of the race. We will see a bunch of attacks which we are willing to talk about. It'd be exciting to see which teams take on the initiative of making these attacks in the early hours.
And this is exactly the point where you might see some of the traffic on your left
And
hand
we
side.
do see one rider has actually slipped off on the front. We see two riders essentially that have moved away from the peloton. We're just waiting for better visuals, and we'll get back to the race. I think this is the podium that's happening for the MTB winners. Let's congratulate them, and a big moment for most of these people getting on the podium.
Yeah, so as you just saw, the MTB cycling podium felicitation is in progress whilst the road race continues. So the men's pro road race is up and running, and this is just the start of the first lap. They are yet to approach the first U-turn. So as Shorya mentioned, they are settling in, and the faster guys have just drifted ahead so that the space is cleared.
So right now, from the looks, right. So we're still getting the podium for the women MTB. We'll let that happen, and we'll keep getting snapshots of the road race for the men elite and women elite. This is the women elite bunch, which is on the first lap. As Nandini had predicted, most of the bunch is just settling in. There are a few riders on the front. Nandini, any riders you can identify from this bunch?
Yes, I do see Anjali being in the front doing the first rider job as of now. Usually, women races start really slow. They mostly tend to go easy for first 5 to 6 kilometer, and post that have some false attacks done by the domestique to break the bunch.
Okay, and here we are on the elite men's race. There are two riders that have broken away from the bunch. One rider is from Tamil Nadu, and the other rider is still unknown. But there are two riders that have made a move, and they are riding up in the front, away from the rest of the bunch.
I'm guessing the other rider is from CBR, if I saw it correctly. But this is a big move to break away so early in the race. Although it's a short race, but you still have some distance to catch up before the first climb comes.
So I believe they're kind of putting a pressure on the Karnataka team to
Yeah.
chase, because if a person from the Tamil Nadu team is up in front, that means none of their riders are going to be doing the chasing. We're still waiting for visuals on the men's race so that we can get some understanding of who those riders are.
I'm guessing both the riders who have broken away, they are domestics who are supporting their leaders, and they just want to upset the rhythm of the peloton so that there can be some shake-up. But we'll get to know probably once we get back the live footage of the men's peloton race as to who are the riders who have broken away early, and the confirmation there are two riders who've broken away earlier here.
And that's the women's race that's almost come to a standstill. As Nandini had pointed out, most of the women's race, they start off slow, and then they're followed by a lot of punchy attacks. And this is the difference in dynamic of the women's race. We see Jasmeek in the blue jersey in the front, and they're ramping up the pace, but it's going to be a stop and start for a long while for the women.
It could also be a beautiful opportunity for one of the women riders, especially from Gujarat, to take the speed and try to create a separation by attacking and going away.
And that's the men's bunch. They've caught up to through riders that were riding in the front. You can see the blistering pace, especially on the downhills. These two riders that tried and attempted to get away have been caught, and immediately I feel like the pace is going to split. A great time for a counter move, actually, Mayur.
Yeah, I have to say this is the earliest breakaway I've seen, and the earliest time the breakaway has been caught in a race in recent years. So, as you said rightly, it's a right time to re-strategize what you want to do in the race, because when you see two riders breaking away so early in the race, it's important that the racing instinct will definitely trigger them that okay, we're not going to let this happen again, so we're going to try and control the pace. So that is what pretty much will happen. And also, as you saw, it was aggressive where riders were swaying from the right to the left of your screen. So we are already seeing some big moves being made. I'm sure the next one would probably be at the U-turn mark, sure, or do you see anything before that?
So right before the U-turn is where we'll see the really strong riders amp up the pace, and they're going to make sure that they can get a safe U-turn in the front. Because, like I said, if you're entering the U-turn in the back, you're putting in at least uh, 2 to 3 times more effort into getting back to the front, and that's something that's not energy efficient. Most of these riders are making sure they can be energy efficient more than anything else. And congratulations to the other winners from the MTB category. While we are back on the women's peloton in the front, we see that there have been some moves. This is quite unique. This is unique to the way women race usually plays out. And the long downhill stretches are making sure that there are no places for mistakes. If you hesitate to shift your gears by a second, you lose the move.
So what we saw were the MTB race winners that were given their awards by the race officials. So we'll be back to live action soon as we get the feed. So we're still, what you're seeing is lap one, which is being completed by the men's professionals, and they are immediately being followed by the women riders. So probably this is the time you would see the normal traffic on the other side of the road would slow down, and they would look at the blistering pace that these cyclists are going to back to live action now.
Yeah, back to the men's peloton. We see another move, another rider in the black jersey trying to make a gap, but this gap is not going to work out. We see big names and big riders in the front who are making sure they're tracking every move. So there's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse between who's going to take lead until that gets settled. We see some riders have gotten dropped because the race is extremely fast to begin with. Given the downhills, Mayur, I feel it's essential to stay in the front of the race. If you're in the back and you miss out on shifting gears, these guys are descending at 60 kilometers an hour, 70 kilometers an hour, and you lose the move because you're out of gears.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the downhills are longer. They are not like very short downhills, so they are longer downhills where you get enough momentum. And when you have that momentum for over a kilometer or two, it makes sure that you have already taken up your average. So, what we recently saw within the peloton, Srinath from Tamil Nadu, he was moving swiftly across the riders so that he wants to hold the position in the front and try and control the race. So we'll see more of that as soon as we get a feed from the live race of the men's pro peloton. Meanwhile, what you're seeing is the green ride felicitation. So as you see, the pro riders doing the 50 kilometer, all of them pretty much in the same group. And here are the women riders.
When the women peloton seems to have settled in, we will see small attacks, and our prediction is it'll end up in a bunch sprint. But you can't say the same for the men's peloton, Mayur. There's been a lot of action from the beginning. A couple of riders always trying to go ahead, mark out, catch that moment when someone's not looking or is not attentive, and create that gap. Because once that gap gets created, then it's a mental battle.
I think yeah, it has more to do with Shora. If you would agree, the way cycling globally has happened in the last 5 to 6 years, riders breaking away really early and backing their instincts to stay in the game till the end.
right? And you can see the riders taking the U-turn. The men's peloton has taken the first U-turn. That means they've finished their first 8 kilometers of riding. This has been extremely fast. We'll be getting time checks on how fast they finish this. But 8 kilometers are done for men. We see a lot of riders who missed out on the moves and are trying to catch up now. But this is going to be a long catching up to do. This peloton is going to be extremely fast going ahead. Right after the U-turn, there is a slight elevation, so we can expect some big moves here from riders who can put in a lot of power. We see again the same rider with the black jersey and the white helmet who's been up in the front. Really tall rider, Mayur.
Yeah, very tall rider, and usually climbers are, the taller riders, and the sprinters are the ones who are, well, as per personality, they are well built. So all the climbers will try to take advantage of these short sections where they can try and get ahead or upset the peloton. But I'm excited to see as soon as we have the live speed of the average speed that this peloton is going at. Must be surely at least 43, 45 by now.
100%. And there's another move, a rider trying to break away from the right hand side wearing a blue jersey. I'm guessing that's Team Polygon. And most of the peloton has been calm about it.
Yeah, Team Polygon, I mean, just knowing the history of cycling, of racing in Bangalore, they've been known to be pretty aggressive riders and they like to call the moves early. So you can expect many more such moves from this team because they have been riders who ride aggressively, especially in crit races.
Right. So they're not the riders with blue jerseys. I'll correct myself. They're wearing red and dark white. Uh, dark dark white. Hmm.
So apart from wearing their team jerseys, it's either riders who are wearing their team jerseys, like we said, Team Polygon, or they are wearing their state jerseys. So riders from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, mainly have turned up with their state jerseys.
Right. We're awaiting some glimpses from the race. I think there is also felicitation happening for other events, so we keep switching in and out of the race. Mayur, how the cameras are placed are essentially in a way that we get these long shots of how the race is happening. So in between, we've got portions where we can only guess as to what happened in the peloton. But it gets hard for an 8 kilometer route. I'm sure it's not an easy job to capture the entire race.
Yeah, especially with the number of categories that are switching and the number of riders on the course. And given it's a straight line course, as in the course isn't circular or square, so I think the number of cameras held in place do give us enough visibility on who's leading the race.
So what's important is a little bit about criterium racing and how the elite race is different from the rest of the race. That it's going to be a points race. So every time they cross a lap, the riders will be getting points. So the way you win a race like this is always make sure you're getting some good points when the lap gets finished. So as of now, there are first four riders for each lap will be getting points. Five The first person who finishes in the first lap will be getting 5 points. The second person will be getting 3 points. The third person will be getting 2 points, and 1 point for the rest of the riders. The riders with the most points at the end of all the 3 laps is going to be the winner. So that's a bit of an introduction to criterium racing. Mayur, do you want to emphasize on how this is different from a normal road race?
Yeah, unlike a mass start race where who finishes first is the winner, here there are certain speeds you need to maintain, and as Shaurya mentioned, the number of points you gather for each lap. All those are summed up, and then the winner would be announced. So, if the top three finishes, I have all gathered points in each of the laps. So, they will see who has gathered more points, and that would decide the winner. Criterium racing is mainly popular in Europe, in UK, and in Australia, and it's really a format where your technical skills matter more than your overall stamina. So that's where the pace is really high.
So I'm guessing the moment we reach to the start finish, the moment the laps are getting done, we'll see major accelerations from both these pelotons. where they will want to go out and get some points in. The good thing is we'll be getting the point score on screen for us, so that will tell us, who's the person who's catching up all the points. And this lies right in my prediction. I predicted Krishna Naikori from Air Force to be lining up to be the winner, because to get these points, you've got to be really quick in that 1 minute,
Yeah,
and you've
yeah.
got to be extremely well placed. We see the women's peloton approaching their U-turn, and quite smoothly. They used to very good bike handling, so I don't think this U-turn is a problem at all for them, and they're quite settling into their position right after that.
Yeah, as we see the women complete the first U-turn, I'm sure the men are almost approaching the second U-turn at the pace they are riding in. So it's a different strategy when it comes to the women's riders because the bunch is smaller. So they want to ensure that they all stick together as much as possible. Possibly we'll see a split at the end of lap two or just at the start of lap three.
So for the women's bunch also we are going to be following the same method of criterium, the point system. We will be seeing some great speeds here where the points are to be gained. Really good sprinters like Swasti. Jasmeek is more of a time trialist, but I'm sure like given it's a short distance, she will also try her best. And we have really good riders from Gujarat, and there is also one of the strongest sprinter that I know of, Chanakya Gugoi. They'll be trying their best to gain as much points as possible.
Right, we're at the mark. The women's have just finished their first U-turn, so that means they are close to 8 to 9 kilometers done by the women's peloton. The men's peloton is now closing in on the start finish, so they're close to 16 kilometers. We will see a point collecting race at this lap. It's a criterium race. To tell the viewers how a criterium race win works, is you've got points that are collected on each lap. The moment you finish in the top five of that lap, you get points from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And these collection of points over 3 laps will determine who the winner is.
What you just saw on your screen is probably one of the women riders who's looking behind. If there's anyone else who wants to take a pull in the front, like come and work in the front or share the workload to beat the wind, but seems like given this is just the first lap, everyone wants to just stay steady and hold their positions. But I'm sure very soon you will see this group being distributed in two parts. We're awaiting some more footage from the men's peloton.
So Shaurya, when you're talking about the whole criterium races and how they plan out and what's the point system, so for a really good sprinter, let's say 500 meters before they get the points, what's the best placement like where they should be placed?
So, given the group size, I would say if you want to take points every lap, you would, if you're a good sprinter, you would want to be on the fifth, sixth wheel. But if you're a good time trialist and you want to put pressure on, you can essentially be up in the front and try to break away from the group. That creates enough pressure for the rest of the group to be able to then chase you down. So fourth, fifth wheel from the starting would, given the size of the group, would be the ideal place to be.
All right, thanks, Shreya. And as you see on the screen, apart from hosting cycling events like what you're seeing today, HCL Sports is also an active promoter in other sports such as bridge, squash, and has partnered with Olympic Gold Quest. So HCL is doing its part and playing a very big part in shaping some of the sports in the country. And events like this is only a testimony to that. So as you see a drone shot of the
Wow,
men's
look at that shot!
peloton,
It's so nice.
so this is what we've been waiting for
Mhm.
since morning, and you can see they're holding roughly between 40 to 40, 45 to 50, I would suppose. Or,
Yes, like I said, the cars on the other side of the road, you see that they're probably going at the same speed as the rest of this. And what a spectacle this would be if you're on the other side of the road. To see
yeah,
so many cyclists. This right now, what you can see is that it's all spread out in one line. So this is probably the downhill section, and they're going extremely fast. it's very difficult to be side by side in situations like this, and that's when the peloton really strings out into one long line.
What you just saw was one rider being left out in the last, and he's trying to catch up with the bunch. But there's a big movement in the bunch. They are trying to up the pace, and you can see some already.
Right, Mayur, I think they're closing in on the U-turn start finish. That's
Yeah,
where the
yeah,
points are going to be
yeah.
collected. This
Yeah.
is the time. A lot of riders in the back getting shelled out given the hard pace that has been maintained.
Yeah. So when it comes to collecting points, it's like they're almost going desperately fast, like a home stretch in baseball. So they want to get there as soon as possible to collect the points, because without points, no matter how much speed you carry at the end of the race, you would still be decided as the winner only based on the number of points collected by you. So we see that the men's at the second time about when they came for their U-turn, they were pretty aggressive, and they are still at it as they are heading towards the U-turn.
Right. We see a couple of riders, Surya Tatu in the front. This is now about positioning. This is extremely important part of the race. You're approaching the next U-turn and the lap. The riders would want to position themselves so they're in the right spot to take that sprint. It depends on everybody's different capabilities. We see on these downhill stretches that there's not much you can do. You got to hold the right wheel. See who are the confident riders. That's a glimpse of some rider who's gotten dropped. I don't blame them. The pace is hellish. So if you lose the move, you kind of lost the plot.
And as you see on the screen, look at the pace that the riders are coming at from behind. This is not ordinary pace. I mean, even for a car. So they are coming at great pace. A lot of conversations going on between the bunch as to who would go for the sprint to collect
Right,
the
we have
points.
Sudev in the front to take making a move, and rest of the riders following him. Maybe a move that was made too soon. They're approaching the point section. We're still yet to see who collects these points in the front. Long string of riders have been following. Sudev was in the front. He was trying to make an early move, but got caught. There were some CBR riders who were trying to follow him as well. Maharashtra, Surya Tatu, Air Force, Krishna Naikori, all of them in the mix. And we're closing in on the first point collection. This will be at the start finish. We see riders coming in really fast. We've got 2-3 riders trying to get the points in, and riders from the left who are overtaking really fast. But the first rider that takes up the points is in the white jersey. First 3 points have been taken. Mayur, we're still waiting on who took the points. I saw Surya Tatu at least in 3rd, 4th place. I saw a Tamil Nadu jersey, which was around 5th, 6th place, and maybe a Punjab rider and an Air Force rider who took up the first set of points, but we'll wait for the official results. Right after this gets over, the riders are back to taking the U-turn. Now, this is a very interesting part of the race, Mayur, because if you sprinted and you lost the move,
Yeah.
a lot of riders are going to make sure that the next lap gets even harder.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
have no time to rest, and that's what we're
Yeah.
going to see. We see one rider who's gone to the rightmost of the road and the leftmost, and people are trying to break away. So
Yeah.
they're trying to really make you suffer right after that sprint, and this is why a criterium is extremely fun, because there's no one way of doing
Yeah.
a criterium.
Yeah.
A lot of points get collected over the course of the race, not
Yeah.
not in one sprint.
As we just saw, what a sprint finish it was to complete the first lap, and we still have 2 more sprints left. If the first sprint itself was such hard fought, we can only imagine how well.
And we see
it would
Naveen
be.
John. Naveen John's at
Yeah,
the front, and he's
pulling in
made the
front.
move right after the U-turn. Brilliant move, I would say, and he's really pushing it, pushing the pedals down. There's one rider who's stuck to his wheel. Surya Tatu right behind him, trying to bridge the gap, and we've got a CBR.
Singh also trying hard at the back.
This is the uphill portion. That's where it's strung out. Naveen's made a brilliant move. A lot of riders suffering here. He waited for the sprint to happen, and right after the sprint is when he didn't stop. He made the next move right after the U-turn by creating a gap. Do you think, Mayur? Do you think the gap's going to sustain? Who are the people who are working for it right now?
The gap wouldn't sustain for long because they will slow down again before the final lap. But for sure, I think it's all the guys like Surya Dhatu and CBR boys who would try to, narrow down the gap.
So I see close to 4 riders in the front. It's extremely hard paced. The other rider in the blue jersey working with Naveen.
Is that Harshveer in the front?
Yes, I think it is Harshveer. We'll get confirmation on this very soon. Yes, I think it is Harshveer. These two riders, they
Yeah,
blew
that's
up the
Harshveer.
Hyderabad race apart by this blistering pace, a level above everyone else, I would say, Mayur, at this point in time, and they work together. Both of these riders are beasts in their own way, and once if these two riders are working together, I think the rest of the race is done for. Because what's going to happen in the back is people are going to start looking at each other as to who will
Yeah, yeah.
do the work.
Yeah, it would take a lot to challenge this move by these two experienced riders, although both are fierce competitors. But when they are working together, you can only imagine the kind of power that's coming out from these two riders alone, and you would need at least a bunch of 5-6 to work together and catch them.
Yes, just to discuss their palmares, Naveen John is a 10-time Indian national winner. He's raced across the world, mostly raced in Belgium as well. And at the same time, Harshveer is a great track rider who's moved into road cycling and has shown that how much of his anaerobic and track skills actually go down into road racing as well. If these two people are working together, it's going to be extremely difficult. But we do see some work in the back by a couple of riders who are trying to bridge that gap. It's just that Naveen and Harshveer are not going to let any effort go into vain. They're going to make sure, that they can make the best of this movement. Let's see who the two riders in the back. It's a big gap. There are two riders, one in
From
Tamil Nadu jersey
I
and
think it's
the
Srinath or Kavish, it could be. But definitely, there seems to be a clear communication between Harshveer and Naveen Shaurya that how
I mean,
they're
they've
going to take
raced
this race.
at this level before. Like I said, the strongest people in the race dictate how the race is going to be played out. Both of these riders waited for the initial points to spread out, waited for that moment that the first points get allocated and then make a move. Now they're in a position where they can take up both the set of points.
Beautiful spectacles on the screen. I mean, the roads are empty and there's a peloton moving at blitzing pace. So these are sights that we need to see more often in the Indian cycling fraternity. And as you see on the left hand side, the cars are not just zooming past the cyclists, they are merely overtaking them.
So we're getting in some information that the chase that's happening between Harshveer and Naveen could be Joel Sundaram from Tamil Nadu as well,
Okay. Yeah.
with another rider who's wearing a blue jersey. We still yet to find out who these riders are. But what's happening in this bunch right now? It's strung up. They're looking at who's going to be putting in the work. The teams that are at a loss right now are teams like Maharashtra, maybe a railways, maybe services, because they haven't made the move, and that's when these folks need to be up in the front working, because Karnataka has a member, Tamil Nadu has a member up front. So it's a win-win for both these players. You will see none of the Karnataka riders working in the front, and here we have Harshveer and Naveen blistering down the downhill. Look at how fast they're going. They're close to putting in 350 watts. I'm guessing at this point in time, just to make that difference. And right behind them, two other riders. One of them is suspected to be Joel Sundaram from Tamil Nadu, and one other rider. We'll get views on them, and we can confirm who those riders are.
I must say the two riders who are the chasing group are also doing an excellent job because they've been trying to catch this bunch. And now with this climb approaching, you never know, by the time this climb ends, they will get even more closer to them.
So Naveen's been doing most of the work in the front as per our visuals. Joel in the back is looking at the other rider and speaking to him if this rider is going to put in some effort to make that happen. We'll get confirmation on who this rider specifically is. But the bunch is also catching them up. They're not letting go. In the front, we have some riders from services who are working, the Air Force riders, as well as Maharashtra riders who are putting in the work to make sure they can get this move back. They need to be sharing their work at this point of time. Otherwise, it becomes extremely difficult to catch these two people who are up on the road.
Yeah, given this, solid move by Naveen and Harshveer, you already see the peloton is now split into at least four parts. One is the leading group, followed by the chasing group, followed by the lead peloton, and rest of the riders who got dropped. So it will be very interesting will, by the time we head towards the next U-turn to collect the next points, Shaurya, do you think anyone would compete with Harshveer and
I think for
Naveen?
this lap, it's going to be quite straightforward between Harshveer and Naveen. I think they're going to share the points. It doesn't really matter at this point in time, as long as they can keep maintaining the gap. So what's really important for both Harshveer and Naveen is to not start competing with themselves within themselves right now. That's going to be a separate moment for it. Right now, it's a moment to be working together so that they can keep the gap up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the way they've been, it's made a move. It's put out a statement to other riders, other teams, as to how this race is going to be. And meanwhile, we just have a coverage of the award ceremony until we get back to live action.
Yeah, Mayur, let me touch back on the strategy that both these riders used. In a criterium race, knowing that if you're not a great sprinter, the best move you can make is wait for the sprinters to do their first sprint and then make your big move. And that's what we've seen with these two riders. They've made such a big move. I'm guessing the time gap right now that they've created is more than 30-40 seconds from the looks of it, because you see these two riders going past, and we still don't see the peloton far away. They've essentially made a statement that they're a class apart.
Yeah, and the chasing group has now increased. I think the Tamil Nadu rider and one more rider who were together have now joined back the peloton. So now you see, so you can imagine, Shaurya, the amount of pressure these two guys have put on at least 30, 40 riders and have completely changed the race dynamics.
Yes, of course. The most important part is that these two riders are going to be collecting a majority of the points now, because people will, like I said, they've already started looking at each other who's going to do the rest of the work. Because I should remind you, the race is not about the first and second place only. The race is also about the third, fourth, fifth position. So that moment of hesitation is all what Naveen and Harshveer wanted. They've seen these races in the past. Getting teamwork to work is extremely hard in HCL races, and this is the women's peloton.
As already suspected, the women's peloton is just maintaining a steady um, um, average speed, and then I think they're just mostly waiting for collecting the points at the U-turns and the next lap.
Right. So we're not sure who collected points in the women's peloton in the first half, but these two gentlemen here, what a show! I mean, they're just going like rockets right now, Mayur. Like, just looking at them, I'm at the edge of my seat. What a spectacle! And they're closing in on the next U-turn, which means they've already completed. They're on the way to get the next lap.
It just reminds me of Schumacher and Hakkinen ahead in the old Formula One races and rest of the racers behind. And also, as you rightly mentioned, it's not just the first two places. In HCL Cyclothon, there are prize money up till place 5 or 6, I suppose.
I think there's a prize money up till 10. So
10. So,
even
yeah.
for the rest of the bunch,
Yeah.
uh, uh, you know, uh, for the lack of a better comparison, I would say right now Naveen and Harshveer are like Jonas and Pogacar.
Yeah.
Right now, a class apart. Look at them; they've already taken the U-turn. Right now, all the riders can keep a time check and they can understand how far these two riders have gone. I'm guessing it's more than 40 seconds right now, but we're yet to see what that exact time gap is. Mayur, I think this time gap is only going to grow. There are going to be fewer and fewer riders who would want to work, given that a lot is at stake,
Yeah.
specifically the third, fourth, fifth positions.
Yes, definitely. I mean, Naveen and Harshveer are heading towards the 50% completion of the race. So they are definitely looking at it
Right,
like
and
half
as that's
job
the
done.
women's peloton trying to get their first points. We see riders in trying to get a glimpse of who these riders are. And this is the men's peloton again. So some riders have gotten it. The men's peloton, there's a lot of chatter in the back as to who has to work. This happens every time. There's lack of cohesion, and because of lack of cohesion, a chase cannot be made. The women are taking their U-turn. Some of the women have taken down their points. We'll get more details on who those points were taken by. The men have actually gathered themselves up. Now they're rotating and have understood that if they don't act right now, they'll lose out on the move.
So for the men's, I feel it's more about deciding who's going to be third, fourth, and fifth, at least so far, the way the race has gone by. But it's going to take still some doing for these riders to, maintain that pace and ensure that they are getting closer and collecting points. So we'll see. The bunch has regrouped now, but it's going to be interesting as to see will as you see, this is the chasing group that is little ahead of the peloton, but they are trying their best to catch up with Arshveer and Naveen John.
Yeah, a few other riders who got dropped out, but we're back to the women's peloton. The women's peloton have taken their U-turn, are on the climb now. So interesting to see if someone from the women's peloton tries the same strategy as Harshveer and Naveen. There are a few riders up the road that are trying to make sure that happens. We have two riders here. We're still yet to identify who these two riders are, but something similar, maybe slightly slower, but something similar in terms of tactics that's been applied in the women's peloton as well.
I think the last lap would be the best bet for them to make such a move. Nandini, what's your take on that?
Possible riders who could have the guts to make that move could be Harshita Jakar or Swasti Singh. Swasti Singh I keep repeating the name because she has been doing tremendously amazing job in the past couple of editions of nationals and HCL races, being a really good time trialist, winning medals in that, and as well as being in the criteriums as well.
As the men's peloton, we see both Harshveer and Naveen sharing the load. What a view this is, Mayur. This is such a nice long view. Gives you a sense of what the time gap is. You can start your time clock right now, and it tells you that this time gap is increasing now.
I mean, this is a massive time gap. It clearly shows the power numbers that are being generated by these two riders in the front. Also, this being a criterium, you still see they are vying for the third spot. So I'm eager to see as and when we have the feed of the points collected so far. Because the first lap we would have had different riders who collected points, but lap two onwards it has been only Naveen and Harshveer at the front.
Yes, the rest of the peloton, which is the chasing group, has slowed down. They're almost crawling now. They've kind of given up on the first two places, I suspect. But it'll be interesting now, Mayor, to see at what point do Naveen and Harshveer start thinking, okay, we've got a good gap, and how do we collect points at this point in time? Do you think they'll continue working to the end?
I think they'll continue till the end, primarily because you don't want to lose a momentum in such a short race.
And that's a women's rider in the purple jersey trying to make a break, has some gap. A couple of women's riders are also trying the same strategy, but it's going to be tougher. The women's peloton, well, quite good amount of action. Nandini, does this usually play out like this?
As I had said earlier, yes, a couple of trials to somehow break away from the peloton and make a move. A couple of false attacks also by the domestic to just filter the crowd, I would like to say, and just take the best of the cream out there. But I see the purple jersey could be the rider from Telangana, or she could be the rider from Jharkhand as well. Not sure of which state she's representing out there.
Perfect. Some riders in the back seem to have had a mechanical. They will probably be getting down and checking their bikes. But back to the main road, and now time for us to see a great view, a long shot of the road. The marshals right behind them, two piece, not and nothing less of motors. Sometimes their systems work much better, more efficiently, and we can see both of them are taking turns. Both of them are determined that they're going to repeat what they had done in Hyderabad, working together at this level. Naveen, great time trialist, and that works in his favor. Both of these people actually on the podium for national championships this year were off by 5 seconds.
Yeah,
That's a close gap.
Yeah, imagine the gap they've created. I mean, even if they would have had a rear view mirror like you have in a car. There's no one in sight for them, so it's like sheer dominance by these two riders and the rest of the peloton trying to catch up. I'm only like
Mayur, I think
spellbound by
Mayur,
them.
I think they just stopped trying to catch up. The rest of the peloton in the men's category are just now thinking about how can they maximize their points. There are a few riders here who would have taken up maybe 5 or 4 points in the first split, and right now they're thinking about themselves as well as to what the best result they could make out after this destruction that's been caused by these two riders of front.
And also by now I think both Naveen and Harshveer know that they are already leading with the points when it comes to the criterium points. So it's only be the final lap that
So
can
well, that's
differentiate.
not decided yet, Mayur, because as of now, both Naveen and Harshveer, I don't think they hardly have any points because
Second lap they would have had some points.
that's not done yet. We're still approaching the second lap. So the second lap sprint is still waiting. We're going to see. So that's going to be the interesting part,
Yeah.
that between Naveen and Harshveer, who gets the next set of points, which would be 5 and 4.
Yeah. Also, would be interesting to see that in the women's category, given that there has been no dominance of any riders, how would the point shape up? Because I assume many riders would collect the points, and it will be a very close fought compared to the men's, where Naveen and Harshveer are ahead as of now.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying, that both these sections of races or types of, there are two different types of races. The men and women criterium racing is done very differently. For the women, we'll see a close fought battle for every single point. And there's a different fun to it. But what we've seen in the men's race today is completely. I wouldn't say it's new. I would say we've seen this before, but seeing this happen on Bangalore turf, the home turf for Naveen John, he trains and races here a lot. That's a spectacle, and this is the second peloton, or the second group that's trying to chase back, trying to make the best of their day today. They've missed out most of the race-winning moves or even the sticking moves, but it's important to finish because these guys are also putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, given the large presence of Bangalore-based riders, this what we're seeing right now is definitely kind of an out of a syllabus kind of story. Like two
As a
riders
women's
based-
peloton, and we again see a movement. It's the same lady woman with the purple jersey trying to break away, trying to keep. But the riders in the back are smart. They're not catching her, but they're keeping it at an arm's distance, just enough so that when they want to, they can catch them.
But it's important that until the last.
Wow, look at that speed.
Yeah.
When you look at them coming down, I feel like the videos on fast forward. It's almost at 2x or 3x of the speed. They're coming in so
And
fast,
this
and
is
that's
an
a
uphill
climb.
that they
Yes,
are
I told
going
you.
up.
I told you that they're not going to feel this climb at all. Naveen John currently holds the king of the mountain for Nandi Hills, which is a local hill here as well. He's one of the fastest climbers for that duration of 20 to 30 minutes that exists in India. So I'm not surprised that these gradients are no gradients for them.
Yeah, Naveen John's KM of 19 odd minutes is untouched. Although Naveen Raj came very close to it during the pandemic times, but yeah, Naveen John in such race courses where you have climbs with momentum, he can definitely climb as good as any rider on the course. So along with Harshveer, he has probably the best partner who could support him to make this breakaway. But I'm also interesting to see where Srinath from Tamil Nadu is positioned in the peloton, because generally in criterium races, he's the one who gathers points more for Tamil Nadu. So it would be interesting to see where the peloton
Right,
is.
but point to note, Mayur, is that at national championships, both Naveen and Harshvi don't end up taking part in criterium races because of the regulation on the amount of events they can take part in.
Yeah.
Naveen specifically focuses on the individual time trial, and Harshvi specifically focuses on the road race. But both these riders are equally, strong. Naveen and Harshveet just had a conversation about something. They're approaching the U-turn, so I'm guessing they're talking about who's going to take the points.
Yeah.
Maybe an internal discussion about a fair sprint, or maybe I'll let you take this one, you let me take the next
Was
one.
it like a rock paper scissors?
Well, you
thing?
never know. They've gotten so far ahead that they have the ability to ease off and probably decide and have a conversation with each other. But it'll be fun to watch both of them as to who takes the sprint and the points.
And here in the pro peloton, what we're seeing is we are heading towards the lap two, heading towards the end of lap two by the lead riders, and the pelotons trying to catch them. So by within a few seconds from now, lap three should start for the lead riders. So
Right.
here,
And these are two riders, both Naveen and Harshveet, coming in to the sprint portion to take the points. I suspect Harshveet's going to take the 5 points and Naveen's going to take 4 points. But it's for us to wait and watch. And yes, that is the case. Harshveet takes in 5 points and followed by Naveen. Both of them are going to take the U-turn and going to keep pressing. Right now, they've done 32 kilometers. So now the remaining last lap is going to be extremely fast from them as well. They're not going to give up. Naveen might even try working something different. Both of them are telling each other, "We've got to keep this going. Come on, good job." Now the bunch in the back is now going to be sprinting for a third place. So that's interesting because uh, even though the podium is only 1, 2, 3, prize money is going to be given to
10.
top 10 places.
Yeah.
And extremely hard to track even for riders themselves. Sometimes you over a course of 3 laps you will forget where you finished. So the idea is to stay in the front and to finish in the front as much as possible. uh, Mayur, do you think we'll see another move that's going to be in the style of Harshveer and Naveen with the remaining group?
For the third to seventh place, probably you will see, because you still have riders working together. But for the first two places, it's pretty much done and dusted until anything really unexpected happens. What's great to see is that between Harshveer and Naveen, they know this is the home stretch, and by now, I doubt they'll have any conversation between them until the finish line.
Right. The moment the distance is up to 16 kilometers, they have in the back of their hand these kind of distances. They need not think about it. At this point in time, they need not even measure themselves. Their tanks are so big that they can just keep going all out and not worry about bonking at all. That's a concept for amateurs. But in the back, with the rest of the group, we do see that some of the oops, we've lost visual, but we'll have it soon on the rest of the peloton. It'll be extremely hard to track now that who are the riders in the main peloton, because these two gentlemen have really shown us what it takes to be on the top.
Yeah. Also, if you look at it, sure, yeah, Naveen is not on his regular Pinarello race bike. This time he's come on a Van Riesel bike, which is his second choice bike, because
Wow.
his Pinarello crashed during the Pune Grand Tour, and I think he's yet to get a replacement.
This is a spectacle, I mean, in the sense Van Riesel makes amazing
Yeah,
bikes.
yeah.
We've spoken about how they're sponsoring a grand tour team, which is
Yeah.
doing tours across the world in France and Italy as well as Spain. Uh, but that being said, this is always it's always about the rider.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
few times about the bike.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when you're Naveen John, it really, the kind of power his legs are used to. Of course, he would want to race with the Spinarello, but he knows that even with the Van Riesel, I can get the job done, and that's what we are seeing on the screens now. And it's just interesting to see now, for points after first two places, how is the strategy going to shape up?
I think in the next lap is going to be a fair. No, I wouldn't say a fair sprint, but both Naveen and Harshveer are going to try in the last 2 to 3 kilometers as to playing some kind of cat and mouse game, just to entertain us. I feel at this point in time, it's pretty much decided as to who the two riders with the maximum number of points are going to be. They're quite glued to one another, and they're riding. They're taking turns. They're making sure the load is split so that one person doesn't drain off completely, because both of them know they need each other in some ways to make sure they have a comfortable gap.
Yeah, and let me tell you, both of them have their own point to prove. Ashwir has just come off being titled the Blue Jersey Rider in the Pune Grand Tour. Naveen, as you said earlier, being a 10-time ITT champion within India, and in the Bangalore, he the roads which he knows the best. So Naveen John and Harshveer both will take it. I would say they'll take it till the finish line, and they'll give us the best, probably kind of sprint kind of finish even at the end.
Right. We could shift focus to the rest of the riders in the back who are chasing them as well. There seems to be very few riders who are, working together in the back. In the back, I suspect Surya Tatu, Srinath. These are the kind of riders that will be maximizing their points on every sprint. A little bit of the prize money, Mayur, you want to emphasize on that?
Yeah, the prize money is spread across a huge amount of 23.2 lakhs, and by now that was in the inaugural edition. For this edition, it's spread across 30 lakhs. So a huge prize money, and this is an incentive for all the riders for all the hard work they put into the race, and which will encourage them to take up this sport for a longer duration. And we look at the women riders now.
Uh, it looks like women rider are having a fun of their own, making it steady and comfortable like a zone 2 ride, but being very cautious and alert of who is going to make the next move. Couple of riders that we get to see in the front are rider from Karnataka, followed by Swasti, again rider from Karnataka, hoping that's Kaveri, and then followed by a couple of Gujarat riders.
Back to the men's action now, and the story of dominance continues. You have Naveen John, who's seated and sprinting on a climb, and he's closely being followed by Harshveer, whereas we do not see the peloton in sight as we look behind with the camera angle we have. But surely, Shaurya, you feel this is the moment now that, you know, between Harshveer and Naveen, both will try playing their cards from now on.
Probably, maybe a little after that, they've very soon recognized that the riders, right after they take the U-turn, is where they'll get an assessment of how far the gap is. So the usual thing to follow is you take the U-turn, you press the lap button on your computer, and then you wait for, and then you double the time. So that's approximately the time the riders are going to be taking to get to you. And that's how much of a lead you have. Now, keeping that in mind, I feel like yes, both Naveen and Harshveer are going to try something in between each other. In the bunch sprint, Surya took second and fourth in the second lap. So he has a total of 5 points as of now, which is at power currently with Harshveer. So that's interesting. Both Harshveer and Surya Tatu are at 5 points currently in the race. But that's going to change with the final lap. I think that's quite clear.
That's interesting. So, as you mentioned, Surya taking points. Are we like seeing the top five riders of the Pune Grand Tour also being the top five riders today?
Yes, for a lot of these riders, it's the same faces but different races, a different format always helps. For the rest, the remaining riders, it'll be interesting to see how they play it out. We've got few riders from Karnataka as well. Mayur, I'm just looking back at what happened in the race as a rider. At this point in time, what's going on in my head is, could things have worked out differently? Could things be played out differently? Should the other teams have thought about this? That this is something that could really, put a nail in the coffin for them. What are your thoughts?
Definitely, after a race like this, there'll be a lot of discussions. I'm sure the next time a criterium happens in Bangalore, the strategies will change a lot, because they would approach the race in a very different way, and it would be attacking style as we've seen from lap 2 from Ashwir and Naveen. Definitely, they will look at races more from a criterion perspective and look only how can we score more in criterions.
Yeah, makes sense. But makes me wonder if looking at these two gentlemen right now makes me wonder if something can be done or if it's even possible. Because there's only so much you can strategize. The rest of it depends on what your current fitness levels are and what are the kind of power numbers you can throw in, because that's extremely important to the sport as well. Even though it's a team sport, but the team can only get you this far.
Yeah. Also, as we're discussing this show, do you think in future teams will purely look at all-round riders for a criterion, because a climber wouldn't do much on such a course. Neither would a domestic, bring you the number of points required to win a criterion. So, do you think teams would more focus on all-round riders?
Yeah, that's something we've seen at the Grand Tour level as well. The most accomplished rider till date, arguably Tadej Pogacar, is a climber, does time trials, is a brilliant road racer, does like gravel as well. So not gravel in capacity, but in capacity of one-day road races. That's the women's peloton. You can see swaying and slowing down, measuring every move. While these two gentlemen are not leaving a single inch, they want to make a statement. They want to make a statement about how far and how far ahead they can get. The women peloton, on the other hand, has slowed down. Everybody's taking a sip. They will probably just wait from one sprint to another. There's not a lot of movement here. Um, but not really anything about the women's peloton.
Yes, by the look of it, it's I think a warning of next sprint coming up, which they might be planning on the next uphill or the punchy climb that's coming. Generally, when this kind of swaying and serving happens, it's when one of these sprinter is trying, getting ready for the attack, and her domestic is just trying to, make her safe so that she can take the attack. And I see some action happening on the men peloton, with Joel being in the front and one of the CBR rider as well.
A lot of discussions going on between the peloton as to how would who's trying to take points. So definitely they see that there's a lot more left to grab.
So Mayur, this is the point where both Naveen and Harshal are going to calculate the time difference. They're going to cross the rest of the peloton.
Yeah, as I they would see the time difference they have with the peloton, they definitely are much aware of how far ahead they are in the race. But these two guys are just have the same momentum till the home stretch. Do you think between them they'll play a bit of a waiting game? Who'll
I'm
sprint
actually
first?
looking forward to it. That could be something worth talking about, because at this point in time it's plain old straight, pedal in the middle and just full gas.
Yeah, but generally, Naveen John, even the races he's completed in Bangalore, at the finish line, if he has someone behind him, he'll definitely try to play a teaser and do the waiting game. But here also takes me back to one of the races of Nandi Epic where Naveen John and Kiran Kumar Raju were, doing the final wait for the last few hundred meters. So looks like pretty much similar happening today.
These are some other riders who finished their rides and are on the podium taking pictures. But back to the race, back to the back of the race for the men's peloton, we see different riders now. Now there's a different race happening with this bunch. They very soon recognize that the guys who had to go ahead have left, and Emil in the front has made a move. He's wearing the CBR jersey. He's being chased. There's a completely different criterion happening with this group now, making sure they can collect as many points as they can, just so that they can make it to the top 10 at least.
Yeah, like I told you, CBR boys generally create some action. Even if they don't collect points today, they will definitely make sure that they up the ante of the remaining peloton riders that are there. But they'll definitely collect few points today because they have a good number of riders representing their team.
In my understanding, Surya Tatu is best placed in this group right now to be collecting points. We'll very soon get visual if he is there in the group. I suspect he is. But in terms of the points that are available, he is best placed.
Yeah, so the, if we look at only state-wise, Karnataka is already, leading in the
Karnataka,
front because
yes.
of Naveen John
So is Punjab.
and Surya from Maharashtra. So apart from this, do you think anyone from Railways will collect any points today or Air
Yeah.
Force?
Railways and Tamil Nadu, definitely. My bet was on Krishna Naikori. I'm sure he's collected points. We'll get details on how many points he's collected. But these two gentlemen, between these two, we're waiting to see more action. A little bit about HCL. This is the final race of the day, Mayur. We've been watching races all day. A quick recap of HCL Cyclothon.
Yeah, it's been an eventful day for this first edition of HCL Cyclothon in Bangalore. Once again, a shout out to HCL for having this. I'm sure the next event will be much bigger and much more participants. And yeah, just hoping the sport grows further and further, and the event also.
There's a move by Srinath, which is followed by Surya Tatu in the white and grey kit. So there is something happening in the back. The women's peloton, on the other hand, has come to a standstill. They are essentially just waiting, crawling to the last lap where they can collect more points. The riders to look forward to here are the blue jersey, blue sleeves, and pink jersey, red bike. That's Swasti Singh. She's already made a lot of points till now. They're on the second lap right now. Um,
I think what you're seeing here is like two styles of racing. With the women's, it's more the conventional style of racing, which used to be done. But given the size of the peloton, they have to stick that style. But with the men's, you have a larger group, so they are able to have different strategies. Here we see another bunch trying to catch up with the peloton.
Right, this is the bunch that got dropped. I think it's very far away. They're trying to just make the most of the opportunity. They're just now closing in the last U-turn. By this time, I'm expecting Harshveer and Naveen would be close to finishing. If we can have the cameras move towards them, we'll see how their race is playing out currently.
You see some more riders making a U-turn. Definitely, they are within touching distance now. Harshveer and Naveen John, by now, they both know that it's anyone's taking the races to be taken by any one of them. So we'll get to know as soon as we have live footage for the leading bunch. So here we are, as we spoke about it. At this moment, Naveen and right on his wheel is Harshveer.
Naveen's flicking his elbow and Harshveer is taking a turn. So they are still working together up to this point, which is quite a delight actually, Mayur. I was expecting some cat and mouse from them, but seems like they're continuing to work together. Like I said, feels like they're up here to make a statement about this.
Yeah, it would have been more of a cat and mouse if there were 5 or 6 riders at the equal level of these two riders. But right now they know that there is no chance that the cat chasing group or the peloton would catch up with them. So they have to cooperate with, stick to each other's strategies, and very soon we'll be seeing one of them sprint to the finish line.
This on the screens looks like it's the last group from the men's peloton. There is a group up ahead as well, and ahead of them is Naveen John and Harshveer.
So, Shaurya, just to touch upon for the viewers, like what are the longest distances generally in criterium races that happen?
Criterium races are meant to be short, so the whole idea is for these races to be around 30 to 50 to
Okay.
60 kilometers. And they made exciting by making sure that you repeat on a loop. A lot of criterium racing that happens in the US happens on a smaller loop of 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, and then they repeat that course. It's got a lot of spectators in and a lot of points that get collected. This, on the other hand, is quite a out and back route. That means there's no technical turns as such, but criteriums are also known for very good technical aspects on the route itself. This, on the other hand, is more like a time trial to the finish.
Yeah, of late we've seen a lot of criterium races in Singapore, the Tour de France criterium, where we have a good representation from many of the world tour teams. So it will be interesting to see if in Bangalore future we have that kind of a course with more technical sections, because Chennai has it as of now, but for Bangalore that would be interesting.
Yes, definitely, and that's an important part. Current standings are for men currently are Shell is at 7 points. This is men elite leading. Shell is leading by 7 points. Harshveer is at 5 points. Krishna Naikodi at 3 points. Surya at 3 points. NJ at 3 points. And Sachin at 1. So these are after 2 laps. These are the standings. These standings are going to quickly change once this gets done. Any predictions? Before I go there, let me also give you the points list for women. Swasti Singh is at 5 points. Soumya at 3 points. Dhanamma at 2 points. Harshita at 1 point. So Swasti Singh is leading the women's group with 5 points after 1 lap. They will be finishing the second lap right now. But for men, Mayur, the top person right now is Shell with 7 points. So criteriums can be quite interesting, even though
Yeah.
both NJ and Harshveer have made the break. Harshveer has only 5 points and NJ has only 3 points as of now.
Yeah. As you told earlier, like even though the leading riders on the screen, but it tells you a different story. But the actual story is the number of points collected by each of these riders. So Shell definitely making an advantage of that, and currently ahead in the points when compared to Harshveer and Naveen John. So as we see, this is the nice road, and all eyes on the finish
this is
line.
the finish line, and very soon we're going to see Naveen John and Harshveer Singh Sinko coming in on the finish line, getting their final sets of points, and most probably are going to cement the podium with that move. Just to remind you, these folks, both of these gentlemen, broke away from the peloton after the first sprint. They didn't end up collecting a lot of points in the first sprint. They waited for the first sprint to get over, and right after that, made a breakaway move, which only these two people could follow in. And as you can see, Naveen John on screen taking in one of the final pulls. Harshveer is on his wheel, glued to his wheel. You can tell from their cadence, the gears are big and they're churning out big watts on the
The
downhills.
jaws dropping.
Yes, Naveen's aero in the front, as aero as he could be.
And also, as we see, the rider Shrishel Virapur, who's collected 7 points, is from Karnataka. So you can see, you can say that pretty much the criterium is dominated by the Karnataka riders and followed by other states.
So coming in on the finish now, between Harshveer and Naveen, if Harshveer takes the sprint again, he'll likely win. That's how the math works out. And Naveen still, even if it comes second on the sprint, still can finish third. Now it depends on the point system and how Shell does in the back, because there is tough competition right now. Krishna Naikodi, Surya, and NJ are tied at 3 points. Harshveer is at 5, Shell is at 7 points.
Yeah, we are now looking at under 2 kilometers for the leading riders, Ashwir and Naveen. So, as Shaurya mentioned, so Naveen has a bit of catching up to do. Do you think Shaurya to get Naveen will try to increase the time gap at the last lap, or would he just want to finish?
The time gap really doesn't make any difference. I feel like between Naveen and Harshveer, if Naveen takes the sprint right now, that will be quite interesting, because then that cements his second position in many ways. But if Harshveer takes it, and there is movement, Harshveer goes onto the
Harshveer-
right side of the road, and what a rocket! He's just made sure he's got the win. Solid. Harshveer Singh Seko first, and Naveen finishes in right behind him. But the final score tally is yet to be placed. Harshveer takes the win at HCL Cyclothon Bangalore edition as well. Kudos to him. He's a rider from Punjab, great rider who's been riding for India in many international competitions. Harshveer Singh Sikho is the winner of HCL Cyclothon. We yet to see where Naveen John stands. Both of these gentlemen have been working together really well. We still have to see where he stands in the total standings.
Absolute domination from Harshveer there. He didn't let Naveen get closer to his wheel, and there was sheer domination in terms of getting to the finish line. So, yeah, as we're just awaiting who comes third, and we'll get you the overall standing soon.
It looks like a quite windy day. On screen you can look at the trees, and their branches are. So it seems like the wind really picked up. It's close to 12 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm guessing this is the hottest part of the day as well.
Yeah, post 11 a.m. it's generally quite windy, but given the gradients were manageable, so the wind didn't play that much of a deciding factor. But here is a repeat of the sprint finish. Ashwir clearly leading it.
Right, but I would say great job by Naveen as well. The gap between their sprints is not a lot. He's really worked on his anaerobic power, and good to see that he's keeping up with a track rider who is known for his short sprints. And this is the rest of the group with the women's peloton. Swasti Singh again taking points, again sprinting from the front. Tells you how strong this rider is from Odisha.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you're sprinting in the front and you're approaching the place where you need to collect points, you need to have that power to continue collecting points and navigate the technical section, which is immediately there. So, tells a lot about this rider whom will look out for the coming years. And the men's category, we see the riders from Tamil Nadu and CBR who are trying to come ahead in the third position.
No, I think it's the back of the peloton.
Okay.
I don't think it's the third position, but we'll get a better idea once we have a better visual of riders to follow or not.
We shall be having the footage soon of the riders, the remaining riders who's completed third, and complete list of riders who've completed.
My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, be there to appreciate the applaud and congratulate the professionals.
Makes you wonder if if Naveen would have made that move before the first sprint. Do you think it would have worked out?
I mean, Ashwir would have still followed him, but I think the other riders would have been more prepared if Naveen had made that move earlier. But no one because first move he kept it low, so no one expected second move Naveen to take off.
Yeah, that makes sense. You've got to attack when everybody else is at their weakest, and the best time to do that is right after a hard anaerobic effort. This is the rest of the peloton. We can see a few riders. A rider from CBR in the front, Saurabh Singh. On his wheel is Surya Tatu. There's the Srinath, I think, right behind him. We still yet to see who Shell is and what jersey is he wearing, specifically to find out if he makes it to the group.
So Shell is a Karnataka rider who has the major point. So I think he's part of that bunch who's wearing the Karnataka jersey.
So big day for Karnataka, I think.
Naveen's
made it, and Shell has a high possibility.
Yeah, because I see two riders wearing that Karnataka jersey. One being Naveen John, and another being Shell. I just checked on the participation list. His full name Shell Bijapur. So he's also from Karnataka. So if we've seen the rider right, so Karnataka takes most of the honors, at least in the men's category for today. Most of the men's peloton are finishing up with their rides.
Okay, so back of the men peloton reaching up. This is the finish line, and we see few riders coming up. We still have to make out who these riders are. Someone from Cycling Brain Racing and a rider to follow. But that didn't look like a sprint, Mayur. I feel like these riders were not part of the group.
We've not been given access to the third place finish, so we'll get to know that soon.
So now back to the women's race, Nandini. Over to you. What would be happening at this point in time? This is the final lap for the women. we know the scores as of now. What are your estimates, and how do you see the race proceed now?
Thanks, Shaurya. For women's race, it's going to be the standard, typical racing that we have been seeing for the last two laps. The strong riders are going to do punchy kicks at the elevated markers and then just slow down or roll down the slopes, getting some recovery. Mostly all the women riders are just going to wait for the final sprint and take up the points consistently, where Swasti has been leading for the last two laps, and that makes, if my calculations are right, that gives her five from the first lap, five from the second lap. One amazing strong rider that I've seen bloom in the last couple of years, where she used to just do criterium and then started doing ITTs, won national medals in ITT as well now. A overall all-rounder rider, I would love to say. But it's too soon to say who is going to take the win, because there are a couple of other strong guns as well in the women peloton, closely followed by Anjali and Karnataka riders, namely Kaveri and couple of few more riders from North Karnataka. There has been some increase of speed, and the women bunch has split into two, or rather three. I think that kicker in the middle of the segment has done its job, and they have taken the advantage of the descent post and are continuously flowing towards the finish line.
So, a slight confirmation on the men's peloton. So, it is actually Sahil who's finished third, and followed by Surya who's fourth. So, earlier we were referring to another rider from Karnataka by name Shell. So, there could be confusion here, but it looks like it is Sahil Kumar, who races for the Air Force, who's also gathered most of the points in the criterium. So, but the standings as of now is Harshveer, Naveen, and Sahil. We'll confirm the official standings as soon as we have it from the race organizers.
Well, that's how crits are always. Like, you have confusion till the final results are announced. But that also brings us to the end of one beautiful morning in Bangalore with HCL Cyclothon. Post the women's race finish, I think that would be the end of today's races, followed by the ceremonies for their respective categories, which is professional men and professional women races.
Yeah, so we've had a great day since morning here across all categories, and great participation. We also got to have some look at some high-end bikes, like from various brands like Cervelo, Look, and other brands. High-end bikes that are being used by the athletes, and it's great to see the city getting a race of this grandeur and this scale. So it's interesting to see how many riders would, they would also look at this event to prepare better for next year's race. And what you see on screen now is probably the bunch that is trying
That's the
to,
women peloton
that's the
trying to
women's
make,
peloton,
yes.
sorry, yeah,
That,
sorry.
yeah, no worries. They are facing up, increasing their speed and trying to see who sustains for the last couple of kilometers. I do see some familiar faces out there. Anjali trying to be in the bunch. And Swasti making a move, coming all towards the right side of the bunch of 6-7 riders that there are, followed by two more women riders. I think at this point nobody wants to be getting dropped, because then it's going to be a hard chase down all by themselves.
We have confirmation on the final podium for the criterium in the men's category. Harshveer Singh Sikho, as predicted, takes up 10 points and wins the HCL Bangalore edition cyclothon. Shell is second. To correct, he's got 9 points. NJ is third, Naveen John with 6 points. Fourth is Surya Tatu with 4 points. Krishna 3 points, and Sachin 1 point. So that's where the standings are, and congratulations to all of these guys.
Yeah, it's been a hard fought race. I mean, the numbers that you see on the screen or what you will see in the standings, they actually don't reflect how much of an effort has been put in by each of these riders, and they would definitely go back home and reflect back on the race and the strategies. But a big shout out to all the organizers as we are almost coming close to the telecast of the live race. So a lot of organizers have set up a lot of things here, right from the refreshments, the parking, and ensuring, most importantly, the safety of the riders. It has been well coordinated event, and definitely we will see more of this in the future.
Thank you, Mayur. We've been doing this since 6 a.m. in the morning. It was a great spectacle, actually. All the categories were great. Uh, now it's time for us to wrap it up with the women's final sprint. We do suspect that Swasti is going to take up the maximum number of points and the win for today, but that is for us to wait and watch. The men's podium is decided. Harshveer, Shell, and NJ as 1, 2, 3.
So we have the women riders now. If you see, the pace has gone up quite high from the earlier two laps, and the rider from purple jersey, who was always leading in the first two laps, still holding the position in the front. So it will be interesting to see how they would take the final few hundred meters to collect points, and because of lacking of a breakaway, so it will be a very close fought race between the women.
Just a little bit of correction there, Mayur. The women bunch has definitely split up. So now what you see is the leading bunch, and there are a couple of more, two more bunches that are following on the back. The leading bunch has Swasti, one of the Karnataka riders, Anjali, closely followed by Jasmeet and couple of more riders.
So we are almost closing in on the final few hundred meters for the women's race to be completed. By now, all the men's peloton riders would have completed their given distance to be completed, and they would all be relaxing and discussing and celebrating the points of the riders who've collected points. And just to add, Bangalore is the fourth venue where HCL Cyclothon is being hosted, along with Noida, Chennai, and Hyderabad.
This women's group is now fast. We can see that's being driven towards the U-turn now, driven by Swasti Singh, making sure that this group stays tiny. There aren't a lot of competitors who might compete with her in the sprint. We see riders like Anjali, Jismi, a couple of Karnataka riders, yes, and Swasti Singh from Odisha. Swasti Singh is one of the best sprinters we have in the country right now. And she makes a mark every time she does both road races as well as criteriums.
Post the women's race, Post the women's race is going to be closely followed by the podium ceremony for the men elite and women elite. A note to the viewers: the top three places, that's first, second, third, definitely stand up on the podium, but the standings and the points go to the top 10 riders of each category, and that's how the placements are also going to be. So, top 10 riders from each men and women category are going to get their placements and points.
Also, listings will be announced certain age. Uh, the listings as per age wise, there'll be a split as to certain number of riders that would be available with the organizers, but it wouldn't be announced during the podium. But there is been a list which is being maintained by the organizers.
And here you can very well see across the U-turn, the fastest bunch is on the right side and the slower bunches on the left side still waiting to take the U-turn. And so mostly how the women racing wraps up where all the action happens towards the end of the race. Here we see the Kaveri rider waiting for the others rider to take a turn so that she can go back and rest and get ready for the sprint to come.
So, Nandini, can you just give us a bit of information of what the banter is in a women's peloton in the final stages? We know with the men's race, they shout and yell at each other to ask them to come and pull in the front. How does it happen with the women's peloton?
Well, Mayur, actually, women's peloton, especially in road races, are much more peaceful. There's not much of a talking happening, even at the back of the peloton, considering two facts. One, obviously, the size of the group is really small comparatively, and that's why everybody is very alert. But also, the only talk that happens is among the teams which have the most number of riders, given, like, for example, Haryana, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. They do have, as I already said, plan A, plan B, plan C, and they talk about that. Otherwise, it's quite a peaceful group. There is not much of a fight on, like, who is gonna lead or who is not working or who is working. It's quite peaceful. I think it's just either you break away and go, or either you just wait for the sprint to happen.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, how the dynamics change when it comes to men's racing and women's racing. But of course, with women's racing, it becomes even more tougher because the bunch is smaller. So even if you're in a bunch, there is not much of an advantage you are gaining or breaking the wind because the bunch itself is smaller. So here you see two other women riders trying to create some momentum into the climb.
And right now, here in the last bunch, if you see Mayur, there are a couple of things that you would notice compared to the men peloton. If you see, the women do not ride as close to each other, and that again is a drafting disadvantage. They are using more power and they are not able to conserve much. As I say that, I can very well spot Urmi Das in this bunch. I think she's the fourth or the fifth wheel. A strong rider, really training hard for the last 1 year or so, is a very, very known face in the BBCH races.
So this U-turn, which was almost going to be taken by the women riders, would be the last U-turn before they head towards the finish line. So what you saw was the second bunch just now. So the lead bunch is ahead, and they are coming close to the finish line. And here you see they are currently, I think, Nandini, are they playing the waiting game on who would try and surge ahead?
Yes, exactly, Mayur. They are just gonna take it slow till the final sprint comes. And one more thing that I wanted to add was most of the riders who are here in this bunch today have just come from the Track Asia Cup, which happened
Yeah,
last week in Chennai.
Chennai, yeah.
And there as well, Swasti had taken a lot of laurels with, like, I think taking back a couple of medals. I'm amused by how much of grit and determination and endurance capacity these riders have racing and traveling back to back.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, even Harshveer was in Chennai taking part in the track cycling, and he's come down for this. So for many of them, it's at a shorter notice, and the season of cycling races has just started in India. I mean, when I say in India, it's the local cycling races. Of course, the Pune Grand Tour was much a bigger event. So yeah, we can expect many names from here who would be keen to go ahead and participate going forward in the state level championships and other such events.
When we are talking about events and everything, I would again like to extend my thanks to HCL Cyclothon for providing this kind of platform for even the professional racers. I mean, they do race at national level. While I say this, we do have a listing coming out of the amateur 50-kilometer race category top 10 finishes. Uh, Repeating on the same, first goes to Basapa, second goes to Harsh Pawar, third is Mohammad Taha Shari, that's a kid from Chennai, fourth is Madan LN, fifth is Shoail Riaz, sixth goes to Jay Prakash, seven is Naveen Rathi, eighth goes to Rehan, followed by Rahul and Rahul Sajanar.
A very closely fought race between the amateurs. So unlike the men's pro peloton where there was a big gap primarily created by the two big riders. So there's a very the standings reflect the closeness that each of them had, and this is the second bunch of the women riders that are trying to head towards the finish line. The first batch is ahead of the other riders.
Yeah, I just feel that they all are like now just waiting for the finish to come so that they can sprint their way through and get the points. Nobody wants to work in the front. I see a couple of Gujarat riders right there in the front. Could be Muskan, closely followed by Tamil Nadu rider Urmi on the left side, and couple of riders from the other state as well. I mean, it's also midday. It's 12 in the afternoon, and Bangalore, as much as colder mornings we have, the sun is really sharp towards the noon. I think it's the peak of sun hitting sharp, and having a race at this time, especially for the elite riders, must be draining. And as we saw in like the couple of past videos, the riders were constantly hydrating themselves, reaching out for gels and electrolytes in their sippers.
Definitely, you pretty much want to start and end the race in same weather as much as possible. But today we've seen at least the pro category, they've had the warmer conditions, so it's not easy that everyone's body would adapt the same way, and their training is generally not at this time of the day. So their training rides are in the morning, and max would finish by 9:30, 10 in the morning. So definitely the timing of the race also has played a part on the riding conditions. So here we have a recap of the amateur MTB race, the standings, the top 10 being displayed on your screen. Podium finish, second runner up is Kubudin, first runner up is Achal, and the podium first place goes to Rahil Bhatia. So even here for MTV, a very good pace maintained over 30 kilometers per hour, and a great race by most of them.
Hopefully we'll not miss the women finish, given that the timing chart is up out there. um, if they can like move back the focus to the peloton that's just going to finish in the women's race.
We should soon be seeing the standings for the men's criterium also. Although we do have a fairer picture as to who's leading, but a confirmation of the top 10 in terms of points, not in terms of only completing the race, would get us a bigger picture as to which state has dominated and which rider or which team has dominated more overall.
While we wait for the telecast of the women's race, a couple of fun facts. The professional race, both for men and women, are generally taken care by the CFI, which is the Cycling Federation, or HCL Cyclothon. All the entries come via CFI. There is no direct entry, and you can only participate if you have your license, which is of the current active year. That's a long wait for women's peloton. Hopefully they'll be arriving anytime soon.
So all the participants would be gathering near the podium finish, the stage that has been set up as you see on your screen. So of course the podium finishers, this would be the moment they've been waiting for or would have manifested and put in the hard effort to stand on this very podium, one, two, three. So it's a big moment. So Nandini, if you could just throw some light on your feeling when you were on have been on podium on some of the races.
Well, podium is always a sweet. Everybody wants a podium, and so do I whenever we race. But I think the need or want of podium is very different in amateur categories compared to professional categories. But in my personal experience, yes, in a lot of local club races in Chennai and Bangalore, podium never gets boring. Podium never gets old, right? Every time you stand on the podium is a new feeling. That race, the effort that you have put in that race is absolutely different from the past win. And it's just so that, like, irrespective of if you have stood on the podium one time, 10 times, 100 times, you remember every podium. So it's always a sweet feeling to go back with, and I think it also gives you the motivation to work harder and come back on the podium next time.
Another fun fact for the viewers is no matter which cyclist you can pick out from the history of cycling, you have lost more races than you have won. So each time you get on the podium, it's an extra chance you have to prove yourself, your numbers, and getting on podium is not something that happens consecutively for many riders. So definitely many riders today are keenly awaiting for the podium, and those who have already got the results must be waiting to get onto the stage and get on the podium.
And get some good pictures clicked.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And the wait continues for some highlight on the women's peloton. I am super eager to see who takes home the victory in the women's race today.
It's going to be a waiting game, but I feel at least four riders will be close together when the women riders finish, because that's how pretty much the race
The
has
bunch
been
has
throughout.
been
Yeah.
split, yeah.
So next up, after today's event, you will have HCL Cyclothon, that is in March. So do look up for that. As today there will be a telecast of that event also, and you would have all the footage coming across from Noida. So you would have the event probably on the race course in one of the expressways around Noida, and that also will be at a blistering pace. I can say much more than this, Nandini. What do you think?
Have never personally been a part of cycling race happening in Noida, so I'm not very sure of how the terrain and everything looks like. But given the weather conditions and like what I've seen from the previous edition, definitely, it's gonna be a really watchful sight.
Yeah. And because the participation is being, only CFI and the states decide who are the top riders. So this gives a fair chance of representation for riders from across different states. So it definitely opens up the competition to many more riders.
Yeah, I think that way, as we were discussing, Cycling Federation of India has been very helpful with their experience and expertise. For professional races, they have kept it very transparent. Oh, I think that's the women bunch which is going to come to closer to finish now. Again, as we can see, Swasti is in the front. This girl always amuses me. I do not understand how she can always be in the front, sprint from the front, and still take the first position. Closely followed by Jasmeek, Anjali, one of these Team Polygon riders from Karnataka, and a couple of other riders. Getting some information about the Karnataka riders, that's Dhanama and Soumya closely following Swasti and Jasmeek in the front. I think that's less than 500 meters to go for the finish.
Yeah, we're almost within touching distance from the finish line. So which would bring the curtains down to this mega event that we've witnessed today. And it's been a long day for the organizers and for the riders who've come in early. So, as we catch up with the last few hundred meters, I would hand it over to Nandini to take you through to the finish line of the women's peloton.
Thanks, Mayur. And as you can very clearly see, the pace is picking up because now it's the make or break for the women's peloton. Everybody's looking at each other who's going to make the first move. Um, yeah, my bets is on Swasti, and I think there is some heated argument happening where she's turning around and asking for other people to work as well.
Also, the woman rider in the purple jersey, I don't see her giving up soon because she's been in the mix of things since the start. So I also place my bets on her to sprint across and try and come first, because she definitely has been in the top four since the first lap.
Yeah, what you see here, which is the peloton that's going to reach the finish line anytime soon, is the are one of the strongest women riders in India right now. They are most probably all of them are all rounders. They can sprint, they can climb, and they can do time trials. Most of the most popular names at the national level as well. And here we are having a closer look towards the finish. They can come anytime. The Marshall bike is already here, so that means the group is going to reach the finish line anytime soon. All eyes on the screen. That's the view of finish line from the other side. There we go. And there. I think Swasti is going to take it, and she has taken it very easily, closely followed by Dhanama from Karnataka and rest of the riders. In my understanding, Swasti, it is. She's going to take home the first position of HCL Cyclothon 2026 Bangalore edition as well.
So Nandini has placed a bet pretty accurate since the start, and it has been Swati. Let's wait for the official confirmation to come from the race official. So, overall, a great race which has come to an end. We've witnessed some mind-boggling action. Special mention to the breakaway by Naveen John and Harshveer that put the race on fire. But also kudos to all the women riders to complete without any disturbances in the peloton. Nandini.
And you know, Mayur, what the most beautiful thing about today's race is? I think other than one crash in the amateur category in the starting, all of the other races have been pretty safe, which is really important. That shows, how well trained the professional riders are and how good they are at drafting and facing each other and holding on to wheels and without creating any kind of chaos or disruption in the peloton.
Yeah, I think overall it's been a pretty good organization. Definitely, the race marshals and the race directors have ensured that the participants are clearly told of what the do's and don'ts of the race are, the support available for them, and the riders themselves have raced aggressively but not put the safety of other riders at risk, which is good to see. And we need more such things to continue for such events to happen. So as you see on the screen now, post the finish line, the women riders are discussing the race between themselves. So, in few minutes from now, we'll have the podium ceremony being covered by the race organizers and the race officials. So, stay tuned for the podium ceremony, which would be the final event.
Right. So as we wait on the final result of the women peloton, we do have some update from the second laps. So the final standing after the second lap in the women peloton was Swasti at 10 points, Soumya at 6 points, Dhanama 4, Harshita 2 points. Harshita Jakar is also the kid who recently won a medal at the Asian Championship TT in which happened over the last weekend. Meanwhile, I'll take a couple of minutes and thank you all the viewers for joining us today for this wonderful event hosted by HCL Cyclothon in association with the CFI Federation. And congratulations to all the winners and all the podium placers for today.
Yeah, a huge shout out to all the organizers, all the sponsors, starting with HCL Cyclothon, the main organizer, all the sponsors, Whole Truth being the nutrition partner, Hyperice being the support, and you have Akshakalpa, which have the refreshment partner. So a great race, and kudos to all of them. It's been great commentating with my co-commentators Nandini and Shaurya. So hope to see you all soon, and I hope there have been some comments left in the YouTube link for us to read about it later. But thanks to all of you who have tuned in to watch this race and a landmark event for cycling in Bangalore.
Definitely, Mayur, definitely. And we cannot wait for the second edition to happen. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations to all the winners. Signing off. Thank you.